You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy. You know, there are some folks who think the life of a lawyer in a frontier town like Dos Rios is a pretty dull existence in comparison with the cowboys or ranchers. But just you take it from me, Chad Remington, that my days trying to practice law in a cow town are a lot more exciting than if I'd stayed out at the ranch my father built and left me when he died a few years ago. Oh, I don't mean that I'm up to my boot tops in rustling trouble or shooting it out with gents on the dodge from the law all the way from San Antone to Santa Fe, but with the type of character the frontier has attracted, we've got just about as many scheming evildoers as we have solid church-going people. Oh, just to give you an idea, a few weeks back when the new spring hit us with a vengeance and the sky overhead was as blue as a mountain lake, I took a ride to see how the trout were doing in a little pool that only I know about. And with me, as usual, was my constant companion, Cherokee O'Bannon, who gave up his daily tips with the law for selling the highly volatile alleged remedy known as genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil for the more peaceful pursuits of operating a livery stable. A livery stable, by the way, over which I have my not very plushy offices. Well, Cherokee and I were jogging along with our legs hooked over the horns on our saddles, thinking ahead just about 3 weeks to the time when the big trout would be raring up hungry.
Chad, my bewildered and bucolic backwoods Blackstone, what train of thought is running through your cunning cerebellum which causes that simpering look to appear in your formerly forbidding physiognomy?
From the inflection of your voice, Cherokee, I imagine that was a question. But what you wanted to know, I'm unable to decipher, since I don't carry a dictionary in my saddlebag.
Me lad, I was just asking what you were thinking about that gave you that faraway and dreamy look.
I was just thinking about that clear blue stream.
Yes.
And that wonderful, cool, deep water.
Oh, no! Water! Never mention that word in my presence again.
All right, O'Bannon. I want you to know that your favorite beverage owes its flavor, if any, to the limestone waters of Bourbon County, Kentucky.
Well, is that so? Why did eat bit of labor saving?
Labor saving?
Yes, indeed. Bottling the chaser right along with the spirits.
And I hope after this, Mr. O'Bannon, you'll have more respect for H2O.
Between us, my esteemed friend, H2O comprised 96% of my rattlesnake oil, too. Killed the taste.
The only thing that could kill the taste of that stuff is about 3 shots.
3 shots? An excellent suggestion.
3 shots from a Colt 45, I mean.
Sir, you're turning into a destroyer of dreams. As your landlord, let me advise you that hereafter I expect you to...
Hold it, Cherokee. There are some shots, the kind I was talking about. Now get your knee unhooked from that saddle horn and let's start making tracks.
That sounds like a regular gun battle. Get up there, you!
Come on, Cherokee. This thing sounds serious. We'd only ridden about 100 yards, but I was able to see where the shots had come from. Right down below us was a little ranch house belonging to Pat and Bridget Antrim, as Irish as they come and twice as salty. Both Bridget and Pat were in front of their house, Bridget with a shotgun and Pat with a Winchester, sending lead singing over the head of a very frightened gentleman in store-bought clothes. As we pulled up, I thought the stranger was about to collapse. His knees were shaking so.
And what my wife misses with her scattergun, I'll drill you through with this.
Bridget, Pat, now hold it, will you? Put those guns up.
You keep out of this, Chad Remington.
But, madam...
And you keep out of this, too. Because in O'Bannon or not, I'll give you a dose of the same medicine I'm going to give this sniveling, sidewinding snake.
Gentlemen, get me out of here.
Well, we'll get you out all right, mister, and all in one piece. Now, come on. The target practice is over for today.
No one's going to tell me
No
what
one's going to tell you anything, Bridget. If you don't mind, I would like to ask you a few questions.
No one's asking me anything until that pussyfooting varmint's off my property. Go on now, get off.
But see here, I've got a perfectly
The only perfect thing you've got right now, my friend, is a perfect chance of getting shot.
So if you'll take Mr. Remington's advice, which he usually charges for, you will amble out of here while you're able and give us a chance of quieting down these good people.
If you're interested in your health, you'll be moving along.
Yes, very well. But I'll be back out here with the marshal. And you just remember that.
What I should have done was salivate him before he makes any more trouble.
Yes, indeed. However, since thanks to Chad, he's now well out of rifle range, I suggest that we repair inside and talk this over something refreshing and companionable. You know what I mean? I think you do, or I hope you do.
We certainly do understand. Bridget, Cherokee wants a glass of your coldest spring water.
Well, I don't know what more to tell you, Chad, or how to explain it.
He just rode up here and started ordering us around.
Well, I can't tell without checking up on it with the county assessor, but it's perfectly true that when the county put in that wooden culvert 5 years ago to drain the water off Pine Top Hill, they did levy an assessment on the Button property.
Didn't you ever get a bill from the assessor?
Nearly so much as a piece of paper with a blot of ink.
And no slick-talking spalpeen is going to steal 160 acres that Pat and I have slaved to get.
And to make something of.
Well, that's something that remains to be seen. However, here are two things which are certain. First, that there was an assessment levied of about $20 or $30 against your property. Second, if it hasn't been paid and it's gone to an assessment foreclosure sale, Mr. Beauregard has the right any citizen has of paying it and bidding in the property.
You're a fine lawyer if you tell me that's the law.
Bridget, I don't make the laws. I just try to interpret them, see that they're applied with a certain amount of justice.
And you call it justice that a man like that evil-looking bumpkin Beauregard can steal 160 acres that are worth $5,000 by merely paying $20?
Quite the opposite, Pat. There's a good deal of injustice in it. But the first thing Cherokee and I are going to do is ride into town and talk to the marshal. And I want to know if the assessment was in arrears and if Beauregard has already bought it in or is just bluffing. Well, Cherokee and I had hardly ridden out through the fence of Pat and Bridget's place when we spotted Mr. Beauregard sitting his horse waiting for us. He flagged us down. Much to my surprise, was neither bitter nor belligerent.
I thought I recognized your name, Mr. Remington, when your friend mentioned it.
Yeah?
Being a lawyer, I'm sure that you know that those two heathens haven't a legal leg to stand on.
Don't you go calling people from County Antrim heathen.
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry. Just a slip of the tongue.
Yeah, you do it again and I'll slip the tongue for you. I'll do it with this.
All right, Cherokee. You've upheld the reputation of all the Irish from Killarney to, well, in your case, the Blarney Stone. Now, getting back to you, Mr. Beauregard. As you say, Pat and Bridget seem to have no legal redress. Well, that's because of the way the law is written. Loopholes up to here.
Well, the law's the law, isn't it?
Well, there appears to be two kinds of law. What's on the books and what's fair and honest. And if you think I'm going to stand by and permit you to steal 160 of the choicest acres in the entire Dos Rios Valley away from two hard-working people, mister, you may know my name, but you don't know me.
Are you trying to intimidate me, Remington?
Oh, no. Far from it. Now, I think you're a smart man, Beauregard. Therefore, I'm just giving you what is known as a word to the wise. Because I'll fight you through every court in the state if I have to. And I may even fight you a bit more personally.
Anybody who'd do what you attempted to do is nothing but a nefarious, nickel-nursing no-good. And you don't have to pardon the expression either.
Well, let me tell you something. Neither you nor anyone else is going to stop me from taking what is legally mine when I paid for it. If you're around long enough to even try it. Come on. Yeah.
Chad, maybe you started out today to see about fishing for trout. I've got a feeling that for a while now we're going to be angling for a slimy old octopus. Come on, let's get back home. Chad, how can you explain them leveling an assessment against the Antrum's ranch and never sending them a notice?
I don't explain it. And in 5 years, their memories might have turned a little sour.
Well, then how do you explain this Beauregard person, a complete, total stranger to this part of the country, suddenly showing up in Dos Rios and buying in a delinquent claim even the owners of the property knew nothing about?
Well, that could be more than a coincidence. And if it happens...
Chad, that last shot parted my toupee in a new place.
For God's sakes, Cherokee, fill your hand. Get your gun working.
I see them now, 5 of them up there in those rocks.
Well, let's make it 3 of them. Oh, they're scattering, heading for Pine Top. Come on, Cherokee, let's go.
Small sacred swans, Chad. Where'd they go? Can't see hide or hair of them.
They're hidden by those rocks. We'll get them. Come on.
Wait a minute. There's someone coming toward us out of those rocks.
Oh, confound the luck. It's so narrow through here, we'll never get by him without... Ah, look who it is, our friend, Mr. Beauregard. What are you doing up here, Beauregard?
Gentlemen, I cannot tell a lie. I was out hunting for skunks. That answer your question?
Yeah, it sure does.
Get out of the way, man. We want to get through here.
You can curb your anxiety, Cherokee. It's too late now, thanks to Beauregard.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
I think you understand what I mean. Just the way I understood you when you said you were out hunting for skunks.
Oh, really?
No, O'Bannon.
Beauregard, if Cherokee and I look like a couple of skunks to you, you need glasses. Because we have spines running down our backs, not stripes. But after this little set-to, I suspect you'll soon be wearing stripes. Stripes that run the other way. You'll be wearing them for a good long time.
We'll return to the second act of Land Grab, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, it was pretty obvious that Beauregard was neither as meek nor as mild as he originally had acted. It's a lead pipe cinch that he had some gunslingers of his own who either tried to make certain that Cherokee and I never got any further into the matter or would be sufficiently warned to leave well enough alone. But all he succeeded in doing was in convincing me that there was something knavish going on. If there were a polecat in the woodpile, it would answer to the name of Beauregard. Well, Cherokee and I wasted no time in getting to town and to the marshal's office. But the time was wasted, and the results disappointing.
Marshal, do you mean to stand there with your marshal's badge hanging out and telling me that you're going to help Beauregard take possession of that 160 acres?
I got my job to do, Cherokee, and that's part of it.
But how is it, Marshal, that not only didn't the Antrums know of the delinquency, but apparently nobody else in Dos Rios did?
What you mean?
I thought I was making myself pretty clear. Apparently, the only person to know about the assessment not being paid is a total stranger. And as far as I know, a man who's never been in Dos Rios before.
It don't make no difference if he come from China. The law says that anybody can check the records and bid in property on which the taxes or assessments haven't been paid.
Well, that scarcely answers my question, does
Now,
it?
you looky here, Remington. This ain't no trial, you know. And if you know anything about the law like you claim you do, why, you'll know that Beauregard is fully protected.
Yeah, I can see that he's fully protected.
Well, blast you anyhow. I don't like that kind of hinting around. And if you try to interfere, you're going to find out that I ain't wearing this badge for nothing.
No, Marshal, I don't think you are wearing that badge for nothing. I'm beginning to think you've decided to make that badge pay off.
Why?
Come on, Cherokee. The Marshal looks as if he's going to blow up. My clothes won't look too good all splattered with yellow. Next day, we heard that Beauregard had hired several men to rip out the Antrums fences and put up a fence of his own. So Cherokee and I decided to ride out there. There's something wrong, terribly wrong, but I still didn't know what it was.
I'm warning you now. You pull another fence post and you can use it for a cross on your grave.
Hey, Marshal, I demand that this woman be ejected from my property.
Demand and be hanged.
Just a minute, Beauregard. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to see the deed transferring the title to this property to you.
Chad, you better keep out of this.
Thanks, Marshal, but I'm here to give advice to my clients and not to take advice from you. Now, where's that deed?
Go on, Beauregard. Show it to him.
All right. Here.
Seems to be in order.
Hey, what do you mean it seems to be? Are you intimating that I forged that deed or something?
Not intimating anything. I'm just speaking my mind.
If you have a mind, you'll get out of here before you get into trouble.
Any trouble you or your kind might make for me would be very welcome.
Get out of my way, Chad. I'll take care of you.
Oh, now hold it, Bridget. Cherokee, hang on to
Oh,
her, will
no.
you?
I'll do it again. I can't promise much.
Let me at that thief.
Don't you dare call me a thief.
Now, would you rather be called something else? A cheap, sniveling crook, for instance? In fact, I can think of a long list which I'll be only too happy to...
Why, you contemptible... Yes.
That's it, Chad. Caught him again.
Knock his teeth out. They're not his anyhow.
Next time you jump someone with no warning, Beauregard, let this...
Marshal, I'm demanding that you arrest this man.
Arrest him because you attacked him?
O'Bannon, if you don't want to go to lockup, too, you keep out of this.
What? You mean you think you're actually going to arrest me?
Well, I most certainly do. I warned you before. Now maybe you'll learn your lesson after you've had 60 days to think it over.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What's the charge?
Ain't no charge at all. It's all free, at the town's expense. But what I'm going to write on that docket runs all the way from trespassing right on up through assault and battery, so come on. Judge and his daughter's here to see you, Remington.
Well, Judge, this is a fine place to look up your intended son-in-law, isn't it?
Cherokee told us what happened, Chad. This is an outrage.
You mean you'll marry a jailbird, Libby?
If he ever gets around to asking me, I might
Chad, if you'd like, I'll sign an order getting you out of here.
Yeah, I certainly would like it, Judge. Well, not because your cell's so bad, but because I still have a case to wind up. Goodbye, Marshal. We don't need you around.
I don't need you neither.
Judge, how well are you acquainted with the Attorney General of the state?
Ralph Stevenson? Mm-hmm. Known him and his family for years.
Chad, do you really think you're in trouble?
No, not yet, but I might be. Judge, if you can induce the Attorney General to come down here, I think we have a nice little case to try in your court in a few days.
What do you want the Attorney General down here for?
Well, you and I know that Beauregard acquired that 160 acres legally.
Legal or not, it's a despicable trick on two people as hardworking as Pat and Bridget are.
As Beauregard and the Marshal have assured me several times recently, the law is the law. However, if what I suspect is true, there's another law with a lot more justice in it. One that I think fills the bill, fills it completely.
What law is that, Chad?
Offhand, I can't give you the book and page number, but it deals with a marshal conniving with a third party for the benefit of his own bankroll.
You mean you believe the marshal is in with Beauregard?
Probably. But it's more likely that Beauregard is just a front for the marshal. And I think with the assistance of the Attorney General, we can find out.
Well, I'm sorry, Chad, but I don't quite see what you mean.
Well, if your father will help get Ralph Stevenson down here, we'll all see what I mean. And I'll personally be delighted to sweep out this cell before I leave it, so it'll be nice and clean when Beauregard and the marshal take over. Mr. Stevenson, I know what I'm asking is absolutely irregular, but if you lend a hand, it might be worth a lot of votes with the election coming up.
Well, election or not, I'm in favor of your little idea, and you can count on my help.
Good, thank you. Have you got this morning's paper, Cherokee, with that advertisement in it?
Here you are, Mr. Stevenson. There's Beauregard's ad offering that 160 acres for sale to the highest bidder.
Yes, well, it certainly substantiates what you suspect, Remington.
But since we can't get a conviction on what we suspect, I say let's go to work.
Are you sure that you've never seen this Beauregard before?
Well, unless I met him when he was using an alias, absolutely not.
All right, then. Cherokee, you get us a couple of bandanas with holes cut out while I take Mr. Stevenson to the bank to get some money.
Not meaning to seem reluctant about this, but have you thought what might happen to us if we get shot by a conniving counselor?
I certainly have, Cherokee. Now, we'll bury you up at the Antrim place, right next to the well, so you'll always have a chaser handy.
Would you care to ride out and see the property, Mr. Stevenson?
Oh, well, I wish I could, Mr. Beauregard, but being in town for only a few hours between stagecoaches prevents it.
Oh, it's as lovely a place as I've ever seen.
Well, since I don't want it for my own use, but as sort of a vacation place for my parents, I'm quite willing to take your word for it. That is, if you'll accept my offer.
Well, my asking price is $6,000.
Oh, and my paying price is $4,000.
No. I can't consider it.
It's all cash, with 50% down, right now.
50% down?
Right here, $2,000 in bills. You just give me a temporary receipt, and I'll be back next week to give you the balance. Is it a deal?
Indeed it is. Give me that $2,000, and I'll be here waiting for you when you come back.
Beauregard, I got to hand it to you. A deposit of $2,000 in cash. Why, I can't hardly believe
Well,
it.
you don't have to believe it. Here's your share. 1,000 in nice, crisp new bills. And there's still 16 other towns left in this county.
Well, I'll tell you, there's one more place we can clamp down on just as soon as this gets...
All right, just keep your hands where I can see them. Partner, relieve the marshal of that money.
Indeed I will.
Are you two loco breaking into the marshal's office and sticking us up?
If I were you, I'd shut up.
Here, my boy. Here's that lovely green stuff. Just as crisp as lettuce.
All right, now I'll go call Stevenson.
Stevenson?
I'll get him right in here. Come in, Mr. Stevenson.
Good, good. I see you've got the money.
So that was your scheme. Get a receipt for my property and then steal the money back.
Only a crook like you would think of a trick like that. Are these the bills you marked, Mr. Stevenson?
They most certainly are. And through the window, I could see they were in the marshal's possession.
Uh-huh. Now, as Attorney General, wouldn't you say that's about a 25-year crime?
Attorney General?
Cherokee, grab him. Yeah. Now, Cherokee, if you wipe your battered knuckles and take the cell keys off the marshal's belt, we got a few skunks of our own to lock up.
Chad, I could kiss you for all the help you've been.
I'm not declining the honor, Bridget, but O'Bannon here deserves half the reward.
Reward? For a man of my low character, couldn't you suggest something more suitable? If you know what I mean.
Nothing doing. The only thing you're getting to drink is water.
Well, water? I'd rather drink yours.
Yours? What's yours?
I've got you there, my boy. Mine'll be 6 fingers of bourbon, and I want it quick.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again, same time next week, for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town came to you from Hollywood. Saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy. I imagine everyone's heard of the Texas Rangers, but I wonder how many of you folks ever heard the story of the Jailbird Rangers, the very start of what became the Rangers in my state. I come from Dos Rios, just north and west of Texas, and I'm the town's only lawyer. My handle, Chad Remington. And if you want to know why I feel qualified to tell you about the Jailbird Rangers, well, I guess it's because on 2 occasions they almost cost me my life. You see, not too long ago, our entire state suddenly burst wide open with every kind of thievery and knavery in the book. Rustling, bank robberies, coach holdups, and just plain and simple murder. First, the big bank in Alamo City was raided. Then, only 2 days later, way up in the Rockies, a Wells Fargo wagon was stopped and robbed. Not 8 hours after that, down in the Rimrock country in the south part of the state, a trail herd of almost 2,000 head of fine cattle was raided and successfully rustled. And so it went for the next 5-6 weeks. A crime in one county, and then as the sheriff and his deputies went into action, the gang struck again, maybe 400 miles and 5 counties away. Well, mighty discouraging business. And in our own county, almost every able-bodied man was deputized for the search. Even me, our local judge and the owner of the livery stable, Cherokee O'Bannon. Well, after a particularly hot and dusty wild goose chase, we returned to town with our tail feathers dragging, and the judge, Cherokee, and I went back to my office.
If you ask me, and I know nobody did, I think the young man's got bats in his belfry, don't you, Judge?
Never mind what you think, Cherokee. Right now, I'm only interested in finding out if the judge thinks enough of my suggestion to go up to the state capitol with us and introduce me to the governor.
Well, I'll be glad to introduce you to the governor, Chad, but I don't think it's going to do you any good.
Well, I'm willing to take that chance. With every sheriff's authority ending at the borders of his own county, we've got to have state rangers if we hope to break up this crime wave.
Chad, my boy, I wish you wouldn't refer to them as rangers. Very name is abhorrent to me. Chased me clean across the state and out of Texas just because my Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil failed to grow luxuriant tresses on a bald-headed sergeant.
Well, as long as you just drink your rattlesnake oil and don't try to peddle it, you haven't got any worries. Now, how about it, Judge? Stagecoach for the state capitol leaves in less than an hour.
It's a futile cause, Chad, but I'll do whatever I can. I'll go with you.
If Cherokee and I had gone alone, we never would have gotten in to see the governor. The judge being along made the difference, and the governor received us just about as he was to leave for dinner. In fact, the young lady he was escorting, a willowy and lovely brunette by the name of Dolores Donovan, was there with him. I watched the governor while I pleaded my case and realized the judge was right. It was a hopeless cause.
Mr. Remington, this is a total and absolute waste of my time. With the state treasury on the verge of bankruptcy, you come here asking me to authorize further expenses?
But we need a state police force, Your Excellency.
If you'll pardon me putting in my 2 cents worth, with elections just 2 months away, the governor needs votes.
Thank you, my dear. Gentlemen, and you particularly, Judge, do you realize how many votes I'd lose if I did authorize additional expenditures at a crucial time like this?
Of course, by election, we may have nothing of value left in the entire state, let alone the treasury. Do you realize that more than $1 million has been pilfered or sacked already, and each day that goes by
Governor, we were expected at dinner 10 minutes ago, and it's still a 30-minute drive before we get there.
Sorry, Miss Donovan. I had no idea I was delaying you.
That's quite all right, Mr. Remington. Delighted to have met you. I do hope we meet again sometime, under less hurried circumstances.
Pushed out verbally, that's what we were. Pushed right out.
Oh, forget it, Cherokee. We tried.
I had no idea Miss Donovan had such an influence with the governor. She seems to have.
No need to apologize, Judge.
You see, his wife died 3-4 years ago. And as I get the story, Miss Donovan, who is quite wealthy in her own right, moved up here from Texas. And they met. But I didn't think for a minute that,
And you see that carriage he drove her off in? The state is paying for that. No wonder the Treasury's almost bankrupt.
Judge, you've done all you could so far, but would you go even further?
Well, I don't know, Chad. What do you mean?
I mean, help me to organize my own state rangers at no expense to the state.
Your own? Where could you get the men and the authority?
And the authority, well, I'll assume that.
Huh?
The men I want, you'd have to help me get.
What men, Chad?
Convicts. Men who are now in the state penitentiary.
Convicts?
Oh, now, look, don't jump down my throat till I'm through. Remember first who most of the law officers suspect of heading up this gang of criminals we're after.
You mean Bix Frybeck?
I sure do mean Bix Frybeck, because I think we inherited him from Texas, where the Rangers down there ran him and his gang out a short while ago.
But what in the name of Tomcats has Frybeck got to do with these convicts you're talking about, Chad?
Well, 3 or 4 of them came from Texas. Undoubtedly know Frybeck, or at worst are known to him.
Yes?
Now, most men serving time in prison would give anything to get out. And if you could get a hand-picked few paroled to me, I think they could lead us to Frybeck in short order. And since they say it takes a crook to catch a crook, everyone would profit.
You realize, of course, what would happen if the governor learned of it. He'd throw you into jail along with them.
If he finds out before we catch Frybeck. After, well, I think he'll be taking bows all over the place for cleaning up the state.
Chad, my friend, all this is just dreaming. How can you get a dozen men out of prison?
It's not a dozen. At most, I'll need 6. And since the warden happens to be the judge's former law partner...
Chad, Oh, what's the use of arguing with you? You'll just keep on until I do it anyway. Give me the names of the men you want. If Warden Stribling is the same man I started with in law school, I think you'll have your Jailbird Rangers before long.
Jailbird Rangers was what the judge called them, and the name stuck. The rest of what the judge said stuck, too. For hardly 48 hours later, I heard the toughest and orneriest bunch of cutthroats the state had ever seen, seated around a campfire and learning what I had in mind. And there was John O. Johnson, Waco bank bandit, Black Mike Curtis, West Texas cattle thief, and Red Dooley, who'd shot up the panhandle much to his profit.
You gentlemen would close your oral orifices and let Remington finish. Maybe we could get some sleep tonight.
Boys, I could talk from now till sunup trying to explain every little detail of this to you, but the important thing is to get action. And since 3 of you, John O., Mike, and Red, all know Frybeck and can probably get in to see him without having daylight let through you, what I want to do now is have the 3 of you draw straws to see who goes up there. All right, now look, you knew what this job was before the warden let you out of prison. Anybody who doesn't like it, it isn't too late to have you sent back now.
I think it'd take more than you to send any of us back.
Yeah? Get up here, John. Maybe you're not used to being talked to. Maybe you're used to something more like this.
Who do you think you're slapping?
John O. Johnson, the Waco bank bandit. Now get this through your head. Next time I won't just slap you. I'll knock your teeth back down your throat. I got 3 straws here in my hand. The man who pulls the short one leaves here and walks up that road toward the place you tell me Frybeck's probably using as a hideout. Here, Cherokee. You pass the straws around.
Pleasure's all mine, all mine.
All right, who got the short one? Well, come on, hold him up. Johnson, did you hear what I said?
If I go up there, Frybeck will probably kill me.
You're going up there.
Up in the pen, you always talk mighty tough, Jono. What's wrong, gone yellow?
Sure. You 2 don't have to go. Well, I'm not going either.
Oh, yes, you are.
We'll see about that.
You lily-livered polecat.
He's went down like a steer at a rodeo.
All right, never mind the cheering section, Cherokee. Hit Johnson to his feet and started up toward Frybeck's.
Remington, I know Frybeck. If he finds out what you're up to, he'll cut my tongue out.
You stay here and I'll knock it out. Now get going. Get going. Johnson disappeared into the shadows. Just as the night swallowed him up, I saw him stop and look back, hoping no one was watching, hoping he could get away. I reached for my rifle and raised it to my shoulder. Johnson turned and shuffled ahead. Then the waiting started. There wasn't a sound, a human sound. Even Cherokee couldn't bring himself to talk. The minutes ticked off, and then the hours started to vanish into the place where time and good intentions go. Mike Curtis and Dooley, as hardened and as black-hearted as they were, sat almost motionless, their backs to two trees. I still don't know how much time had dragged by, but sooner or later we heard the unmistakable sounds of a horse approaching. I motioned to Cherokee and the two others. They got up and crowded around me. The only thought that made any sense was that it was John O. Johnson on his way back with a horse he'd either borrowed or stolen from Dix Frybeck. There's no question that it was just one horse, nothing to be afraid of. We just stood there, almost motionless, as the horse and rider came closer. Then suddenly the horse was almost on top of us, and as the rider could make us out in the dark, he swerved and before raking his horse again, dropped something large and heavy at our feet.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad, what is that?
That's what I'd like to know. That is John O. Johnson. Or what's left of him after Frybeck got through riddling him with bullets.
We'll return to the second act of Jailbird Rangers, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
It wasn't too hard to figure out what had happened. Johnson had taken slugs from every gun in Frybeck's gang. But why it had happened and how it had happened, how Frybeck had even found out that we were there and where we were, seemed to have no answer. And I even hate to think of it now that it's all over. I'd never been in a spot like that before, and believe me, I never will again. There was nothing left for me to do except to face it out with the two men left to me, Dooley and Curtis.
I knew this idea was loco all the time, Remington. And I'm telling you right now, I'm getting out of here while I still can.
Yes, you are getting out, Mike, but do you know where you're going?
Huh? What do you mean?
Johnson's body's got to be taken back to the warden. And so do you two.
Wait a minute. You think you're taking me back to that jail? You got another thing coming.
Don't be idiotic. Chad's right. Besides, it's for your own protection.
I got all the protection I want. I'm out and I'm free.
Well, you won't be out long if Frybeck finds you. Oh, Mike, don't you see? With Johnson dead, everybody and his brother will soon find out you and Dooley are out of the pen, and then...
Chad, he's grabbing for your rifle.
What? You hog-brained him. So let go of that. Cherokee, the other one. Don't let him get away.
Till I ever get away. Confound you, you unintelligent rowdy. Do I have to just bust you into pieces?
Well, for a moment there, O'Bannon, I thought our numbers had come up. Hey, you did a nice job on Dooley.
You know something, Chad?
Now I really need a drink, to be frank about it.
Yeah, but right now you're not getting one. Because we've got to tie up these two and start hauling them back to jail before we're caught with two escaped convicts. Take a little advice from a Cowtown lawyer. Never get mixed up like I did. Oh, not that the idea wasn't essentially a good one, but when you're dealing with convicts, you've paroled yourself against the strict orders of the chief executive of the state. Well, Cherokee and I bundled up Curtis and Dooley and started back for the penitentiary as fast as his 4 horses would carry us. All the while, I thought of nothing except how I could explain John O. Johnson's death outside the prison walls. The 4 of us were not over a half-day's ride from the penitentiary, and except for the problem still having no answer, everything seemed to be going smoothly.
Chad, after this day is over, if you don't give me 2 bits to spend over the gleaming mahogany of the nearest tavern, I'm going to drink a pint of that snake oil myself. The very thought of it makes me shudder.
It's too bad you got a remedy for snake poisoning instead of lead poisoning. Because before this day is over, we may be... Uh-oh. And what's this coming?
Seems to be a party of horsemen. About 10 of them.
Yeah, it sure does. One of them seems to... Cherokee, duck!
Hey, what's the idea? Who do you think you're shooting at?
You make one move and you'll never know. Slow down, boys.
Yeah, that's them all right. Tom, go get their guns.
Just a minute. There must be some mistake. Who do you think we are?
Well, I'm not too sure about you two, but the 2 with you with their hands tied up are known as numbers 23476 and 35108, formerly Mike Curtis and Red Dooley. And I've got an idea that starting today, all 4 of you are going to be wearing numbers. Come on.
How anybody knew that Dooley and Curtis were out, except the judge and the warden, I couldn't understand at the moment. But I was to find out, all right. Find out the hard way. Well, with 10 guns pointed at our backs, they had no trouble herding Cherokee and me into those little waiting rooms they call cells.
I hate to be derogatory, my boy, but seems to me that your idea kind of backfired.
Backfired right through John O. Johnson to start with. Now we're in it up to our necks.
Please, when you're a resident of a calaboose, as we are, it's the height of impropriety to speak about necks. What are we going to do, Chad?
I've sent for the judge.
You don't think he's going to be able to get us out of this one?
Might help. After all, he is the political leader for Dos Rios County, and he does possess a certain amount of influence with the governor.
And now, if you'd have sent for Dolores Donovan, you'd have picked someone who really has influence with the governor.
Miss Donovan made quite an impression on you, didn't she, Cherokee?
Indeed she did. Too bad it couldn't have been vice versa.
Yeah, she made an impression on me, too. And with the judge... Well, looks like the judge coming now.
Chad Remington, have you any idea of the trouble you're in?
You certainly don't have to remind us, Judge. When you're outside those bars and we're behind them.
Now, isn't that the kind of answer you'd expect from Cherokee, Judge? He can always manage to drag bars into the conversation.
Chad, how in the name of Tophet can you act so lighthearted about a thing like this?
Because I think that now I've figured out a way to catch the Frybeck gang.
Uh-huh.
And all you have to do to help, Judge, is to get the governor's ear privately and arrange another audience for us with him.
The governor? Chad, you know it's impossible under the existing conditions.
As Miss Donovan pointed out, the governor is interested in votes to re-elect him. And if you'll point out to him that landing the Frybeck gang in jail will get him more votes than all his election promises put together, well, I don't think he'll refuse to at least listen to us.
Well, maybe so, Chad.
Good. Get your ear over here where I can stop yelling. I'll tell you exactly what the governor will do.
Mr. Remington, so far you haven't told the governor anything at all to make him believe you know how to or where to round up the Frybeck gang.
You're perfectly right, my dear. In your present position, Mr. Remington, your promises don't mean a thing.
Oh, Governor, I can't blame you at all for your attitude, but if I might have a moment with you alone, I'll be only too happy to tell you what I have in mind.
My dear Miss Donovan, Why not step outside the anteroom with me while the governor...
Just a minute, Dolores. Anything Remington has to say to me, he can certainly say in front of you. If he has anything to say.
I should certainly think so.
Very well. And I'm forced to admit that I have no actual plan. However, I happen to know that there's a shipment of $70,000 in gold coming into the Dos Rios State Bank tonight by train. And I'm most anxious to be on hand to make sure it gets there.
Remington, the only place you're going is back to jail. You got more nerve than anyone I've ever encountered. Don't you think so, Dolores?
Really, I don't think I should interfere in your business. And as a matter of fact, if you'll pardon me, I believe I'll go back to my hotel.
But, Dolores...
I'll talk to you in the morning. Good night, gentlemen.
Well, what do you know? You were right, Chad. She actually took the bait.
Oh, now do you believe me, Governor? She can't wait to get to Frybeck and tell him about that $70,000 gold shipment.
So that's why she played up to me. Just to find out what was... Remington, if you're going to follow her, you'd better get going. Apparently, Frybeck is hiding not too far away from here, and we must take no chance on losing her now.
Bix, I know what I heard. 70,000. This will be a real cleanup.
Biggest we pulled yet, if it works.
Oh, of course it'll work. And with that much in our hands, we can be on our way. Just the two of us. Well, I don't have to listen to that stuffed shirt of a governor again.
Look, I'll have to get the boys together. You duck out of here. Go back to your room. Pack up. And once you hear we got the gold, check out and meet me at the cabin.
Bix, now, be careful. Don't take any chances, honey.
With you waiting for me at the other end. Come here.
Oh, Bix, darling.
All right, baby. On your way now. Papa's got work to do that just ain't going to wait. With all that money in our jeans, you and me are going to do the world of brown. See you.
Huh? You sure will see her, Frybeck, in jail. Cherokee, come on.
Remington, of all the low, slimy snakes I've ever...
Oh, no, you don't. Cherokee, keep the girl covered.
I'm going to blow you up.
Still there, you little vixen?
You...
Frybeck, your number is up right now.
You filthy sidewinder. You hurt him. You broke his jaw.
Sure hope he did, but I'm afraid Mr. Frybeck is just out listening to the birdie.
Dolores, old girl, I'm sorry we spoiled you. Well, to be polite, let's call it your elopement. But you may get out about 10 years before Frybeck does. If you love him so much, you can just wait for him. You chump.
Of course, I'll be glad to call on visiting days and bring you posies, Dolores, my darling.
Good idea, Cherokee. Since they missed that bank shipment, maybe you can send her bunches of goldenrod. And from you and me, personally, I think some forget-me-nots. All right, come on, Dolores. Let's be heading for jail.
Chad, I think you were very wise in seeing that Miss Donovan's story didn't get to the papers.
Well, I didn't see where it'd serve any public purpose now that the governor's had his eyes open.
The warden said that in another few days she'll be shipped back to Texas on extradition papers.
Won't someone have to be sent back with Miss Donovan? You know, sort of guard her?
Well, yes, of course.
Well, then, Judge, I'd like to volunteer for the job. I feel it's my duty as a public-spirited citizen.
Well, that's a job you'd certainly love, hey, Cherokee? You're walking right into the arms of the sergeant of the Texas Rangers who's been looking for you the last 5 years.
Why, certainly, as a public-spirited Texas Ranger. Time I open my mouth, I put my foot in it.
Which I might point out is a lot healthier for you in the long run than what you generally put in your mouth.
The way you talk, the judge might likely imagine I'm addicted to liquor.
Oh, far from it. The only time I've known you to take a drink is when you were suffering.
See there? And what do I suffer from, Chad?
The only thing you've ever suffered from, Cherokee. Thirst.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town came to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
I've just been wondering how many people realize the power of the printed word. Of course, maybe you're wondering, too. Maybe you're wondering how come a frontier town lawyer like me, Chad Remington, should feel he's entitled to get up on a soapbox about the printed word, newspapers, and the power of public opinion. Well, like all lawyers, perhaps I'd better present my brief and see if I can't convince you just how important newspapers can be to a raw, tough territory like the frontier. Not too long ago, I received one of those infrequent telegrams signed by an old friend of my father's, Ike McAuliffe, who prints and publishes the greatest little newspaper in our part of the country, the Independent. Ike told me he was in trouble, intimating bad trouble, trouble that might need the advice of a lawyer, and I gathered a good deal more. So, mustering out that ex-medicine man, Cherokee O'Bannon, who runs the livery stable over which I have my tiny office, we started out for the toughest, most rowdy, and largest town any place west of Abilene, Dobie City, on two of the least spavined horses from Cherokee stable.
Chad, my fat-brained barrister, would you be so kind as to answer a question for me?
Now, look here, O'Bannon. If it's anything to do with stopping at a barrel house before we get to Dobie City, the answer is a definite no.
And you may be an attorney, my boy, but you're certainly not a mind reader. First off, should I choose to titillate my tonsils, I have a small flask of my genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil with me. And second, that was not the question I was about to...
Whoa, rein up, Cherokee.
What compounded corruption was that?
Well, there wasn't a bee or a blue-tailed fly. And I think if you'll look to your left and see the gentleman who's approaching us with a Winchester in his hands, you'll have your answer.
To my... Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. That is what is known in circles I no longer frequent as one tough-looking varmint.
If you're just out for some target practice, mister, you got 2 more shots coming. There's 3 for a nickel.
I haven't had to practice with this rifle for 25 years. I can hit any target I aim at any time.
Well, then I take it your shot wasn't meant to hit either one of us, but was just a friendly little greeting, huh?
Yeah, you might say it was friendly, because I'm here to give you some very friendly advice. Turn them cayuses around and head back where you come from.
Have you the audacity to stand there and think that you own this country?
Partner, I don't have to think. I know what I'm talking about, and I'm telling you to slope.
Well, I've found you can argue with a judge and argue with a jury, but you never get very far arguing with a Winchester that's aimed right at you.
Dad, you mean to say that you're going to let this barrel-chested behemoth dictate to us?
No, Cherokee, I mean I'm going to see that rifle barrel gets pointed somewhat.
Dad, that was historic. You bulldogged him like a yearling calf.
Friends, you better let go of that rifle before something snaps. Now, get up on your feet.
Remington, now you are in trouble.
Remington? You hear that, Cherokee? This wasn't an accident. He was waiting for us.
You try going to Dobie City, and you'll find other people waiting for you. The doctor and the undertaker.
I'm afraid we won't need either one of them. I carry our embalming fluid right along with me.
Who sent you out here? Who put you up to this? Well?
Certainly sounds as dumb as he looks.
I'm waiting for an answer.
And you got an awful long wait coming, because I ain't...
Hey, look out! Excellent, Chad. Just proves the validity of the old saying. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Cherokee, I think we'd all be better off if you lend me a hand and help tie this critter up. I'd like a few hours in Dobie City before he gets back and reports to whoever it is that doesn't want us there. It didn't take us long to get to Dobie City after that and to find Ike McAuliffe in the office of the Independent. Ike's story was a strange one. Strange and mostly baffling.
Chad, I know it doesn't make any sense, but that's the way it is. This other newspaper, this new one, isn't too far from putting me completely out of business.
If I can't understand how this other paper... What's its name again?
The Dobie Democrat.
I can't understand how the owner not only can get these news items that you say are yours exclusively, but after getting them, how he gets them printed and his paper published before you do.
If Ike knew the answer to that, Cherokee, I'm sure he wouldn't have telegraphed to me.
Now, take the cattle prices that I supply every week. I started that several years ago, and it's a costly proposition. However, in cattle country like this, it's a real service to my readers to know what the prices are in Omaha, Kansas City, and the other big markets.
Certainly is. Tells the ranchers where they can drive or shift to get the most money for their stock.
But how do you get these prices, Mr. McCauley?
Well, I have 6 men, one in each of the 6 large stockyard centers. And each Thursday night, they telegraph me the prevailing prices at the close of business for the week.
And your competitor, this other paper, gets the same information at no expense at all?
And gets it published and on the street from 6 to 12 hours before I do. Chad, I'm telling you, the way my circulation is falling off, I can't stay in business another 2 months.
Who owns or runs the other paper, Ike?
A fellow by the name of Jason, who moved in here only recently. And at the rate he's going, will end up controlling practically everything around here by the simple device of influencing public opinion any way he wants it to go.
Well, obviously he tried to influence us not to come into Dobie City. And it wasn't very public. That was quite personal.
Yeah, there's something very personal about a Winchester that's pointed right at you. Ike, the obvious answer seems to be that this Jason, whoever he is either paying for or stealing the information from someone who works for you.
And I sure doubt that.
You do? Why?
Well, first, I have only 2 people working for me, and I trust them implicitly. And second, how could Jason get the information out of my composing room and still get his paper out half a day before mine?
Yeah, that does seem to be a stumbling block. But let's get back to the people who work for you first. Who are they?
Well, my printer, Foley, he's been with me almost since I started publishing. And the only other help I have is my brother's daughter, Nellie, my niece.
Oh, a niece, young and attractive, you've no doubt.
Yes, Nellie's only 23, and she's real pretty. I brought her in here when my brother died. All he left her was dead.
How did that happen, Ike? I mean, you've always been reasonably well-to-do. Matter of fact, don't I remember your brother having been a partner of yours?
And he was until he started drinking and gambling. I warned him about it for years. Then, finally, I had to let him go. Bought him out. But when Jim died, I felt the thing to do was to take care of Nellie.
Are you willing to try a little experiment, Ike? This being Thursday, it's the day you get your telegrams from your stockyard correspondents, isn't it?
Yes, the wires should be coming in any time now.
Well, then, what I'd like to do after the telegrams get in is to change the prices before you turn them over to Nellie or Foley or whoever it is that takes charge of them.
Change the price?
That's right. And if there is a leak here, Jason will get the wrong information and print it in his paper, which won't do him any good, and will prove to us that the leak is here somewhere in this building.
Well, I didn't telegraph you not to take your advice, Chad. So if that's what you want to do, I'll string along with you.
About an hour later, having hidden the telegrams with the real prices safely, we went back into the composing room and met Foley and Nellie.
Now, let's see if we can't get this set up and on the street this time before the Democrat comes out.
Uncle Ike, I know you think that Mr. Jason is stealing this cattle price information from you somehow, but I don't think he's the kind of man who'd do it.
Oh, really, Nellie? You know Mr. Jason?
Well, I've met him. He seems nice, real nice. And anyhow, why shouldn't he have his own men send him the prices just the way you're doing it, Uncle Ike?
For the pure and simple reason that, well, he wouldn't spend a plugged nickel if he could get it for nothing.
That's the way I feel about him.
Well, then you know Jason, too, eh, Foley?
Well, I don't actually know him. I've seen him like everybody else in Dobie City has. You can't miss him. Big 10-gallon white hat, checkered vest, boots embroidered with gold threads, smoking big cigars. No, sir, any money that one spends, he spends on show.
From your description, Foley, Mr. Jason sounds like he'd make a very successful medicine man.
Well, if we stand here flapping our jaws, the Independent never will get printed. So what do you say we go about our business and leave the newspaper to those who know about it, huh? As soon as a reasonable time had elapsed, I left Cherokee at the hotel and walked down to the office of the Dobie City Democrat. I wanted to get my hands on a copy of their paper. I walked in and up to the counter. There was a man seated at the desk with his back toward me, engrossed in what he was writing. From the loud plaid shirt, I gathered it was Jason himself. There was a small stack of newly printed papers on the counter, and as long as the man in the office hadn't noticed me, I picked one up. There were the out-of-town cattle market prices in a box on the front page. But not the false prices we'd turned over to Nellie and Foley. The actual prices that had been telegraphed in. This was quite a shock. Only the first shock I got in that few moments. Because just then the man turned around, got up, and walked over to the counter.
Yes, sir. Is there something... Well, Chad Remington.
Chip, what are you doing here?
Where would you expect the owner of the paper to be if not in his office?
What, you're Jason, the owner of the Democrat?
Mm-hmm, one and the same. And if the new name of Jason bothers you, a numerologist told me to change it. Said that's why I never made a successful lawyer like you.
You never even finished studying law.
Yeah, I know, but my clients didn't. Well, what brings you in here, Chad?
I came in to have a little talk with the owner of the paper. Now that I know it's you, I realize talking isn't going to do much good. Because as in the old days, Chip, we're again on the opposite sides of the fence. I got a feeling that before I'm through in Dobie City, I'm going to bust down that fence and wrap the rails right around your stubborn head.
Oh, is that so? Well, Chad, if you think you can do it, go right ahead and try. Yeah, you just try and see where it gets you. Because I think it'll only get you stretched out right up in Boot Hill.
We'll return to the second act of Five Gun Final, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments.
And now, Frontier Town.
I found it pretty difficult to explain the genuine feeling of shock I suffered in finding Chip, the owner of the opposition paper. Not only did it make the job a little distasteful, but, well, knowing Chip, I knew he was slick and smooth and capable. Of course, that was only part of my frustration. The other part was finding the little scheme I'd devised of changing the prices. It meant nothing. That Chip Jason's paper had the true and accurate cattle prices neatly boxed on page 1. My first impulse was to walk out of the office with the half-meant warning I'd given Chip and let it go at that. But I couldn't quite bring myself to it. I hadn't seen him in about 10 years. Not only was there a lot I wanted to say to him, but a lot I wanted him to remember.
You ought to sell your Blackstone and law library and go into the publishing business too, Chad. You can have the men who make the laws. When you're a newspaper publisher, you're the man who makes the men who make the laws.
You haven't changed a bit, have you?
No, praises be. That is, I've gotten a little smarter, I think. My philosophy of life is actually just what it was when we were studying law together.
Yeah, I remember. That's how you got your nickname, too. Chipper. Nothing ever bothered you, not even your conscience.
How could my conscience bother me? I never had one.
No, I guess not, or else you couldn't do things like this. Publish these stockyard quotations.
Why, those quotations are the backbone of my success, a real public service to my readership.
I wouldn't care if you bought the news.
Oh, but I do. I pay a good price to get that cattle information.
Don't lie to me, Chip.
I'm not lying. I don't like to be called a liar.
No real man does.
You keep that up and you'll find out how real a man I am.
You're the last man in the world I'd want to look at over the barrel of this. But if it comes to a showdown, well...
You'll be making a mistake, Chad. I'm a pretty influential gent in this community. Too influential to trifle with.
But not quite influential enough to make me quit this case.
That's up to you. Entirely. Especially if McAuliffe has enough money left to pay your fee.
I'm not worried about my fee.
Well, if the old man does run out of cash, he's still got that niece left. You know what I mean. You better get out of here, Remington. Get out, and fast.
And you better learn to talk like a gentleman if you remember how.
Goodbye, Chad.
Let's just make it hostile Waco. And in case you don't remember, that means goodbye for now, but I will be seeing you again.
For the life of me, Chad, I can't understand why you've got me chained to this hotel porch when we could be across the street in one of those places of entertainment.
I told you before, O'Bannon, I got some thinking to do. A lot of thinking.
He told me that what's-his-name was no good when you knew him years ago.
No, it isn't that Chip's just no good, but... Hell, he's always felt that a man doesn't have to work for a living. Just work enough to get a little money, and then that money will bring power.
I hope you're not going to let this, your former friendship with this gentleman deter you from trying to clean this up.
You ought to know me better than that. How can you clean something up when you don't know where he's getting the information? I thought surely that changing the figures in the telegrams today would...
Well, go on, go ahead.
Cherokee, look. Across the street.
Across the... Well, I'll be blamed. Isn't that Nellie, Ike McAuliffe's niece?
Sure is. And the gentleman she's with, who's holding her arm so closely, is Chip Jason. Come on, Cherokee. We're going to follow those two, and after Chip takes her home, we're having a little talk with Miss Nellie. A mighty serious talk.
I don't care what you say. Chip Jason's been the only person who's been decent to me ever since I've gone to work in this town.
My dear Miss Nellie, you mean to stand there with your sweet little face looking angry? Tell me you think it's wise to consort with someone like this Chip Jason after all your Uncle Ike has done for you?
Uncle Ike. The only thing he's done for me is to make me work for the money which really belonged to my father anyhow.
Doggone it, Nellie. You shouldn't even think things like that, let alone say them.
What right have you got to tell me what to do? Uncle Ike or not, what I do with my life after I get through working for that $12 a week he so magnanimously pays me is my own business.
No one's life is their own business, Nellie, particularly when there's a sharpshooter like Chip Jason involved. Now, if you...
Leave me alone. Do you hear me? Leave me alone.
That girl's got a temper.
certainly didn't want to talk about it, did she?
You were selling your uncle out?
Now, look, you old charlatan, there's not one shred of proof that she's selling out anybody. If she happens to be, at least she's admitted her motive. Somehow she seems to be very bitter about Ike being forced to buy out her father.
Well, then...
If Jason is getting the information from Ike's composing room, it still leaves Mr. Foley to check up on, if we want to be positive.
Foley? How do you propose to do that?
I got a very unintelligent idea.
Oh?
That, you're going to like it.
Am I?
If Mr. Foley's like any of the printers I've ever known, then he's in one of the 5 saloons in town drinking.
Why didn't I become a printer?
So I'm going to advance you $10 and turn you loose to find Foley and buy him some drinks.
Hallelujah. Tonsils, curb your impatience. Sucker is at hand.
I said to buy drinks for Mr. Foley. You've got to abstain yourself so you'll be able to pump Foley for whatever information you can get out of him.
That, sir, is not only placing Satan behind me, but in front of me and all around me. And hero that I am, I'm no man to fight off 8, Satan.
Now, you better do as I tell you, Cherokee, because if you start imbibing, your head'll be so big in the morning I'll have no trouble hitting it with both of these fists. Now, go on, and don't drink anything but the chasers.
Bartender, 2 more to save. Now, what was that you were saying again, Mr. Foley?
Huh? No, I wasn't saying nothing, except he's to you. Here's mud in your eye.
Down the old... Water.
You want some water? Oh, here, we'll take mine. Okay?
No, thank you. I have poor water.
Oh, now that ain't healthy. Water's good for you.
Water may be good for the average person, Mr. Foley, but I happen to be a man of iron. Water makes me rust. Now, what was that you were saying again? Something about good old Ike?
Here's good old Ike. As fine a man as ever run a newspaper. And the finest man I've ever worked for. Now, let's have one on me, O'Bannon.
No, I don't think so, Mr. Foley. If it's all the same to you, I'll be going over to my hotel and floating to bed. Water. I abhor this stuff.
Well, I may be amused now, but I certainly wasn't then. In the first place, it was a little disconcerting to learn that Foley loved Ike like a father and had no motive for selling him out to Chip Jason. And second, after 6 glasses of water and 5 drinks of good bourbon slyly spilled in the brass receptacle at the bar, Cherokee was no man to share a hotel room with. You know what they say about a woman spurned? Well, Cherokee had a fury that was much worse.
And something else, Mr. Remington. Just for what you made me submit to, starting the 1st of the month, I'm raising your rent $5.
Oh, go on, you old fraud. That sublime sense of self-sacrifice you're enjoying is making you feel so holy that even a teetotaler like me can't stand you around.
I should get Satan behind you and help him push.
Now, are you sure that's all Foley said?
I have never been more cold sober in my life, and I assure you I've repeated every word he said verbatim. And since my brain is clear as it is, I'll save you a lot of trouble by telling you that there's no doubt Nellie is selling out her uncle.
So I'm sorry, Cherokee, but while you were wrestling with Satan, I concluded it can't be Nellie.
Can't be?
Nope. 30 minutes after we gave Nellie the cattle prices to set up, Chip's paper was printed with the accurate information. There's only one way that could have happened. That Chip had access to the telegrams before Ike got them.
Can this be possible?
Well, we'll soon find out. Because in your precarious, sober state, you're taking a horse and riding over to Acacia Springs.
Acacia Springs?
Acacia Springs. And you're going right to the Western Union office and send a telegram from there stating that there's been a flood which has closed Doeskin Pass and that any ranchers wanting to drive their cattle to the railroad had better pick another route.
But what do you expect to accomplish by that kind of a telegram filled with misinformation?
I expect to wind this thing up by tomorrow and get back home where I won't have to occupy a room with you moaning like the ancient mariner. Now go on, Cherokee. Get going. Chip Jason couldn't wait for his regular edition. He came out with a special edition with a banner line in 72-point type announcing the flash flood that had closed Doeskin Pass. 5 minutes after the paper hit the street, the town marshal had arrested the local telegraph operator. And armed only with his confession, I set out to pay one more call on my old friend Chip.
Where I get my news is my business, Chan.
Chip, you're in for a big disappointment. Because the only real news in Dobie City right now is this headline in the Independent. Here.
Publisher Jason arrested for fraud. Are you loco? This is an out-and-out lie.
Oh, then I suppose this is, too. This confession from the telegraph operator that he'd been taking money from you to give you all news information that came over the Western Union wires.
Why, that's a lot of... You were pretty smart, weren't you, Chad?
And so were you, playing up to Nellie McAuliffe and taking her out in public to make it appear that she was giving you the information. That was pretty slick, too.
I should have known you'd have figured that. But there's only one thing wrong with this headline, Chad. They haven't arrested me yet, and they're not going to.
You're right about that. They aren't going to arrest you. I am. And I'm placed... Chip, leave that gun alone. I'm sorry you made me do that, Chip. You went for your gun first.
I know you were aiming me bad. You said you were going to wrap that fence rail right around my head. The only thing you hit were my stomach and shoulder.
What made you suspect the Western Union operator, Chad?
I was bothered about how Chip got the news so far in advance of the time when Ike got the telegrams. But what cinched it in my mind was remembering what happened to us the other day on the way to Dobie City.
You mean about that gun toter who tried to warn us to go back home?
Exactly. Since Ike sent me a telegram asking me to come over, someone must have had access to the wire.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you were too busy wrestling with Satan.
Well, now that it's all over, I suppose there's no harm in telling you that I wrestled with him and won the bout. But I did it with a little trick.
Oh, so? What trick was that?
Well, Satan got me down once and knocked the wind out of me. Knowing I needed some stimulation to win the bout, I took 3 small slugs of bourbon while he wasn't looking. Then I got up and threw him horns, hoofs over hoofs, and right out of the ring.
What? The dickens you did.
The devil I didn't.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmar. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. And now this is Bill Foreman to tell you that Frontier Town came to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
You know, when you're a cowtown lawyer like Chad Remington, that's me, there are several things you got to know, and the least of them is law. The most of them is trouble. It was only a few weeks ago that I had a letter from Colonel Winfield, an old friend of my father's who'd settled 100 or so miles away from my hometown in a place known as Varmint Valley. Colonel Winfield wrote that he needed help, needed it bad. And to quote the old gentleman, the kind of help he needed might be legal, but probably otherwise. Well, it took Cherokee O'Bannon and myself about a day to get ready and pack up, and another few days to ride up to Varmint Valley. And it was while Cherokee and I were on the trail that Colonel Winfield's trouble first came to a head. Early one morning, the colonel and his daughter Georgia were paid a call by the colonel's oldest friend and next-door neighbor, Henry Trowbridge.
Colonel, if you just shut that trap of yours
Shut
and
my
let
trap,
me
eh? I got a good mind to shut yours for you, Henry Trowbridge, so you won't be able to use it for a month of Sunday.
Daddy! Now, that's no way to talk to Mr. Trowbridge.
You keep out of this, Georgia. I'll talk to him or anyone else, just the way I want to. And there's no one walking the face of this earth who's going to make me sell my ranch if I don't want it.
Well, you've been trying to sell your ranch for years. But now, just because someone wants to pay a decent price for both our places, you gotta go and act as if I were trying to euchre you out of something.
Hogwash. When I've taken all the hogwash from you, I'm going to take.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, that's so. And if you know what's good for you, Trowbridge, you'll clear out of here.
Father, how can you talk that way to your oldest friend?
He's no friend of mine. Anymore, Georgia.
Who wants to be a friend of yours anyhow? Trying to talk me into selling my ranch just because you want to sell yours.
All right, I'm through talking, but I'll promise you one thing, you bull-headed old gopher. You're going to regret what you're doing. Regret it mighty soon.
Daddy, I'm just... Well, all I can say is that I'm just thoroughly ashamed of you.
That's too blessed bad. And so you don't get contaminated staying in the same room with me. Go out and find that shiftless foreman of ours and tell him I want to see him.
Root? Well, what do you want to see Root for?
Because I want Root to start rounding up the cattle. Henry Trowbridge or not, I'm driving my herd to market so I don't have to stay around here and listen to all that caterwauling about selling our ranches.
But what about Chad Remington? I thought you wrote him to come up here.
Well, what about Chad? He'll get here when he gets here. And if we're gone, maybe he can take the few days to find out what's going on behind the scenes.
Well, fortunately, Cherokee and I got to the colonel's place before he had a chance to trail his herd to market. And between the colonel, Georgia, and Root, the ranch foreman, we finally dragged out the story of what had been going on.
That's about all I can tell you, Chad. This cattle broker, Big John Biggers, claims he represents some packing house that wants to buy both Henry Trowbridge's ranch and mine. And I know blamed well the price they're offering for my ranch alone. It's so gall-blamed high, it just can't be honest.
Pardon my intrusion, Colonel Winfield, but haven't you heard the old expression about not looking a gift horse to teeth, especially if the teeth are solid gold?
There's another old expression you ought to learn, Cherokee. The one about all is not gold that glistens.
Chad, the awful thing about this whole business is the fact that it's breaking up a 40-year friendship between Mr. Trowbridge and my father.
Yeah, I can imagine, since Trowbridge is insisting that he wants to sell.
Well, why doesn't this packing house buy Trowbridge's place and let it go with that?
For the life of me, I don't understand. Big John just keeps saying it's both places or none. Isn't that so, Root?
Well, I saw Mr. Bigger in town last night and tried to argue with him for all the good it did. But it's just like the boss said, Mr. Remington. Either they sell both ranches together as one piece, or there ain't no deal.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about this thing, Root? Do you think the colonel ought to sell?
At that price? You ought to jump at it. Why, if it was me, they was...
Someone at the front door, Georgia. Go let him in.
Oh, don't bother, Miss Georgia. I'll let him in. Oh, hello, Mr. Trowbridge.
Howdy, Root. Is it all right if I come in?
It's Mr. Trowbridge, Dad. Come on in, Mr. Trowbridge, and meet Chad Remington and Mr. O'Bannon.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh,
Glad to know you. Colonel, I just couldn't eat my supper after what happened this morning without, coming over and apologizing for losing my temper.
Well, that's a mighty nice thing for you to do, Mr. Trowbridge. The colonel and Georgia were just telling us about the little set-to you had this morning.
Well,
Colonel, we've been old friends too long to be old fools now. Put her there.
Doggone it, Henry. If there's any apologizing to do, I'm going to do it.
Now, don't go starting another fight about who's going to apologize to whom.
Come on, Mr. Trowbridge. Pull up a chair and sit down. You see, the colonel asked me up here, thinking perhaps I could help untangle this little mystery. And since both ranches are involved, well, I'm mighty glad you dropped in at the time you did.
Thanks. Remington, you see, well, to be perfectly honest, I've been pretty hard-pressed for money lately. And...
Money? Why didn't you come over and ask me for what you needed?
Well, Colonel, I just couldn't do that. 5 years ago, when Emma was so sick, just before she passed on, the doctor ran so high, I mortgaged my place to the bank. The loan's been past due 3 months now, and they're readying to close me out.
Why in thunder didn't you come and tell me, you old Billy Goat?
I didn't need to when Big John come along with that offer. You see, that's why I was so set on making the deal. But, it's all right, Colonel. I'm not going to try to force you into it, and... Well, I feel better for having told you the truth.
How much do you owe that concern bank?
Well, a little more than 4,000, but...
Trouble with you, Henry, and always has been, you're as stubborn as a Missouri mule. Georgia, hand me my glasses.
What are you up to anyhow, Colonel?
I'm opening the safe and giving Henry the money he needs to pay off the bank. That's what...
No, Colonel. Now, doggone it, no. I won't take it, no.
Dickens, you won't. And if you say one word about thanking me, I will run you out of here.
Yeah, but...
Now, here it is. Just the way I got it from the bank. 4 bundles of bills, each $1,000.
Dad, rat it.
Well, go on, dry up. You'll start blubbering like a kid in a minute.
Yeah, but it's probably all the money you got.
Well, let you know. There's still another $4,000 right there in the safe. And if you know what's good for you, you get out of here and go on home.
Well, I see you tomorrow, Colonel.
Root. Go outside and make sure Mr. Trowbridge finds his horse all right. It's so dark, and with him crying, he may wander around all night.
You bet, Colonel. I think I'll just keep on going down to the bunkhouse. Good night.
Colonel, after that exhibition, I'm surprised we're not all a little bit teary-eyed. If that's the way you treat your friends, I'm proud to be numbered one of them.
Although we haven't met before, Colonel, if you're looking for a friend in need, I'm in need, and I could very quickly become a friend of yours. Colonel, keep any drinking liquor around the house, Chad?
Mr. O'Bannon, you seem to forget that I come from the South, and I've got some of the rarest, finest, smoothest...
And you're going to keep it, Colonel. Anything that old and rare and smooth will be so foreign to Cherokee's palate that his tonsils would think he was drinking molasses syrup.
Well, is there anything wrong with molasses syrup?
Certainly not.
Good.
So if you'll follow me out to the kitchen, I'll pour you the biggest glass of molasses syrup a man ever drank. Well, while I coerced the O'Bannon into retiring with only the nightcap you tie around your head, we found out later that Colonel Winfield's foreman, Root, hadn't gone to bed. In fact, he hit his horse and streaked for Big John Bigger's office in town.
So that's why I come in, John. Here's over elbows. With Trowbridge having enough money now to pay off the bank, even he's not going to want to sell out to us.
He hasn't paid off the bank yet, has he?
Well, no.
You and I are going to be waiting for Mr. Trowbridge on the trail that leads from his place to the bank tomorrow morning.
If you mean gun him down, that's risky business.
This whole thing is risky business. And we got to get both those ranches, or we ain't got no deal with that mining company.
I still don't see why that mining company just don't buy one of the ranches.
Because when they started to check on that vein of silver you stumbled on up at the back end of Winfield's place, they found that half of it was over on Trowbridge's spread.
Yeah, I suppose they know what they're doing. Now that Trowbridge has got that money the colonel's given him, he's never going to sell. Just like the colonel said, he's as stubborn as a mule.
There are two kinds of mules, my friend. Live mules and dead mules. And after Trowbridge leaves his place heading for the bank tomorrow morning, you know the kind of a mule he's going to be, don't you? So you better go home now and get some sleep. When you start shooting tomorrow morning, I want your nerves to be steady. Dad, for the life of me, I don't understand why you get up at this ungodly hour in the morning to ride into town.
If I've told you once, I've told you 10 times. I want to get in and have a little talk with that big-hearted cattle broker, Big John Biggers. Try to find out what packing house is local enough to offer twice it.
Billy Blue Blazes, no matter where we go, bullets fly thicker than mosquitoes over a swamp.
Come on, Cherokee, knock on that horse. Those shots came from just ahead of us.
Thunder and lightning, Chad. That's Colonel Winfield's foreman, Root.
I wonder what in blazes he's up to. Oh, rein up. Whoa, boy. Easy.
What the? Oh, it's you, Remington.
Merciful Providence, Chad. It's Henry Trowbridge. Shot 4 times through the back.
Poor old cuss.
Root, how come you got here so quick?
Why, Now, look here, Remington. Are you aiming to accuse me of anything?
Where's Trowbridge's money belt?
How in blazes should I know?
I can see where it was ripped off his trousers. And since you got here as fast as you did, you ought to know something about it.
What are you doing now? Calling me a thief?
If I had a mind to call you anything, thief might be just a small part of it.
Yeah, well...
That was a neat bit of pugilistic perfection, Chad. A left to his fat stomach and then a right to his jaw.
All right, Cherokee, come on. Help me get Trowbridge's body to town. There must be a lawman in Varmint Valley. Before we're through, I've got a feeling he's going to need a few dozen two-gun deputies.
We'll return to the second act of Valley of the Varmints, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, I guess we all find it out sooner or later. After a thing is over and everything's explained, it seems quite simple how all the little jigsaw pieces fit together to make the picture. But with poor Henry Trowbridge dead, the $4,000 gone, and the bank about to take over his ranch, Cherokee and I, along with the colonel and his daughter, faced what seemed to be an insuperable problem. There appeared to be no answer whatsoever to supply a reason why some unnamed packing house should want both ranches so badly they'd pay a fantastic price. Our visit to the cattle broker, Big John, having been interrupted by the finding of Trowbridge's body, I asked the colonel's foreman, Root, to ride into town and see if Big John wouldn't come out to call on us. And he did, and the conversation was most enlightening.
You can talk all you want, Bigger, but I'm not changing my mind. My ranch is not for sale.
Oh, but surely, Colonel, there must be some price we could agree on that you'd take for your layout.
Well, I don't mean to butt in, Bigger, but just how high can you go?
Well, I don't know for sure, Remington. But I might be able to induce my clients to raise their bid, another few $1,000s.
And maybe another few $1,000s on top of that, huh?
Yes, it's possible. It's possible.
In other words, your so-called clients want this property at any price.
So-called clients, eh? Just what are you hinting at?
All right, Bigger, here it is. No people in their right minds are offering a ridiculously high price for a couple of ranches like these two just to supposedly raise cattle for a packing house.
In other words, you're just calling me a liar.
I don't need you to put words in my mouth, but since the shoe seems to fit you, let's let it go at that.
Chad, look out!
Thanks, Cherokee, but I saw him go for his gun. If he wants to clear leather, it's all right with me. Well, Big John, figure you're big enough to try it?
Remington, I'd give you a chance at that. But right now, it just don't happen to be convenient. You mean your insurance policy isn't paid out? Colonel, that offer I made you was good for 6 more hours. If you change your mind, if you've got a mind, you know where you can find me. In my office. I'll be there until 6 o'clock tonight.
Well, you certainly made him back down.
Sure did my heart good, Chad, to see him get his comeuppance.
That still doesn't explain just why anybody wants to pay the price he offered you for the ranch.
It convinced me of one thing, Cherokee. They don't want this place just to raise cattle. Now, tell me something, Colonel. Are there any mines or ore deposits anyplace around here?
Say, you don't think they found gold up on the ridge at the back end of my place, do you?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. All I was doing was asking.
You know, you just gave me an idea, Chad. And doggone if I don't think it's worth checking up on.
Daddy, where are you going?
And never mind about me, Georgia. You stay here and keep our visitors company. Chad Remington isn't the only galoot around these parts who can smoke out trouble.
I tell you, boss, I think Remington's on to what we're trying to pull.
A lot of good it's going to do him, Root. That silver's been back in them hills for a couple of 1,000 years. No one found it until you just happened to dig a post hole up there.
Yeah, I know. But even if they don't find the silver, what good is that going to do us if we... Hey, look.
Huh?
Here comes the colonel out of the house, and he's heading straight for his horse.
Yeah. I wonder where he can be going all by himself. All right, Root, come on. We're hitting our own horses and trailing Colonel Winfield. I don't know where he's going, but we're sure finding out. All right, rein up.
Whoa, there, boy. Whoa.
You see where Winfield's going?
Yeah, he's heading right for the ridge where we chipped out the rock, and you can see the silver ore.
Yeah.
If he ever spots it, our deal's done for.
Get that rifle of yours out of the saddle boot.
Sure, but...
Wait till the colonel gets right on the top of the ridge, then we'll cut loose. When they find his body, it'll have rolled on the other side onto Trowbridge's property.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, come on. Line them up in your sights now. All right now. Let him have it.
That's about all there is to it, Marshal. When the colonel didn't come back, we went out looking for him. Found his body down at the bottom of the drawer loaded with lead.
There's not much chance of proving a case from that, no matter who you suspect. Well, I've got the colonel's will here, and if you wouldn't mind my reading it now, it'll save me a long ride out to the ranch sometime later.
It's all right, Marshal. There's nothing to be gained from putting it off.
Well, it runs about 4 pages, but when it's all through, it just leaves the ranch to you, Georgia, 50-50 with Chad Remington on an equal basis.
What? Half of it to me? I can't accept that, Georgia.
I'm afraid you'll have to, Chad. Father was afraid something like this would happen. He left you half the ranch to make sure you'd look out for me. Be paid for your trouble.
Well, I think I may accept it for the time being. If you don't mind, Georgia, let's be heading back for the ranch. I'm mighty curious to see how Root feels when he hears he's got me for his new boss.
Oh, girl. Root! Root, come over here and put the horses away.
Why, sure, miss. Sure.
Oh, Root, it may interest you to know that Colonel Winfield left half this ranch to me, and from now on, I'm giving the orders out here.
Oh, is that so? Well, I still have something to say about the running of this place.
Yeah? Well, I'm one gent who's not going to end up like your father did. I'm selling out and getting out of here.
Well, you can't sell without my signature, and I certainly am not selling.
That's what you think. Now, come on, let's not air our troubles in front of the help around here. You and I are going into the house and do a lot of talking. All right, I'm through wasting my breath on you. You keep the ranch since you want it so bad.
I certainly shall.
But I'm taking what money's left in the safe and clearing out of here.
Why, you're no better than a low-down, crooked...
That's enough. Now go on. Get that safe open while you're still able.
Chad Remington, you're nothing but a thief. That's what you are. A common, ordinary thief. There. Take the money. Take it and get out.
Just a minute, Remington.
Root.
You're not leaving here yet.
He threw down on me and made me open the safe.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing from outside the window. All right, Remington. I'll take that cash. Hand it over.
Sure, I'll be glad to. And if you know what's good for you, young lady, you won't try to follow me.
Mr. Beggar, I don't blame you for not believing me, but what I'm telling you is still the truth. Chad wants to sell you the Winfield Ranch.
That just don't make sense. What's
this Maverick doing here?
Well, he's been telling me some cock and bull story about Remington wanting to sell the ranch.
I'm not surprised after what he'd done. Pulled a gun on the gal, made her open the safe, and then lit out with all the money the colonel left in the safe.
What?
Certainly did. He's no fool. And he says if you'll get the girl here after dark tonight, he'll promise both of them will sign.
I'd like to know what Remington's up to.
He's just up to saving his own hide. That Georgia ran screaming to the marshal about Chad taking the money. Now he's wanted for burglary. What he's got to do now is raise enough money so he can hide out for a couple of years.
Crime sure doesn't pay, does it? All right, tell him it's a deal.
Now you're talking. You get the girl, and Chad will be here about 10 o'clock tonight.
Something awful funny about this.
Ah, what do we care? As soon as the girl and Remington sign the deed, Remington's going to have a little surprise party. Since the marshal's out looking for him, I think it's only my duty as a decent citizen to turn him over to the law.
Everything worked out just fine. I got to Bigger's office at 10 o'clock, and 5 minutes later, Georgia reluctantly signed the deed.
There. But you'll never get away with this, Remington, believe me.
Okay, Remington. Now, you sign it, and the deal will be closed.
I'll sign it when I get $5,000 laid in my hand. All cash.
Cash? Well, now, where do you think I'd get $5,000 at this time of night?
I guess I forgot to tell you that he wanted it in cash.
Well, you better find it, my friend. What's in that cash box of yours there on the desk?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Well, I think I might have most of it in cash. There you are. There's 4,000 of it, bundled up just the way it came from the bank.
Thank you, Bigger. All right, Cherokee. Take this package of bills and compare the serial numbers with the money we took out of the colonel's safe today.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
What the devil are you up to?
Plenty. If the serial numbers on these bills are in sequence with those that were left in the colonel's safe, then this must be the money that was stolen from Henry Trowbridge's body. And we know who and why it was taken.
Chad, you were right. These numbers are all in sequence.
Cherokee, don't let Root get away. Georgia, get back. Get out of the way. Well, now that we've got the proof that they killed Henry Trowbridge, I don't think we'll have too much trouble finding out what made those ranchers valuable enough to risk a double murder charge. Georgia, you better go call the marshal. Cherokee and I will stay here and get these two crooks bundled up.
Don't mind telling you, Chad, that you certainly had me mystified for a while. You and Georgia put on that argument, it certainly sounded like the real thing.
Now, that's one of the nice things about those Southern girls. When they put on an act, they put everything they've got into it.
Always have admired a Southern beauty. Trouble is, none of them ever admired me.
Oh, well, now that Georgia is the sole owner of a fairly prosperous silver mine, you might go back and try setting your cap for her.
You mean marriage?
Oh, with a girl like Georgia, marriage should be very interesting.
Well, I will admit the young lady has her good points.
Oh, now, you can speak more clearly than that, Cherokee.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, now, knowing that the Winfields come from your favorite state, Kentucky, What you really meant to say was that you were interested in the young lady because she has her good pints.
Yes, she certainly has her good pints. And now with that silver mine she's got plenty of quartz, too.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. And now this is Bill Foreman to tell you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy. I'm Chad Remington, frontier lawyer. Now, a cowtown lawyer doesn't get too many cases, and those he does get usually pay slowly, if at all. And that's one reason why I have my so-called offices up over the Dos Rios livery stables, which are owned by an ex-medicine man, Cherokee O'Bannon. Well, what I'm getting at is this. After the run of broken down and non-paying clients I've had, it was a real pleasure when Dave Buckley and his mother from over in the Painted Horse country came to see me along with Lieutenant Colonel Harvey, supply officer for all the United States troops in our territory. Even Cherokee was impressed.
Colonel, do you mind if I ask you a question? Very personal question?
No, not at all, O'Bannon. What is it?
Is all that braid on your sleeves genuine gold?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not.
Even if it were, Cherokee, you couldn't snip enough off it to buy a bottle of Kentucky's best.
How disappointing. How very disappointing.
And now, what do you say if we get down to business, I gather you have a contract you want me to look over. Is that right, Dave?
Well, yeah, Chad, though maybe Mark could tell you more about it.
Now, why in tarnation thunder should I do it? Spent the last 20-odd years bringing you up to learn something.
From what I can see, you've done a pretty good job, Ma. In fact, that's what anyone would expect out here from a member of Ma Buckley's family.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. When I first met Ma and Dave here wasn't more knee-high to a grasshopper. She was selling a gallon jug of something she made herself for 6 bits. 5 cents back when you returned the empty bottle.
Yeah, and I'm not ashamed of it. With 4 children to raise, a woman's got to do anything.
Well, you certainly have done well, Mrs. Buckley, or else we wouldn't be here now.
Not meaning to seem inquisitive, but would someone be good enough to tell me just what the nature of this contract is you want me to look over?
Well, the long and short of it's just this, Chad. We're entering into a contract with the Army to supply them with beef.
And the contract runs 3 years.
Well, I'd say that's a great deal, providing the price is all right.
Well, the price is more than fair, Remington.
Yeah, Chad, we got no complaint at all on the price.
Now, the only catch in the whole blasted contract is the money we lose if we don't deliver the cattle.
Oh, that's normal, Ma. The government usually puts some forfeiture clause in any contract to cover non-delivery. Is there a schedule in the contract? How many head are you supposed to deliver and at what times?
They're supposed to deliver 1,000 head at once, and then 50 head every 2 weeks for the remainder of the 3 years.
Say, this is big business. Where are you hoping to get all that cattle, Ma?
Oh, that's Dave's job. Starting him out in business for himself here with the first 1,000 head.
Yeah, we'll get the cattle, Chad. I got that pretty well arranged now. With Ma's help, of course.
All right. I guess you better let me have the contract.
Yes, here you are, Remington. Thank you. It's in quadruplicate.
While Chad's pursuing that legal document, Ma, tell me one thing. You still got that recipe for that wild panther juice you used to make?
Oh, you old reprobate, you. I'll tell you what I'll do with you, old Ben.
What's that, Ma?
I'll trade you my recipe for drinking liquor if you'll give me your recipe for that rattlesnake oil you used to peddle.
Ma'am, you're asking the impossible. I got that recipe from an old Indian. On my sacred pledge never to reveal it.
Old Indian? What old Indian?
Why, Sitting Bull, of course, because that formula is 95% bull, and if you have the misfortune to drink any of it, you'll spend the next week sitting down.
That's just what I thought. You old fake.
What about that contract, Chad? Is it all right?
Well, it certainly seems to be, Dave. Except I must warn you that if you fail to meet any of these delivery dates, not only does the contract expire, but you forfeit $10,000. And $10,000 is a whale of a lot of money.
Now, we'll do the worrying about that, Chad. If we can't raise it, then that'll be something for Uncle Sam to worry about.
It's a funny thing. As much as a lawyer will do to protect his client, there are so many factors which, not written on paper, can blow a contract higher than a kite. And in the case of Ma and Dave Buckley, I soon learned there was one factor nobody could have thought of. Not more than a week after the contract with the Army had been signed in my office, Dave Buckley, who was out rounding up cattle, suddenly saw something which caused him to rake his spurs over his pony's flanks and come racing home.
Whoa there! Whoa, whoa! Whoa there! Ma? Ma, where are you?
What no get out happened to you, David? Pack rat, get down your boot top?
Ma, this is awful. Awful. I was just riding up over Bald Hill, and what do you think I saw coming through that pass down below?
Now, how in blazes should I know what you saw?
Sheep. That's what I saw. Sheep. Thousands of the filthy gray critters.
Sheep? Coming here?
They must be coming in here. They're heading right this way.
Sheep, hey. They ain't coming in here, Davy boy. They got no right to trail their sheep through cattle country.
What can we do? It is open range.
Yeah, well, it's going to be closed range then. We're going to close it with every shotgun, rifle, and 6-gun we can lay hand to.
Ma, we can't. We can't take the law into our own hands.
We can't, eh? Well, we got the law on our hands right now. We got that dad-blasted contract we signed with the Army, and that's law, too. Them sheep come through here and eat off our feed, we'll lose everything we've got. Everything I've worked more than 30 years for.
Well, you do what you want. For me, I'm sending a telegram to Chad Remington. I'm not going to be shot down or see my neighbors shot down just because of a lot of no-good, double-dealing sheep herders.
Hey, Perro. Perro, come here.
See, boy. You call me?
Doggone right I called you. Now, look, Perro, I'm taking my horse and riding up over that hill. I want to have a look at Painted Horse Valley that's on the other side of it.
But, Senor Brawling, I have seen Painted Horse Valley many times. And I tell you, there is much grass there. Some places grass almost shoulder high.
Sure, I know. But now that we're this close, I want to see it myself. Now, you and the boys keep them sheep moving. Understand?
Si, senor. But you know, I think it is much better if you do not show yourself yet. These cattle rancho hombres, I don't know, they can smell sheep.
I know my rights. Look it up, too. That their land's government land. And we don't have to take nothing from any cattle ranchers.
Si, senor, si, but maybe you make the trouble.
Well, ain't that too bad. Now, look, Perro. My sheep are going to feed in Painted Horse Valley, even if we have to turn that green grass red with blood before they get to it. If anything happens while I'm gone, don't ask no questions. Just blast away. Get up.
Sacre mate. Maybe this grass do turn red with blood.
Now, hold on, Ma. The way you're talking, you'll have Painted Horse Valley up in arms and a range war started before sunup.
You doggone dad blame right I will. No moth-eating mangy sheep herders are driving sheep across my land.
Don't you see, Chad? If they just ate the grass, it would be bad enough, but sheep have sharp hooves that dig up the roots, and it'll take years before it grows again.
Chad, isn't there something we can do without going for our guns?
If your neighbors feel like your mother does, Dave, I'm afraid not. But if you'll give me a chance to go out and talk to the man who owns the sheep, well, there's just a possibility we might be able to come to terms.
Terms? A lot of good talking's gonna do.
Ma, you've worked 30 years, you said, to get to the point you're at today. Now you're almost on Easy Street with a contract with the government. If you start flying off the handle and throwing lead, well, you know what I mean, Ma.
The only reason I worked at all is so I could leave you something when I'm not here no more.
Now, all you'll leave, Davy, if you try shooting it out, probably is a memory of his mother. Doggone it, Ma. Let me go out and talk to this man.
Well, but just once. Not gonna have no going back and forth. Going back and forth.
What's the man's name? This sheep herder fella, I mean.
Well, we hear his name is Brawling. Woolly Brawling, they call him. And they say he's got a flock of 4,000 sheep he's driven clear from Arkansas.
Well, come on, Cherokee. Let's go out and see if we can chew the fat with Mr. Brawling. Maybe pull the Buckley's fat out of the fire at the same time.
When I want your advice about my sheep, Remington, I'll ask you for it. I've been trailing sheep since long before the time you was just wet behind the ears.
You don't say. Well, if you try driving these sheep you've got here into Painted Horse Valley, you won't do much more driving, believe you me.
I guess I know my rights.
Know and be hanged. Find a lot of good your rights are going to do you when the cattlemen start blasting their guns in your faces.
You wouldn't be trying to threaten me now, would you?
I don't have to threaten you. If you got a brain in your head, you'll know I'm right.
If I got a brain in my head, huh? Why, you long-legged lout...
That's it, Chad. Now rusty one for me.
If you want any more, Brawling, just get back up on your feet.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not looking for no more trouble.
You should have thought of that before you threw that sneak punch.
Now, look, Brawling, I came out here to try to help you, not to make trouble.
Yeah. I got an oil paint, and you trying to help me.
If you can risk losing 4,000 sheep, that's your business. I'd like to save you the loss, save the cattlemen from getting hurt, and actually save the sheep. Because anybody with even one brain in their head knows that a few sheep are good for range country.
Of course, if you'd split your flock into small bunches and feed them through the country lightly, nobody'd be hurt.
Well, you could send some of your sheep into Painted Horse Valley, a few more through Valhalla Pass, and so on. If you did, I don't think even the orneriest cattleman would bother you.
Well, do you think they'd really be willing to let my sheep through that way?
The cowmen don't want any trouble. They'll cooperate with you.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll split them up.
Yeah, now you're making sense, my friend. And if you don't mind, O'Bannon and I are going to go back and tell the ranchers the good news. Come on, Cherokee. Let's be getting up steam.
Mr. Brawling, congratulations. You're a gentleman of rare intelligence. Get up there, boy.
Peril. Hey, Peril.
See, boss G. What you want now?
I want you and the other boys to keep an eye on the flock. I'm riding up to Flag and hiring every gun hand I can find. And if I can't get enough there, I'm going to Gallup and Santa Fe and Albuquerque till I get all I need.
But what you do that for?
Because I'm driving my 4,000 sheep through Painted Horse Valley, even if I have to leave a dead cowboy to mark every blasted foot. If they want war, they're going to get war until this valley is black with gun smoke.
We'll return to the second act of All Trails Lead to Trouble, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, not knowing then what Willie Brawling planned, I went back to the Buckleys and asked Ma and Dave to see if they could arrange a meeting of all the ranchers in the vicinity, figuring that if I could get them all together at once, I'd have a fair to middling chance of convincing them of what I thought I'd convinced the sheep man of. Ma, of course, was reluctant to waste any time palavering, as she termed it, but she finally gave in, and a meeting was arranged for the following afternoon. The meeting was chaired by Amos Churchill, the president of the local Cattlemen's Association.
All right, boys, quiet down, quiet down.
I'll be blasted if I'm going to quiet down, Amos. I admit that I asked Remington to come up here, or at least my son did. But enough's enough. He ain't making no bargains with no sheep herders for me.
Well, then, what was the idea of calling this here meeting?
Because I ain't no sheep herder, and I ain't no lawyer. Now, don't say things behind folks' back. Now, Chad said he wanted to put his proposition up to all of you. Well, I give him the chance. Now that you've heard him, I'm telling you how I feel.
Ma, you got no right to do this. I got an interest in that contract just like you have.
Sure, you got plenty of rights, Davy, and as your mother, I got the right to turn you over my knee and warp the daylights out of you for talking about things you don't know about. Neighbors, this is our range. It's up to us to keep it. If anyone tries to run any sheep across it, we doggone well better be out there proving it's our range.
In other words, Ma, you're insisting that the public lands are yours exclusively? How can you be so short-sighted? Don't you see if you persist in this ridiculous and selfish notion, you'll live to regret it? If you live at all?
Remington, you're out of order. Now you get off the platform and sit down.
Oh, I've seen selfish men like you precipitate range wars before. But this time, by glory, it's going to be stopped. That's all I've got to say. Somehow or other, this has got to be stopped before you all commit suicide. Come on, Cherokee, let's get out of here.
Yeah, Amos?
It was you who brought Remington up here. Now, by golly, it's you who's going to have to get rid of him.
Now, no one's going to interfere with us. Let them sheep trail over on our land. And since you and Dave brought Remington up here, the two of you better get your heads together quick. Get rid of him.
Well, I don't know about that, Amos.
Well, you darn well better know about that, Ma Buckley, or we'll run you and your son out of this valley right along with them sheep. All right, boys, that's all. This meeting stands adjourned.
Well, I certainly talked tough and positive, but you can take it from me, it was sheer bluff. How anyone could stop those stockmen from waging their age-old battle with the sheep herders was something even a cowtown lawyer didn't know. However, my pessimism changed to optimism later that afternoon when young Dave Buckley rousted me out and told me Ma wanted to see me out at their place that evening. It certainly sounded as if the old matriarch was either going to capitulate or compromise somehow or other. But knowing that no case is won until the jury's back in the courtroom, I sent Cherokee heels over leather on an errand. And like a doomed man, I had the proverbial big meal at the Merchants and Drovers Hotel before riding out for my somewhat mysterious meeting with Ma Buckley. And the moon was a thin, golden scimitar in the sky as I pulled up at the ranch house. It was a perfect evening, except for the faint smell of sheep on the wind. Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Oh, it's you, Chad.
What's wrong with you, Dave? You act as if I'm not welcome.
You're not, particularly. Come on. Come on in.
Well, I didn't expect you to freeze up on me, Dave. Now, your mother, well, that's a different story.
I don't mean it that way, Chad. Come on. Ma's back in the parlor. Hey, Ma, Chad's here.
Well, don't stand there. Come on in.
Well, Ma, did you change your mind?
Sit down, Chad. Get Chad a chair, Dave.
Here you are, Chad.
Thank you. It's awful dark in here. Why don't you light a lamp or something?
We got our reasons, ain't we, Ma?
Yeah, we got our reasons right enough. And the principal reason is this.
Jeepers, Ma, the way you hit him, you could have hurt him real bad.
I didn't do him no good. The piece of stove wood never done any more to a head than raise a lump on it.
What are we going to do with him now?
Tie him up, that's what.
He's sure going to be sore when he comes to.
What are you, anyhow, a man or a puling baby? Painted Horse Valley is our home, Dave. And whether Chad Remington likes it or not, we're going to protect it.
Nice people, my clients. But knowing Ma Buckley, how hard she'd worked all her days, how much she wanted to leave something to Dave so he wouldn't have to go through the agony and grief which had marked her life, I can't be too bitter. Although at the time I was bitter almost to the point of hatred. Maybe, as Ma said, a piece of stove wood never did any permanent harm, but it laid me out cold for hours. While I was still vaguely drifting around on some distant cloud, Cherokee returned from the errand I'd sent him on. Unable to locate me, he headed from town out to the Buckley's place, pounding up dust along the trail.
Chad certainly must be talking his school head off. He's out at the Buckley's this long. More in 3 hours. Get up there. Keep moving. Wait a minute. Slow down. Whoa. There's someone coming. Hello there. Mind if I... Well, it's Ma and Dave Buckley.
Who's that? Who's there?
Me, Cherokee O'Bannon.
What are you doing out this time of night, O'Bannon?
Well, I might ask you two the same question. But at the same time, I'm out looking for Chad. Where is he now?
Chad? Why...
How should we know where he is?
Well, he had an appointment out at your place at 10 o'clock, didn't he?
Yeah, sure, but he didn't stay more than 10 minutes, did he, Ma?
That was 10 minutes too long. It's a good thing we run into you, O'Bannon. Saved you a long ride. You go back to town now.
Yes, if he's not out at your place, we might as well. What have you got there? A whole arsenal? You're both armed to the teeth.
If I was you, O'Bannon, I wouldn't ask so many questions.
By blazes, I wager I know what you're up to. Despite all Chad's done to try to save you, you're out trying to start a fight with them sheep men, aren't you?
You're too smart for your own good, O'Bannon. Come on. You're coming along with us.
Now, just a minute, madam.
Dave, take his gun.
Sure, Ma, I'll get it.
Get up there, you!
Ma, he's getting away!
He won't get far. I'll knock that poor flesh and medicine man right off.
Ma, don't let go of that rifle there, David. Oh, blasted, Ma, it's bad enough going out to shoot sheep herders without shooting a friend behind his back. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. I guess you're right at that. I was just afraid he'd find Chad.
Out in the barn? Fine chance, tied up and all covered with hay. Come on, Ma. Mr. Churchill and the others will be waiting for us. If we're going to catch them sheep men napping, we're going to have to do it before sunup.
all this was happening, I finally came back to life, trussed like a turkey and covered with hay in the Buckley's barn. I couldn't figure out any way of getting loose until, wriggling around, I found I could make my fingers reach some matches in my pocket. I guess I got the idea from something I'd read, but I figured if I could strike a match or two and hold the flame under my ropes, I could burn them loose. And I managed to get hold of 3 matches. I struck one, held it just under my left wrist, and the next thing I knew, the hay was on fire. Smart lawyer, hey? Trussed up like a suckling pig on a barbecue and just about as hot. I thrashed around, tried everything I could, but the only thing I succeeded in doing was spreading the flames. Well, my goose was cooked, and so was I when the barn door opened and Cherokee rushed in.
Chad, you in here?
Cherokee, get out that bowie knife of yours. Come on, I'm tied up.
You're almost burned up. Come on, young fella. We've got to get out of here.
Cherokee, if you're sure of what you think you saw, we're in for it.
Well, then we're in for it, because those cow-headed ranchers have cut down trees, barricaded the pass, made a blasted fortress out of this valley.
Good grief, Cherokee. They've started. And from the number of gun flashes I see, those sheepmen have got them outnumbered 5 to 1.
Keep going there, boy. Keep going.
Hey, Cherokee, look. Look, there's someone coming, riding away from here. Slow, fella. Oh, boy. Hold it! Rein up!
Who's that? Is that you, Remington?
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. This is Mr. Churchill, the man who ran you out of the meeting.
It's awful down there.
Yeah?
5 men shot already, and I was going to see if I'd get some help. They must outnumber us 10 to 1. Hey, that bugle. What's that?
Chad, the colonel was as good as his word. They got here.
Who got here?
The United States Army, that's who. I sent Cherokee over to see the colonel early this afternoon. Since they bought all this beef, they've got an interest in this valley, too. Come on, boys, we can still get in for the wind-up.
Chad, I guess there's no way of rightly telling you how I feel over what we done to you after all you done for us.
Oh, you don't have to apologize, Ma. Just so long as you've learned your lesson that the West and the open range doesn't all belong to you.
I think most of Ma's honoriness leaked out through the hole that sheepherder's bullet put through her arm, huh, Ma?
Yeah, sure ain't got my back up now.
Then, madam, may Dr. O'Bannon prescribe a dose of his genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil taken just before meals? Just so happens that I have a bottle with me. And I'll be very happy to sell you at a reduced price, a genuine bargain.
Pay cash for that hogwash? No, but I'll tell you what I'll do. So happens that I just have 1 bottle of that stuff I used to make, and I'll trade you.
Trade for that stuff? Not on your tin type.
What's happened to you, Cherokee, turning down a deal like that?
Well, I'll tell you, Chad. I once saw an Indian who drank Ma's stuff, and it bleached him out like an albino.
You don't expect us to believe that one, do you, Cherokee? Well, that's impossible.
Impossible? What's impossible about a redskin imbibing in some red eye and turning pale?
Why, even a school kid knows the answer to that one. It's an old copybook maxim. 2 reds don't make a white.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town came to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy there. This is yours truly, Chad Remington, frontier lawyer from a little frontier town called Dos Rios. Well, I guess I've probably said this before, but, well, maybe it won't hurt if I say it again. The raw-boned frontier has attracted all kinds and classes of people, rough and tough, humble and God-fearing. Somehow or other, it seems that the best in folks and the worst in folks is brought out in the day-to-day battle for just raw existence out in our country. And this brings our frontier doctors, a few undertakers, and a frontier lawyer the stuff out of which a lifetime's made. Well, I guess you've all heard that old expression, it takes fire to fight fire, but something happened to me recently which makes me want to rewrite that old adage. You see, it wasn't too long ago that my partner, an ex-medicine man, Cherokee O'Bannon, was with me riding up through the blue spruce and jack pines, taking a shortcut from the county seat back to our little hometown, Dos Rios.
Counselor, if you'll pardon my saying so, you've got an expression on your face that makes you look like a squirrel.
Maybe I am a squirrel.
Oh?
Well, I'm fond of nuts, else I wouldn't be riding around with you.
Sir, that is a vicious and underhanded canard. There's nothing nutty about me.
I don't know. You've always been interested in the shell game, haven't you? And as I recall, you said your grandfather was a colonel.
I guess that's right. My mother had an uncle whose name was Filbert. And he was a hard-shell Baptist.
The only actual difference is that real nuts get their nourishment from the soil, while you get most of yours from the free lunch counter at a bar.
Naturally. Being a man of fiery disposition, I require certain quantities of firewater to keep my... Chad, there you go again, sniffing like a squirrel. What are you wrinkling up your nose about?
Unless I'm mistaken, I smell smoke. Wood smoke.
I do believe you're right. There's certainly a smell of wood smoke in the air.
Oh, boy. Oh.
That's someone shooting at us?
I don't know, but I'm sure going to find out.
Well, I'll be a sinner. Chad, do you see now where those shots came from?
Yeah, I sure do, Cherokee. Deer hunters. Hey, you! You fellas in there with those rifles. Hold that fire. You almost winged us.
Hold up, boys.
Come on, Cherokee. Might as well meet them halfway and see what this is all about. Now I see why we both smelled smoke. Look over there. Campfire.
I wonder who the lame brains could be who would build a campfire up here in the woods where everything is as dry as tinder.
What was that you called us?
Now, if you built that fire, I called you a lame brain.
And if you had any brains at all, you won't say that again.
I'm not going to take time to say it again. What are you looking to do, burn out this whole valley? Now, either build a trench around this fire and leave someone here to watch it, or put it out.
Yeah? Well, for your information, if we do dig a trench, we're going to make it big enough to bury both of you in, if you don't beat it.
I don't suppose you got brains enough to realize it, but you're so full of hot air that if you even open your mouth, you're apt to start a forest fire.
Well, just for that, I think I'll close yours.
Yeah. Now, if there's anyone else who wants to try his luck. Yeah. All right, then. Put those hunting rifles down and start stomping out that fire. And if you're not quick about it, the smoke around this place isn't coming from a campfire, but out of the muzzle of a pair of .45s. With the woods so dry that if you rubbed 2 sticks together, an acre would burst into flame. When Cherokee and I got back to Dos Rios, we headed straight for the marshal's office to tell him what we'd encountered on Mount Blanco. And I can tell you this much, I was as hot under the collar as I'd ever been.
Chad, you'd better calm down. After all, this is hunting season, and those men have got to cook to eat.
Eating is a vulgar habit. Besides, in this weather, no one should build a fire and leave it unattended, Marshal.
Perhaps not, but there's nothing the marshal can do about that.
Oh, I thought you issued the hunting licenses.
Chad, you ought to know there's nothing in the hunting license law that says anything about building campfires. All I can do is...
Say, Chad, look who just rode up outside. Bill Crane.
Crane? Well, then, that's who those hunters were you didn't recognize, Chad. Bill Crane come in just yesterday and got 6 hunting licenses.
Howdy, Marshal. I thought it... Well, this is going to save me a heap of trouble with you here, Remington. What are you trying to do? Get the marshal to appoint you game warden or something?
Crane, I have no interest in how many deer your men slaughter. But I'm not going to sit by while they light campfires up there, which might burn out this whole country.
Oh, that's so.
Why, man alive, Crane, if a fire were to start on Mont Blanco, the first ranch to be burned out would be yours.
Look, I know this will be a lot of trouble for both of you, but why don't you just for once try minding your own business?
This is our business, Crane. And it's yours and the business of everyone whose home is within 100 miles of here. Forest fire can be a terrible thing. That's why I came down to see the marshal.
I'm afraid if they're big enough fools to start a fire, there's nothing in the law that says we've got the right to stop them.
Well, there's a law of common sense.
Well, Chad, since we make the laws, why not call a meeting and see what we can do about passing a new law?
Cherokee, that's a blame good idea. This is a situation that affects all the people. They all ought to have a say-so in the common defense of their homes. You'd better come to the meeting, too, Crane. Maybe you can explain to everybody just why you think you're the one man around here with the right to burn us out. Now, wait a minute. Why don't you folks listen instead of yelling? That's better. I know we can't pass a law that'll do any good this season, but that's no reason why a law shouldn't be drafted and passed to protect us from now on.
Well, what are we going to do now?
As long as it's legal to build a fire up in the timberland, it's your job, every last one of you, to volunteer to help guard against a conflagration should one break out.
I suppose you'd like me to shut up my store just so as I could sit around some campfire and watch it.
Mr. Kenny, I don't want you to do anything you don't feel you should do. But if you don't help, maybe you won't have a store left to shut. When you're fighting fire, you're fighting an enemy 1,000 times stronger than...
Crane!
Oh, Crane! What's happened? What's the matter?
The blasted wind shifted. Why my hunters weren't looking, the sparks spread to the timber.
Good grief. What are we going to do now? Maybe Chad was right.
Chad, I know this is an awful time to apologize, but you got to do something. You men have got to help me. If we don't stop that fire, in another hour there'll be nothing left of my ranch but ashes.
Well, don't worry about apologizing, Billy. If we can all get together and work like friends and neighbors, we ought to be able to put that fire out.
Yeah.
Kenny, if you'll open up your store and get out what dynamite you have in stock, we should be able to blast a path and build a backfire.
Well, now, I ain't got much dynamite in stock, and when this is gone, I'm not too sure I can buy any more.
For the love of Pete, we'll pay you for the dynamite. Let's not haggle over it here. Let's get it and get up in those mountains while there's still something left worth saving. With all our good intentions, it was almost 2 hours before we were organized and up to where the blaze was at its worst. It was bad, real bad. Mike! Luke! You got that dynamite bundled up yet?
Well, I've got 6 sticks here, Chad.
Oh, it's great, Cherokee. Now, in a pinch, you're really a help. Huh?
Chad, can't you do something?
What's the matter?
Look at that fire. It's right down to my stables.
Phil, I'm afraid we're too late to save your place. What little dynamite we have to work with, well, we'd be better off using it to blast out the timber east of your ranch.
Just because I didn't happen to agree with you this morning, you're going to take it out of me, huh?
Crane, isn't it better to sacrifice your place and save 100 families?
Why, you hypocritical... Here, give me that dynamite. You're not going to burn me out.
Crane, stop acting like a fool.
I tell you, I'm going to save my place.
Chad, that rascal knocked you down and ran off with the dynamite.
He must be loco. The wind shifts an inch, he'll never live to reach his ranch with those explosives.
How can a man be that selfish?
Hey, look, the wind is shifting. The flames are right in it. Poor simple Mike. Not only is that the end of Bill Crane, with that much dynamite blown up and wasted, that may mean the end of everything in this valley.
We'll return to the second act of Forest Fire, our thrill-packed frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, despite the pitiful end that Bill Crane's selfishness brought him to, the shock of his death and the dwindling supply of blasting powder did seem to bring everyone closer to their senses. We soon realized it was foolhardy for all of us to stay up on the mountain fighting against flames which wouldn't be pushed back, so we divided into 3 groups. One to actually fight the fire, one which should rest when they came back from the front line, and the third to handle organizational and supply work in town. With danger and death lurking outside our very doors, it wasn't too hard to organize another meeting back in Dos Rios. Neighbors, will you quiet down and listen to me, please? Hold it now. I know how you feel, but we all can't be up there actually fighting the flames. We'd get very little accomplished if all of us were up on the mountain. However, there's a chance of beating this fire, and it lies in providing the shifts of firefighters with the tools they need to fight with and the food they need to fight on.
You can have every blasted thing I got, Chad. Freight wagons, mules, feed and a team.
All right, now you're talking, Bertha. And we'll need everything you have got to haul equipment up to the mountain.
Now, wait a minute, Remington. What's the sense of getting the women folks all alarmed and mixed up in this?
I've tried to explain to all of you that this fight doesn't concern any one man or any single group of us. This is everyone's battle, man, woman, and child alike.
Yeah, you're doggone right. I reckon I'm speaking for every woman in Dos Rios. We've all got a battle on our hands.
Well, what about the rest of us? What can we do?
All right, I'll tell you. Those of us who went up originally had better get some rest. The others can start out by getting together buckets, sand, fixing pails of coffee and sandwiches, getting blankets, anything and everything that we'll need, and that'll help.
Well, how about money? I'll be glad to write a check for $100 to help pay expenses.
And I'll match that offer and give you the use of every horse in my livery stable.
That's more like it, yeah.
All right, put it behind.
Now you're talking. All right, friends. Friends, I realize that all of this should have been done at the meeting we had yesterday, but now that we've got the spirit, let's see if we can't win the fight.
Where are you figuring to go, Chad?
Oh, I'm going into Abe Kenny's store. See about buying some more buckets with the money you and the others put up.
What are you doing here, Remington? I thought you were taking charge of fighting the fire.
I am, Kenny. That's why I came in. Let's see, we need every bucket and pad you've got in your store.
Oh, no, look here, Chad. First you cleaned me out of dynamite, and now you want buckets. Oh, good grief, man. How you expect me to stay in business?
Well, if that fire ever gets down in town, you won't have any business left to worry about.
Yeah, Cherokee's right. Now, we intend to pay for the buckets. All we have to find out is how many you've got.
Well, let me see now. The last time the drummer from the wholesale hardware house was through here, he said buckets was going up.
What?
I reckon I'll have to get 4 bits apiece for them.
4 bits?
Yeah, I guess I got a right to charge whatever I want. And I say the price, 4 bits.
Abe, Look, I'm not questioning your normal right to charge whatever you can get, but look, this is a disaster. You have no right
You can blab all you want, Remington. But you're not going to spook me into losing my shirt when there are other stores in this town.
Fitzpatrick and Levy didn't wait to find out if there was enough money to pay for what they had. They sent everything from their stores up to the mountain last night.
By hickory, they're my buckets, and if you want them, you'll just pay my price.
You'll be paid a fair price when, as, and if this fire is ever lit. But we're taking the buckets now. Cherokee, go back into the store.
Blast you, you stand right where you are. I've got something to say about this.
Kenny, you better put that gun back in its holster. And put it back fast.
Now, Remington. Now, you come any closer to me.
You scatterbrained idiot. Now, come on. Now, let go of that gun. All right. Wasted enough time already. Now you get every shovel, pick, and bucket in the place and help Cherokee and me get them over to Bertha's freighting office. These tools aren't going to do any of us a bit of good here in Dos Rios. Or if they are needed here, then we're just too doggone late. Strange, isn't it? How, even at the price of a neighbor's misfortune, some folks will become so ornery that all they can see is the opportunity not to serve, but to feather their own nests, no matter what the cost. Well, we got the buckets and everything else we needed from Abe Kenny, and we proceeded to haul them down to the loading dock at Bertha O'Melveny's freight line, where a high-wheeled freighter stood ready to carry the tools that were so necessary up to the men on the firefighting line. But like so many other people in town, Bertha's mule skinners couldn't see the forest for the trees.
I'd sure like to know what's gotten through you mule skinners. With a fire like we got raging up in the mountains, how can you even dare to stop and argue about higher wages?
Well, what are you talking about anyhow, Mrs. O'Melveny? Look here, when we hired on for these jobs, all you told us was that we was supposed to drive freight wagons. Well, going up them mountains into a forest fire is taking extra risks, and if we're going to take 'em, you can bet your boots someone's going to pay us.
Why, you knot-headed bunch of locoed idiots. You think someone's paying me to send my wagons up there? I'll say they ain't.
Yeah, well, how about the money everybody chipped in at that meeting? That was for fighting the fire. Now you can pay us out of that.
Just a minute, Boots.
What?
Would you rather drive those wagons up there with the supplies we need, or would you rather have the sheriff draft the lot of you and send you up there to fight the fire?
Yeah, the sheriff's got the power to do that, too.
What are you talking about? You got enough men up there right now, without us.
Admitted. But what good are the men if you don't see that they get the tools they need?
I've got a good mind to thrash the lot of you.
Oh, you have you? Well, maybe I can save you the trouble.
Stop it, would you? Come on, now. Cut it out. Cut it out. Can't we stop fighting amongst ourselves long enough to get the one job done that has to be done?
Oh, you're just wasting your breath on this bunch of saddle stiffs. A lot of them ain't worth the powder to blow 'em up.
All right, now let me tell you something, Boots. I'm getting sick and tired of some of the folks around here who feel this fire was started for their personal benefits. And let me tell you something else. That fire's gonna be whipped if it takes every man, woman, and... What? Hello, who's that coming?
Well, looks like Stern. Thought he was supposed to be up fighting the fire.
Chad!
Yeah?
Fire's burned right down to the edge of Jack Pine Canyon.
Oh, no.
Half the families in the valley are cut off. If we don't get more men and equipment up there, we all burned out complete by nightfall.
What happened? Did the wind shift?
No. We just ain't got enough shovels and buckets and blankets to do any real good.
Well, there you are, friends. All the time you were standing around here arguing about what you were going to sacrifice, you didn't realize you're probably sacrificing your homes and stores and everything you've got.
Say, I just heard that, and you've got to do something. My whole family's pinned in there, next to Jack Pine Canyon.
There. Now are you convinced? Now am I going to have to ask you again? Or are you going to act like real men and haul everything you can lay hands to up that mountain before it's too late?
Doggone it, Chad, that there fire's hotter than a blast furnace.
Bertha, what in the name of all get-outs come over you going in there? That fire's no place for a woman.
Well, it's no place for a man, neither, if you ask me.
Well, we didn't ask you. But if we had, I'm afraid it wouldn't have made any difference. Chad, what are we going to do? This fire's getting worse every minute.
5 more hurt, too. 2 of them hurt bad.
Yeah, I know. We can't stop to worry about it now. Hey, Kenny, you got that dynamite set yet?
It's all set, Chad. Ready to blow.
All right, everybody. Now watch it. Stand back now.
Well, that's the last of the dynamite, isn't it, Chad?
Sure is, Cherokee. If this doesn't do any good, I'm afraid nothing will.
So, Betsy, if this blast doesn't do any good, isn't there something else we can do?
Nothing I know of, Bertha.
Well, at least we're doing all we can.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Not a man, woman, or child in the whole valley who isn't helping to fight that fire.
All right, watch it now, Bertha.
Yeah.
Watch out. Here goes the last charge.
Look at that, Chad. That blast made as much a dent on that fire as a Jersey mosquito on a boulder.
Oh, why doesn't the good Lord make it rain? That's the only way this fire can be stopped.
Chad, I done a lot of ornery things in my day, but Chad, my wife and my 2 babies are trapped behind that canyon. And
I know it, Abe. But like Bertha says, only Providence can stop it.
well, I ain't been to church in many a year, but well, I don't mean that I don't believe in Providence.
Now, mister, this is one time you've got to believe.
I know. Holy Father, thy blessed Son, who died for the sins of man, have mercy on us now in this purgatory of our own making. Help us, dear, help us.
About Only time I've used God's name lately is in cussing. But, well, I'm getting down on my knees, too.
Well, I haven't prayed since I was a boy. I guess I can manage.
Yeah, nothing else. This fire has purified our hearts.
Chad. Is that... Could that possibly be thunder?
It sure sounds like a storm coming up, Bertha, but none of us had better stop praying.
Dear God. Dear God. Beloved Father, don't stop now. Make that rain come.
Amen.
Well, Chad, I just saw the doctor coming out of the church. And he says Amelia and the kids are going to be all right.
Yes, sir, Chad. Folks around Dos Rios can't thank you enough for all you've done.
What Chad's done, right? He didn't do a thing.
Oh.
Fire just started something which everyone in Dos Rios finished.
For a change, Cherokee's right. If nothing else was accomplished, though, just look at the crowd that's been to church today.
First time I come to church since my old man died.
And I suspect it's the first time Cherokee ever attended church.
Oh, that isn't so. That's a contemptible canard. I attended church in my boyhood. Once.
Oh, only once? What happened?
Well, in the callousness of my youth, church was a big disappointment to me. I went to be baptized, but I guess it was a mighty impecunious congregation.
Well, now, what has a poverty-stricken congregation got to do with your disappointment, Cherokee?
They were so poor that when they baptized me, they couldn't afford wine. They had to douse me with the chaser, water.
Well, with an iron man like you, water is quite suitable for a religious ceremony. That way they can always inscribe your headstone, Rust in Peace.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. And now this is Bill Foreman to tell you that Frontier Town came to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Chad Remington's the name. Frontier lawyer is the occupation. And it all boils down to one fact. Trouble is my business. Living as I do in the cow town called Dos Rios, smack dab on the middle of the rawhide tough frontier, I get and I handle troubles of all kinds from people of all kinds. And strangely enough, the troubles that are sometimes dropped in my lap have nothing to do with Dos Rios. Although somehow or other they have a good deal to do with the development of the West. And it wasn't too long ago I received a long letter, a desperate cry for help from people I'd never seen, from a part of the country I'd never been to and hardly heard of. I remember sitting in my office upstairs over the Dos Rios livery stable and discussing the letter with the man who owns the livery stable, an ex-medicine man, twice reformed, by the name of Cherokee O'Bannon.
You say you've never heard of this Mr. Knudsen, Chad?
Cherokee, not only have I never heard of Mr. Foreman Knudsen, but I don't think I've ever heard of the town of Faust more than once. And, well, if memory serves me, the town is well named.
Now, does this Mr. Knudsen say anything about paying you a fee?
No, it doesn't. Nor does that influence me one way or the other. Now, there must be some other lawyer around closer to him who can help them straighten out their difficulties.
Just what are their difficulties?
From what I can gather from the letter, dust storms. Dust storms that have completely ruined the land around Faust and made Mr. Knudsen's farm and his neighbors' farms worthless.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. What does the man think you are, a magician?
A magician might very well fit into a community that got its name from the legend of Faust. However, apparently that's not what they want. They want some legal advice about how to obtain new lands from the government.
You mean you'd have to go down to Washington?
Well, that alone would be enough to make me refuse the case, all that red tape. But the worst part of it is it just sounds plain, ordinary dull.
You mean that you're going to turn down Mr. Knudsen?
Well, I haven't quite decided, but look, since it's supper time, let's go get a bite to eat while I think it over.
Bite to eat? Well, I'm not exactly hungry yet, Chad. That is, I might be able to do justice to a good dinner if some kind gentleman provided me with a proper appetizer, if you know what I mean, and I'm sure you do.
Oh, you old reprobate. You know, you could save yourself and everybody else a lot of time by ordering the proper combinations of food.
Combinations?
Sure, why not? A perfect meal for you would be 2 sandwiches. Gin on white bread and bourbon on plain rye.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Well, during supper, I decided conclusively that I'd write Mr. Knudsen my sympathies at his plight and at the same time expressed my regret that at the moment other matters occupied me so that I could not come down to Faust and discuss his problems. It was dark as Cherokee and I started back for the office, and for a change, Dos Rios' little main street was suddenly quiet.
You're going to go upstairs and write that letter to Mr. Knudsen now, Chad?
Yeah, I see no reason why not. If I write it tonight, I can get it in the mail on the 8 o'clock eastbound coach in the... Hey, Cherokee, is that a light flickering upstairs in my office?
A light up... By Godfrey, Chad, it is a light. Looks like someone moving around in your office with a candle.
Oh, we'll soon see about that. Come on. Cherokee, you throw the door open and back out of the way.
I sure will. Watch it now, Chad.
So that's the way you want it, eh? Come on, Cherokee, let's give him a dose of his own.
Chad, what in blazes was that?
He ran across the office and dived through the window.
Well, let's get after him.
Well, a lot of good that'll do. By the time we get downstairs again and around to the back, he'll be a quarter of a mile out of town. Now, I'm going in and see if I can find not who the gentleman is, but what he was looking for. I found what he was looking for, all right. And it was no trouble. My desk had been ransacked, but there in plain sight was a letter from Mr. Knudsen, which I had so carefully stowed away in a pigeonhole an hour before. It was out of its envelope, unfolded and open. Suddenly I realized that perhaps this letter from Knudsen might not be as innocent as it appeared. By 10 o'clock next morning, Cherokee and I were aboard two of his best livery stable horses, beating up the dust for the little town of Faust. Late that same afternoon, we were still moving along at a lively clip, approaching a river bottom, dry and dusty, hemmed in by painted rocks and filled with a jungle of cottonwoods and junipers.
I just had to think, Chad, this name Knudsen. That's an uncommon moniker. Sounds kind of foreign to my ears.
That is kind of foreign, Cherokee. From the little I know, I'd judge that Fulmer Knudsen is a Dane. Probably, like many of the Danes in this country, operates a dairy farm.
Dane, eh? Must relate him to, what was that fellow's name? Hamlet?
Yeah, if you insist on being literary. And in this case, as Shakespeare pointed out in Hamlet, there's probably something rotten in Denmark. Or at least...
Billy blue blazes, Chad. That's the end of my new white Stetson.
And it's likely to be the end of both of us if we don't look sharp.
Where did that shot come from?
Up yonder there from those cottonwoods. Right where those two came from.
Who could be shooting at us?
Well, this is only a guess, but apparently someone would be happier if we never got to Faust and saw Mr. Knudsen. From the appearance of the terrain around here, they've got their battle more than half won.
Blast it, Chad. This is like being a clay pigeon in a shooting gallery. We'll never be able to ride through those cottonwoods.
Now, look, Cherokee, I'm going to throw some lead into those cottonwoods myself, which ought to send them back a little, ducking for cover. When I do, I want you to knock on that horse of yours and cut up through that dry wires, wide open.
But what'll happen to you if I do?
Well, that's something we'll both find out later. Now, go on, O'Bannon. If we both get through, I'll meet you at Knudsen's house tomorrow morning.
But look here, Chad, I just can't. I guess I can at that. Get up, you. Get up there.
Well, Mr. Knudsen, the only thing I can possibly suggest is to forget making any direct appeal to Washington, but taking advantage of some new land the government's just thrown open for settlement over in Sunbeam Valley.
That would save much time, you think? What you think, Mama?
This Sunbeam Valley, it is green and fertile, no?
Madam, Sunbeam Valley is greener than the shamrocks in Ireland.
Oh, we must have green land because cows do not make milk from dust.
We are here, Mr. Remington, 22 Danish families, all of us in dairy business. Danish people understand how to raise cows, to make milk, rich milk.
And rich milk makes healthy babies, and healthy babies, they grow up into fine, healthy men and women to make strong this whole country.
Oh, believe me, I understand your problem perfectly. However, although the answer to it seems obvious, filing on lands in Sunbeam Valley, I have a feeling that the big ranchers who've used Sunbeam Valley as open range for years and years aren't going to want dairy farms and fences.
Why should we not be welcome? Ranchers have children, too, and children need milk and butter and cheese we make.
If my memory serves me, there are other things you Danes make that aren't exactly dairy products. I remember drinking a delightful brandy made from cherries, which was supposed to be a Danish drink.
Cherokee, I've got a good notion to quench your thirst right now with my two hands. Look, I tell you what I think, Mr. Knudsen. You gather up all of your neighbors and all their belongings and start heading for Sunbeam Valley just as soon as you can.
Then you change your mind? You're not going to help us get the land?
Not at all, Mrs. Knudsen. But to help save time before your cows are completely dried up, Cherokee and I'll go ahead and see the land agent the government just sent out from Washington to handle the claims and file the maps.
Good idea, Chad. That way, by the time the Knudsens and their families get to Sunbeam Valley, we ought to have their homesteads all ready for them to move in on.
It was a good idea, but like so many good ideas, didn't work the way we'd planned it. Principally because at that time, although we knew someone was interested in the exodus of the dairy farmers, we didn't know about the principal rancher in Sunbeam Valley, Doc Slavin, and his pet trained gunslinger whose handle was Cinco. Now, they had plans, too. Plans they very quickly put into effect.
Okay, Cinco, hold it. Here's the new land office.
All right, boss. Whoa, you, whoa, whoa.
If
If you knotheads had done what I told you to and kept that lawyer out of this, we wouldn't have to be doing this now.
But, Doc, I told you how Remington...
Shut up and stay shut up. Howdy. You the land agent?
Yes, sir, I am. Something I can do for you?
It sure is. I'm Doc Slavin, own the biggest spread around here, the Lazy J.D. And I also represent all the other ranches in this section.
Yes, Mr. Slavin.
We don't want no farmers in here, and what's more, we ain't letting none in.
Oh, is that so? Well, you listen to me
You're
while I
doing the listening, my friend. I said we ain't letting no dairymen nor no farmers in here with their blasted fences. But just to make this thing look legal, we're filing for all them homesteads ourselves, using dummies' names.
Mr. Slavin, no one is filing without my consent. And as far as you're concerned, I'm going to report this little conversation to the United States Marshal in El Paso.
Oh, you are, eh?
I most assuredly am. That gun you're fingering doesn't scare me one bit.
My friend, you've got just about 5 seconds to change your mind. And if you don't, there's going to be a new land agent here starting right now. Well?
You can't bluff me, Slavin.
So you think this is bluffing, eh? All right, Cinco. And when you're through with our friend, there is going to be a new land agent, and it's going to be me.
Why, you foul-mouthed...
Now, take him out to the Arroyo and cover him up good, Cinco. I'm staying here and waiting for Remington. If he wants to talk to the land agent, I sure ain't going to disappoint him. We'll return to the second act of Thunder Over Texas, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, as you found out, and we found out later, Doc Slavin and his bodyguard Cinco were a couple of upstanding citizens, all right. They should have been up standing on a scaffold. But the murder which they'd perpetrated so cold-bloodedly was only half of the meanness and corruption in Doc Slavin's system. The very idea that he and a few of the cattle barons like him owned the West was a feeling that was shared by others, and one which would have to be... Well, I don't mean to get on the soapbox about this, so... Well, before I start overflowing again, let's get back to where we left off. When Cherokee and I left the Knutsons, they were well on their way to rounding up their neighbors, packing their wagons, and heading up the trail which Cherokee and I took several hours before. The trail to Sundown Valley.
Chad, I don't want to have to quibble with you, but this whole thing seems to me to be much ado about nothing.
Well, maybe it is.
Why any people would be benighted enough to send for a lawyer to tell them what to do when the only path open to them is to move is beyond me.
Probably because they're foreign-born Cherokee, and their respect for the laws in this country and their lack of understanding of them makes them feel helpless.
Fiddlesticks. Why, every one of us in this country comes from a foreign-born family. That is, everyone but the Apaches, the Navajos, the Utes, the Osage...
Okay, Cherokee. There's no question that you have an encyclopedic knowledge of the names of all our Indian tribes, but if you'd set your brain to more practical problems, we may get out of this alive.
Huh? Alive, you say?
Alive, I hope. That rifle into my office the other day, those shots from the cottonwoods on the road, all those happenings indicate one thing. Some of the big cattlemen around here figured out what the dairy farmers are going to do and are trying to stop it before it happens.
And you think we're riding into trouble?
Plenty of trouble.
Then, by gilded glory, why don't you let me promote some of that Danish brandy? Man needs something stimulating at a time like this.
I'm afraid you're going to get your stimulation, but not from bottles. Oh, I got an awful hunch that this time the stimulation is going to come out of a holster and be served in small doses of lead.
My boy, I just remember that I have an engagement back in Dos Rios. If I get through in time, I'll be happy to return here and see what I can do to help.
Oh, no, you don't. Hey, you see that little American flag on the frame building right ahead? That's the federal land office for the district. All you're going to do is rein up your horse, climb off, and go with me.
That's what I said. I'm sticking by you through thick and thin.
Whoa there. Whoa, boy. All right, Cherokee, and see if you can't stop your knees from shaking, huh?
If only I had time for a swig of my rattlesnake oil.
Howdy, men.
Oh, afternoon. You the land agent?
Well, you might say that I am.
What sort of an answer is that? You either are the land agent or you aren't.
Well, I'm the federal agent, but I ain't got no land left. That's what I meant.
No land left? There are 130,000 acres here.
You ain't meaning to doubt my word, are you?
Far be it from me.
I'm sorry you rode all this way for nothing.
I don't think the time was wasted.
Huh? What do you mean?
Are you sure you want me to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm sure. Now, what do you mean?
Well, in words of 2 syllables, I don't believe you. I don't believe all the land's been deeded out.
You're calling me a liar, is that it?
Comes to the same thing.
Chad, he's filling his hand.
You're a pretty fast draw for a land agent, but not fast enough, it seems.
Why,
Nice, clean fight, aren't you? Using a horseshoe nail ring. All right. You're not out that much that you can't hear what I have to say. 20 families of dairy farmers are moving up here from Faust. If we've got even half a law left in this country, they're going to get homesteads and settle on them. And if you or anyone else like you has any different ideas, you're going to have a fight on your hands that'll make Gettysburg look like a Sunday school picnic. Come on, Cherokee. I want to meet Mr. Knudsen before they hit Snakeskin Pass.
Chad, for the life of me, I don't understand what your tactics are. I'll grant you the man in that office certainly was a rancher. Not anyone who'd be sent out here from Washington.
Well, I'm glad you agree with me about one thing.
Why in the name of all outdoors did you tell him the route the Knudsens were taking? Don't you realize that if he is a rancher, you'll have 100 gunslingers out at Snakeskin Pass and blast the lot of them, and us right off of the map?
That, my friend, is the general idea. Now, look, suppose we prove this man's an imposter, and somehow or other he's gotten rid of the real land agent.
Yeah?
Would that stop the other big ranchers and the cowpokes working for them from attacking that wagon train coming in here and wiping it off the map?
No, I guess not, but...
I don't mind a fight, and I don't think our Danish-American friends do either. But just to make it slightly equitable, I thought it'd be a good idea to know when they were going to hit and where.
But great gilded glory, man, if you think...
You might as well save it, Cherokee. Because I'm saving whatever breath I've got left to talk to Brother Knudsen and his friends and to get them to play it my way. Believe me, with people like that, my job isn't going to be easy. All right, get up there, you. Come on.
Now, please, please. We asked Mr. Remington to give help for us, and it is only right we should listen to what he has to say.
You go ahead, Mr. Remington. I'm sure everyone wants to hear your advice.
Well, Mr. Knudsen, let me go on by admitting that what I'm about to suggest you're doing isn't without risk.
We have already risked everything we own, everything we work for. A few more risk now. What difference does that make?
Well, I suppose that as a lawyer, I should suggest settling all of this through the courts, but as a lawyer, I know that by the time we could get any court action, your herds of dairy cattle would be either dry or dead.
Already our cows are drying up. If we don't soon do something, we will be worse than the cows.
Very well. Now, as I told you, I'm as sure as I can be without proof that the real land agent has been killed, and the man Cherokee and I saw is an imposter, a rancher posing as a land agent.
And as contemptible and ornery and nefarious no good as ever I've clapped my eyes on.
And since we can't prove the crime, And since to get you into Sunbeam Valley, we have to defeat all the opposition, I'm simply proposing that we try to catch them in another crime and jail a lot of them for that or bury them where they fall.
If it's a fight you suggest, we are not afraid to fight.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting a fight, although it may turn into one. But since, if I'm right, they're expecting you at Snakeskin Pass, I say let's round up all the fuses and dynamite we can lay hands to and give those buzzards the noisiest welcome a crowd of selfish and contemptible ranchos ever had. Good. Then get back on those wagons and don't stop knocking on those horses until we're at Snakeskin Pass.
Hey, look, Doc. That must be them dairy farmers coming now. See that long string of wagons just heading up the grade into the pass?
Yeah, it's them, all right. But I wonder what's happened to Remington and that partner of his. From the way they talked, I thought they'd be out front like a couple of Kit Carsons.
Now, who cares where he is?
I care. Because I got a little unfinished business with that loudmouth lawyer. Well, that ain't getting us no place. If we're going to take care of that wagon train, we better get riding.
All right, boys. Get out them 6 guns and rifles and let's go.
Don't spread out, you fools! Keep together so we can pour the lead into them.
Hey, boss! Hey, Doc! You see what happened? 2 blasts went off. One at either end of the pass, and we're bottled in here like goldfish in a bowl.
Hey, you! You down there! Can you hear me?
What the... Where's that voice coming from? Who is it?
I see who it is. It's Remington. Way up on top of the pass on that rock.
Yeah, Remington, I hear you. What do you want?
I want you and the rest of those dry gulch and vultures with you, dead or alive, to haul to the nearest federal jail. We'd rather take you alive, but we haven't got any scruples against taking you dead.
Jeepers, boss, you know what? We rode into a trap.
If you are going to take us, Remington, it ain't going to be alive!
You're being an awful fool, my friend. The wagons are blocking the pass up ahead of you, and they're bristling with guns like a porcupine. The rest of us are up here behind the rocks, where you can't even nick us, and we've got you just like setting ducks.
Your bluff ain't gonna work, Remington. If you want us, come and get us!
If you think I'm gonna stand here and make a target of myself, Slavin, you got another thing coming. They start triggering them rifles in earnest, and they got every one of us plumb center.
All right, it's getting dark. We're not gonna wait till we can't see you anymore. You got exactly 1 minute to drop those guns in a heap down there and start walking toward the wagons single file. Well, 10 seconds are gone now.
I'm not being carried out of here feet first.
Anybody else?
You can do what you want, Slavin. I know when I'm licked.
And that goes for me, too. Come on, boys. If Slavin wants to stay here, that's his business.
All right, Mr. Newsom, here they come. Now get the ropes out we brought along with us and tie up the lot of them. There may be no bounty on polecats in this county, but we're bringing a mess of them in anyhow.
Mr. Remington, if only you come back in a few months, after we have got everything settled, then we give you a good party.
Oh, Mama Newsom, you don't know what a party this one is. Not only have I eaten a whole plateful of your cookies already, but I've had 4 glasses of milk.
Milk? If I didn't already know that cows are stupid, all the proof I'd need would be to Taste the liquid they produce.
After we unpack, maybe I can find you some cherry brandy I bring from old country. That's real Danish drink. Real old-fashioned way of celebrating.
Why, I'd be only
Oh,
too
now,
glad...
wait a minute, Cherokee. You know you don't like old-fashioned things. Look what happened at that dance you attended. The ladies' auxiliary gave in Dos Rios a few months ago.
Oh, yes, where I met that beautiful flaxen-haired blonde. She wasn't old-fashioned.
Oh, I don't know. First you danced an old-fashioned schottisch with her, then an old-fashioned polka, and finally an old-fashioned mazurka.
My, that sounds nice. What happened after that, Cherokee?
What could happen after that, madam? After 3 old fashions, they had to carry the young lady home.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler and featuring Wade Crosby as a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town came to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed, from the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for, teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy there. In case you've forgotten or never did know, I'm Chad Remington, frontier lawyer from the cow town known as Dos Rios. And as I've said a time or two before, out on the brawling, sprawling frontier, a lawyer gets into all sorts of things, especially trouble. And trouble out our way not only starts with a capital T, but often ends with capital punishment. I guess it was last month that an old friend of my father's, Harvey Burnside, wrote and asked me if I had time to come down to where he lives. A town which he had built himself from practically nothing. A town named Burnside Falls. Harvey has a brother, Milo Burnside, who owns the little bank in Burnside, and between them, I guess Harvey and Milo pretty well control that section of the country. Well, while Cherokee O'Bannon, the former medicine man who now runs the Dos Rios livery stable and bangs around with me, was trying to find 2 horses from his stable that would take us to Burnside Falls and back, the situation which caused Harvey to write me suddenly started getting worse. So much worse that Harvey paid a call on his brother Milo at the bank.
Milo, let's quit mincing words now. Let's get down to cases.
All right, Harvey, let's. What's on your mind?
And I've been hearing things about you, Milo. Things I don't like to hear about any man, let alone my brother.
Oh, well, you don't say.
I heard you've been over to War Dance last week.
And what if I have? War Dance is a mighty nice and bustling little town. Harvey, it's high time you were getting some sense through your head. When the railroad agreed to build its western terminal into whichever town the voters choose as the county seat of Buckshot County, nobody figured a dreamer like you would build a town out here, right in the middle of the prairie.
Prairie, my eye. Burnside Falls lies between 3 trails and 2 rivers. The best dad-blame place in the whole state for a county seat.
That's what I thought once.
You mean you changed your mind since old man McCall put some of his Jerkwater Railroad's money on deposit in your bank? Money. That's all you ever think of.
Well, you'd be a lot better off if you did sometimes. Ah, Harvey, stop being blind. That new town of War Dance is a good 80 miles closer to where the rails now end, and it'd make an ideal county seat.
War Dance. What is it? Nothing but a hideout for a bunch of owl hoots like Cap Kilmore and his gang. Sure, McCall and the railroad would like that. Building into War Dance would save them a couple of $100,000 because it's closer. But they got their franchise on the strength of connecting up to whatever town the people select.
Oh, the people, my neck. Now, look, Harvey. It's worth good cold cash to me, and I'll see you won't lose. If you help me convince the people that War Dance and not Burnside Falls should be voted the county seat next week.
Yeah? Well, they'll vote just how they please. And you, your bank, or that railroad's not going to interfere.
Why, you pig-headed old fool. If you weren't my brother, I'd tell you to go for your gun.
And if you keep trying to interfere, you may still have your chance, brother or no brother. And if you don't lay off, Milo, I may go for my gun first.
Well, that was the situation when O'Bannon and I arrived in Burnside Falls. A wide-open split between Harvey and Milo Burnside. But being brothers, Harvey was reluctant, more than reluctant, to make a public issue of what he believed and knew. And his wife, Sarah, hoped that somehow I might be able to talk sense into his money-grubbing brother's head.
And that's about the whole story, Chad. The railroad can save upwards of $200,000 building into War Dance instead of here. And that's why the railroad can afford to offer Milo money to try and throw the election to War Dance.
Well, I'm reluctant to say this, but your brother sounds to me like a nefarious little nickel nurser.
Yes, that's the way it looks. And I'd bet Milo would sell the railroad out even now if anyone offered him $5 more.
How does he figure to swing the election?
Figure to swing it? Why, he's swinging it right now. People are actually pulling up stakes here and moving to War Dance already.
Yeah, enough of a move, I suppose they'll have a majority of the votes.
Well, folks, I don't know what good it's going to do, but come on. Let's ride into town and pay a call on Brother Milo.
This little town of Burnside Falls looks quite prosperous. We've already passed 7 stores, 2 saloons.
Oh, Bannon, I don't mind your admiring the saloons from the outside. But this trip, you're not pouring what they peddle down your insides. Say, where's this bank your brother's located, Harvey?
Just down at the end of this block, Chad, that gray and white building.
Good grief, do you see what's happening? The bank's being held up.
There go the dirty buzzards who held up the bank, hitting the horses and hightailing it out of town.
Come on, boys. Even with the head start they've got, we may still be able to overtake them.
Get up there, you. Get ready.
Well, I was wrong. The excitement brought everybody in town out into the street. And by the time we'd threaded our way through the crowd, the bank bandits were out of town and into the hills. The trail ended in the rocks. We all turned our horses and piled back into town, back to the bank itself to find out what had actually happened.
Boys, now, if you'll only quiet down, maybe we can all hear what Milo has to say.
All right. Now, neighbors, I hate to tell you this, and if you'd have caught the men who rifled the bank, the story would be different. But the way they cleaned me out, to keep up my legal cash reserves now, I'm forced to declare all loans due and payable immediately. Now, men, I'm sorry. And as sorry as I am, the law's the law. And to tell the truth, as soon as I've got things straightened out here, I'm closing up and trying to make back what I've lost by moving my bank over to War Dance.
You don't mean there's some connection between the bank robbery and you moving to War Dance, do you, Burnside?
That's the kind of idea it would be healthier never to put into words again, Remington.
Oh, so? Well, I've heard of men being railroaded to jail before, but this is the first time I've ever heard of a railroad being the cause of moving a whole bank and its president up to the federal penitentiary.
Burnside, after all I've been through today, you don't happen to have a little drop in the house, do you?
Well, if you're as weak as all that, Cherokee, we'll go to the drugstore and get you some smelling salts. Besides, right now, none of us has got anything to celebrate. Milo's little bank robbery was too successful.
You mean to think that Milo arranged the robbery?
Oh, I ain't denying that Milo's ornery, Chad, but, well, I can't believe Harvey's brother would frame a robbery on his own bank.
Well, maybe not, Sarah. But Harvey did say that this other town, War Dance, is the hideout of a lot of owl hoots.
And you blamed right. Fellas like Cap Kilmore moved in there.
And the question is, how come and why did Kilmore move down here from his own stamping grounds, the Dakotas?
Well, I don't know anything about that, Chad, but Kilmore showed up in these parts about, let's see now, about 3 months back.
3 months ago, huh? And when did you first hear about this railroad thing and their anxiety to make War Dance the county seat?
Well, now, let's see. Well, it seems to me that was about, yeah, that was 3 months ago, too.
Now, do you think there's a connection between the railroad and Cap Kilmore, Chad?
Well, I don't know for sure, but there certainly could be. The railroad starts working on Milo, deposits money in his bank, and Milo writes a letter and hires himself a handyman like Cap Kilmore.
Chad, do you honestly think Milo'd go out and hire a crook and drive folks over to War Dance?
Blamed if I know. But it certainly makes a reasonable supposition. And with the election only a few days off, all we can do before we're sure is sit back and wait. Wait for action.
If you're still in Burnside this time tomorrow, you and your old family will stay at Vermints.
You're not driving me from my home?
Yeah? Well, then maybe someone will dig you a new home. They won't move, huh? Well, we'll move them. Light that fuse.
Chad, I know my husband brought you down here to help us. But we just can't go on this way. We can't go on just sitting around while these gun toters blow Burnside Falls apart.
Now, Sarah, it ain't Chad's fault, you know.
Well, maybe it isn't. But it was Chad who said sit back and see what happened. And look what's happened. Folks shot down, places burned up, and almost half the people over here picking up and moving to War Dance to save their lives.
My dear Mrs. Burnside, even though I used to sell a medicine which was a miracle. It's going to take more than a miracle to stop this lawlessness as quickly as you'd like.
Yes, but you don't understand. Folks are moving away from here, a dozen families a day.
Just like sheep, that's what they are. And the blackest sheep of the lot is that no-good brother of mine, Milo.
It isn't all right even saying things like that, Harvey. Even though saying and proving in Milo's case are as far apart as Pikes Peak and Death Valley.
Prove? How can you prove anything on a gang of cutthroats like that? Thousands upon thousands of dollars behind them just to buy votes and bullets.
And that's just the frame of mind they want you and other folks around here to stay in, Sarah. They want you scared to death. They want you to give up before you're licked. Don't you see that's winning half the battle for them?
Well...
They're not only making this a war, they're making this a war of nerves.
Well, they've got my nerves so frazzled that I'm even willing to take a drink of my Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil. There's nothing else handy around the house, of course.
Cherokee, the only thing around this house is trouble. If Wardance is made the county seat, Harvey and Sarah Burnside will have lost everything they've worked years to build up. And the people of this section will be saddled with a reign of crime and corruption that'll make Custer's last stand look like a Sunday school picnic.
Now, that's what I mean, Chad. You've got to do something.
And we will do something, Sarah, if we can ever figure out something to do. Believe me, I haven't come down here to console you. I've come down to help. I'm not going to sit by and see this county referred to in the history books later on as another gun-troubled valley.
We'll return to the second act of Gun Trouble Valley, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now back to Frontier Town.
Well, I might as well admit it. All that high-sounding talk I gave Sarah and Harvey Burnside was really just whistling in the dark. A little pep talk to keep up their confidence. It wasn't until later that afternoon, while Cherokee and I were jogging back toward Burnside Falls, that any idea hit me at all.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad, this whole situation is thoroughly sordid.
It sure is, Cherokee. A man not only turning against his own brother, but all of his neighbors and friends.
Normal man might suffer from a thirst, like me. Normal thirst.
Of course you mean thirst, as in thirst for knowledge.
Well, knowledge is what gives me my thirst. My brain is so full of knowledge it requires considerable lubrication.
Well, I'm glad to learn that, Cherokee. Because next time your thirst overtakes you, I'll just stake you to 3 rounds of axle grease.
Well, even axle grease is better than water. However, referring to Milo Burnside's thirst, his is an unnatural thirst. A thirst for gold.
And just about as unquenchable as the average... Cherokee, whether you know it or not, you've just given me an idea.
Now, if it has anything to do with axle grease, I don't want to hear about it.
Far from it. This has got something to do with gold. And I hope the solution to making Burnside Falls the county seat at the election.
Gold? What has gold got to do with it?
Well, if we can get about 3 ounces of gold dust and tailings, it may have everything to do with it. Come on, Cherokee. You and I are going to the Lion's Den. We're riding over to Wardance. While Cherokee and I were prodding those livery stable nags across the county over to Wardance, Milo Burnside apparently reached there ahead of us as the result of a summons from Cap Kilmore.
If you think because you're the president of a 2-bit bank, Burnside, you can give me orders, you got a few things coming.
Yes? Well, you might as well understand this here now, Kilmore. I hired you, and you're working for me.
Yeah? Well, I ain't working for nobody. McCall's Railroad is footing the bill, and you and me, well, we're just partners. And the way I'm starting to feel now, I might be happier if I didn't have any partners at all.
You can't threaten me. I promised the railroad we'd move 1,000 people away from Burnside and over here to War Dance. And if you can't live up to your obligation, I'll get somebody else to do it.
Why, you fat-headed buzzard. You're a bigger crook than I am. Double-cross your own brother, rob your own bank, and then move over here like a rat leaving a sinking ship.
Why, you cheap murderant!
I was just hoping you'd do that.
My throat! You're choking me! Don't, Cap, don't!
I got a good mind to bang your head through the floor. You gonna behave?
Yes.
And we're in this deal as partners?
Yes, Cap. Anything you say.
Go on, get up. And remember, next time you think you're giving me orders, you'll find it's me who's doing the ordering. Ordering you a $10 funeral.
Two high-grade gentlemen, those two. Either one of them would happily arrange to murder a man for a silver dollar. But of course it was this love of money that not only was the basis of the whole trouble, but also what I hoped would be the solution for Harvey Burnside and Sarah. Cherokee and I were talking it over as our horses slowed up and we hit War Dance's rutted and dirty main street.
Suppose you realize you're asking me to risk my life by coming over to a town like this, Chad?
Why, War Dance is the perfect town for you, Cherokee. It's wide open and lawless.
That's what I mean.
And being lawless, there's no law here. So there shouldn't be anyone looking for you for peddling that alcohol and water you used to describe as genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yes, indeed. But with that poke of gold dust stuck in your pocket, somebody's sure to spot it and try to get it away from you. If they do, that means trouble.
Well, I hope somebody spots the gold dust.
You hope? Confound you anyhow, Chad. Just what are you up to?
Well, according to you, I'm up to my neck in trouble. But if you want to know exactly what I plan to do to get the voters back to Burnside, all I can tell you is that I'm only certain of the first move. I'm going to locate Mr. Cap Kilmore and start from there.
Locate? Where do you think you can find him?
Well, the first place I'm going to look is down the street there in that saloon.
In that saloon? Chad, my boy, you're a man of rare perspicacity. Lead the way, my friend, and depend on old Bannon to follow.
Buck, give me another drink. This time, leave the bottle on the bar.
Pardon me, you Mr. Kilmore?
Yeah. Who are you?
My name's Foley, Mr. Kilmore. Fellow over there said you wanted to talk to me.
Oh yeah. You're one of the folks who moved over here from Burnside Falls, aren't you?
That's right. That is, I ain't sure I'm staying here.
I see. Well, maybe I can convince you that you ought to stay here a while. At least until tomorrow when we're holding the election for the county seat.
I don't see what you mean, sir.
Well, us folks over here in War Dance have got a lot of pride in our community.
Yeah?
And if you'll stay here for the election and cast your vote for the best interests of the county, we'd be mighty happy to show you our appreciation.
Well, that sounds interesting, Mr. Kilmore.
You see, the law's funny. It says for a man to vote, he's got to own land.
Yeah.
So I figured maybe we'd just give you a quarter section of land and, how does that sound, huh?
Well, that ain't much of an attraction. The land I seen since I got over here is so dry a man couldn't raise gophers on it.
Well, since that's the way you feel about it, we might buy the land back from you for $50 the day after the election.
Oh, I see. Fellas got to own land to vote. Then after the election, you're a smart one, Cap. You sure are.
And you'd better make sure you're smart, too, Foley. Because I'm making it my business to get the name of every man who votes, and whether he votes for Burnside Falls or War Dance. I think you get the idea, Foley. I'll see you later.
Sure thing. I'll be looking for you the day after election. Hey, bartender,
I'll have a beer.
Well, Cherokee, this is one time I'm going to buy you a drink. May we squeeze in here, mister?
Yeah, you bet.
Give me 2 fingers, no chaser.
Be careful with those fingers, Cherokee. Don't chew them down past the nails.
You fellas here to vote?
No, far from it. I'm over here because of that crooked election Kilmore's trying to run on the people.
Of course, it ain't none of my business, but I wouldn't say things like that too loud.
Why? Has Kilmore got you bluffed, too?
Oh. You're in for it now. Here's Kilmore coming back to the bar right now.
No, sir, Kilmore don't scare me. I still think he's running a crooked election.
What did you say, mister? What's that again?
I said this whole election smells rotten to me. Or maybe you don't think so.
The only thing I think is that your mouth needs closing. What's your name?
What difference does my name make?
Well, we got to put something on the headstone.
Chad, take it easy.
Now, look, if you think you're threatening me, you're not even getting close to it. Because I think you haven't got enough salt in your whole system to do anything about it. Not while I'm standing in front of you.
Chad, you're loco.
Remember I told you your mouth needed closing?
Well... Suffering tomcats, Kilmore. You darn near knocked his head right off his shoulders, you did.
All right, you. Now, get up off there.
Cap, what's that? That little leather pouch that rolled out of his pocket on the floor.
Huh? What pouch?
This pouch, right here. And look, it's full of gold dust. Gold dust? Yes, gold dust.
Wait a minute. Give me that back. That gold dust is mine.
Where'd you get this stuff? Well, I'm not waiting. Where'd you get that gold dust?
I sure would never tell you if you didn't have me covered. But, well, I got it out of the bank on Wolf Creek over in Burnside Falls.
Come on, men. If there's gold there, we better be getting back to Burnside Falls.
Don't! You fools, come back! Don't you see it's a trick? Come on!
Well, you're smarter than I gave you credit for, Kilmore. It was a trick. Yeah, a trick that was just good enough to spoil your plan for a cooked-up election.
Yeah, by the time they find it out, the election will be over. Burnside Falls will be the county seat.
And you'll be in jail.
Why, you dirty double
dealer.
Cherokee duck!
Now, let's see what you can do without your gun.
Look out, Chad. The way you're hitting him, he's going to fall against the bar and upset those beautiful bottles. Oh! Now, that's the first time I've ever seen a man knocked out, the stimulants applied simultaneously. Look at him. He's just bathed in bourbon.
Yes. But unfortunately, the bourbon's not going to wash away his sins. But I think by the time a few of the people admit on the stand to the bribes Kilmore offered them, that the state will wipe away his sins, although it may take 20 years.
Chad, as an attorney at law, you certainly violate more laws than you learned about in school.
Oh, I don't know about that, Cherokee. The only law I was dealing with in war dance was the law of human nature. As you pointed out earlier, and gave me the idea, it was just their thirst for gold which dumped Mr. Kilmore's apple cart.
Strange you should mention thirst and apple carts in the same breath. Because as a callow youth, one of my dearest delights was imbibing of hard cider. An excellent libation, but I no longer like apples.
You mean you're an apple knocker?
Well, not exactly, my boy. But a short time ago, I was revolted when I served a dish of applesauce. The whole thing was full of hairs.
Full of hairs, huh? Well, maybe that was your fault. You didn't order your applesauce made from the right kind of apples.
Is there a certain kind of apple for making applesauce without hairs?
Certainly. Next time you order your applesauce, order it made from Baldwin's.
Baldwin's?
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy. Chad Remington's the name. Chad Remington from Dos Rios in the Rocky Mountain country, where I'm sort of, well, I guess you'd call me a frontier town lawyer. Strange things happen out on the frontier, and as a result, strange things happen to me. Mighty strange things. But the frontier being what it is, always changing and always moving, and with the people who drift into it and across it, we've got just about as much law as, well, as the law allows. To show you what I mean, let's take what seemed to be a pretty cut-and-dried case that was brought to me just a matter of a few weeks ago. And I guess the best way to tell you about it is to tell you what happened, or what I suppose happened before they sent for me. Now, it all took place in the town of Rock Springs, about 40, 50 miles from Dos Rios, and concerned a cattle rancher by the name of Oliver Baldwin and his daughter Dixie.
By criminy, Dixie, you're just wasting your breath arguing with me. I know what I'm doing. And I'm a-telling you that I'm going down to Delahanty's store and tell him off proper.
But, Daddy, maybe you did make a mistake when you wrote that deed out for him. Maybe you just thought you wrote it out for 300 acres. You might have put an extra zero on it without realizing it.
The only mistake I made was in dealing with that unprincipled, no-good varmint in the first place. I know what I wrote in that deed, and it was just 300 acres and not 3,000.
Well, if you're positive he changed the 300 to 3,000, you still shouldn't take the law into your own hands.
Who said anything about taking the law into my own hands? I'm just going down to Delahanty's store and give him 24 hours to change that deed back to 300 acres or suffer the consequences. And while I'm in town, I'm sending a telegram over to Dos Rios to that lawyer over there, Chad Remington.
Well, that's a relief.
Because if Delahanty's going to try any crooked stuff on me, I'm a-getting a lawyer and throwing him and his whole kit and caboodle right smack into jail.
Well, Oliver Baldwin was as good as his word. He hitched a team to his buckboard and drove from the 2-Bar S into Rock Springs to call on Cy Delahanty at the little store Delahanty had recently opened in the town. And while he was on the trail to Rock Springs, Oliver Baldwin was the subject of a conversation Delahanty was having with his assistant, Prod Stevens.
Look, Mr. Delahanty, I know I work for you, but you ain't been in Rock Springs long enough to know about these things. And I'm telling you, Oliver Baldwin is a regular catamount when he gets riled.
You don't say so, Prod. The old gentleman looks so gentle. You'd think butter wouldn't melt in his mouth.
Talk about the devil. Here comes Baldwin now.
Let me handle him. Morning, Oliver.
Don't you go Oliver and me, Delahanty.
No, don't tell me just because you made a perfectly understandable mistake in filling out my deed that you're going to hold it against me.
Delahanty, I know you ain't been out west long enough to understand us, folks, but them smooth city ways yours don't go out here. We got our own way of handling crooks.
Prod, I think you better show the gentleman to the door. And don't be too polite about it.
Yeah, all right. Come on,
You
Mr. Baldwin.
lay a hand
Come
on me
now.
and I'll
You
show-
numbskull, let that gun alone. Let go of that gun or I...
Mr. Baldwin, you pulled a gun, acted like a complete nitwit, and ruined a $200 mirror. Now get out before I lose my temper completely.
If that gunslinger of yours didn't have my 45, I'd show you. But I'm a-getting a lawyer down here, Delahanty, and when he comes, you'll be lucky if you just end up in jail.
So, he's sending for help, is he? Well, the only kind of help he's going to need is the help of 6 pallbearers. Prod.
Yeah, boss?
Get that rifle out of the back room. You and I are riding out on the trail, making sure that Mr. Baldwin never gets back home.
Well, Oliver Baldwin stopped long enough in Rock Springs before heading home to send me a telegram. So, enlisting the company and assistance of Cherokee O'Bannon, the ex-medicine man who now owns the Dos Rios livery stable, we lost no time in setting out for Rock Springs and plowing up the dust to the 2-Bar S ranch house.
This is quite an establishment Mr. Baldwin has over here, Chad.
Yep, and from all appearances, Oliver Baldwin seems to be one of the few really prosperous ranchers.
You suppose he might be able to pay you a sizable fee, Counselor?
What do you call a sizable fee? $10 for me and 10 quarts of whiskey for you?
Oh, sizable fee should be $20. Oh, quarts.
Yes.
Oh, I'm Chad Remington, and this is Mr. O'Bannon. Is Mr. Baldwin home?
Come in, won't you? I'm Dixie Baldwin. My father was dry gulched last night.
He was...
Dry gulch? Oh. Who was the unprincipled culprit who dared to...
Hold it, Cherokee. This is no time to ask questions. If Miss Dixie feels like talking, she'll tell us all that's necessary to know.
Oh, what is there to tell you? I knew before my father left for town that he'd never come back.
Why do you say that?
Because he went in to see Cy Delahanty with blood in his eye.
Cy Delahanty. Who's he?
A double-crossing, sheep-stealing Jasper who just opened a store in town. Oh, I know I can't prove it, but I'm positive that Delahanty did it.
Why do you say that, miss? Had he threatened your father?
I don't know. But Daddy threatened him plenty. You see, Delahanty moved to Rock Springs from Springfield a few months ago. He opened a store and then started looking around for some ranch land he could buy.
Well, that explains part of your father's telegram about a forged deed.
He sold Delahanty 300 acres. When the deed was filed, it read 3,000.
I see. But you said your father was dry gulched. And if he went into Delahanty's store to threaten him,
Of course. You didn't think Delahanty would do what he did in his own store, do you? With that kind, they just wait.
Shall I open the door for you, Miss Dixie?
Well, yes, if you... Well, I recognize his rig outside. That must be Delahanty at the door now.
Wait a minute, Miss Dixie. I think Cherokee and I had better go into the kitchen while he's here.
You mean
mean you don't want to meet Delahanty?
No, I don't. Not just yet.
Well, you're going to be a fine lot of help, you are.
Now, wait a minute. I only want to... you'd better let him in. I'll explain my reasons to you later. All right, come on, Cherokee.
Good afternoon, Miss Baldwin. May I come in?
Yes, as long as you're here.
I heard about your father.
Not really.
A week ago, I'd have felt sorry for your father and for you. But since he made his attitude very apparent yesterday, I'll just make this a business call. Save myself the trouble of coming to see you again.
And save me the trouble of seeing you again.
Your father told you he sold me only 300 acres, didn't he?
That's all he did sell you.
Fortunately, that part is past argument. When he came in to see me yesterday, he asked me to promise that I wouldn't tell you about this. Here.
A bill of sale for 100 head of cattle.
A bill of sale for 100 head of cattle. You didn't think I was going to buy 3,000 acres of land and raise jackrabbits on it, did you? I bought a ranch from your father. A ranch with cattle on it.
You... Mr. Delahanty, I want to tell you something I'm sure you already know. This is nothing but forgery. You copied my father's signature from the original deed.
How very, very clever of me. Of course, you can prove that statement.
I'm giving you 3 to get out of here.
No sense in reaching for that rifle, young lady. Now that I've told you the facts, I'm going. But I'll be back Monday to take over my 3,000 acres and the cattle along with it. Good day, Miss Baldwin. And don't expect me at your father's funeral.
Mr. Remington!
There's a fine, high-class gentleman. Miss Dixie, do you believe your father did sell him the cattle?
For $1,100?
I'm forced to agree with the young lady, Chad.
So am I, Cherokee. But that doesn't mean a judge and 12 men on a jury would. No, the first thing for us to do, if Miss Dixie feels up to it, is to ride into town and call on the sheriff.
Sheriff, you can't really mean that.
Allow that I do, Miss Dixie. Guessing's one thing, proving's another.
And how are you going to prove a thing like forgery when even you admit you couldn't tell if it's your father's signature or not?
Well, if either of you think I'm going to be robbed of my ranch and my stock, you've certainly got another thing coming.
Miss Dixie, the law is the law.
Isn't that consoling? But if that is the law, then maybe I'd better make a few laws of my own.
Now, Dixie, you're not going to get any place acting this way.
And as far as you're concerned, Mr. Remington, remember, I didn't ask you to come down here. And if my father had known as much about you as I do now, I don't think he would have either.
We'll return to the second act of Branding the Badlands, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, as I said before, a cut-and-dried case doesn't always turn out to be just that. And not only was it a back-breaking job trying to prove anything on Cy Delahanty, but Dixie Baldwin's sudden attitude of bitterness was making my task no easier. After Dixie's display of temper at the sheriff's office, the O'Bannon and I, somewhat grimly, I admit, remounted our horses and rode back to the 2 Bar S Ranch. When we got there, we found that Dixie having seen us coming, had gone into her bedroom and bolted the door, leaving us with a bit of egg on our faces. Not much to do and a good deal to talk about.
Chad, you know I'm not a man who likes propriety. But I want to go on record as saying Miss Baldwin is perhaps the most pig-headed filly I've ever seen. And one of the most pulchritudinous, I might add. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, a fine lot of good her pulchritude is doing us while she's locked up in her room.
And it has certain advantages at that, Chad. For example, since she is not out here to play hostess, I could look through the kitchen cupboards to see if I could locate any refreshments.
Not on your tin type. This is one time you need a clear head.
Counselor, my head is clear as a bell.
Yes, and probably twice as empty.
Of course. It's absolutely twice. What was that again?
Look, O'Bannon, there's only one thing for us to do. We've got to induce Miss Dixie to come out and listen to reason. And there are no two ways about that.
If I know women, and I do, she's not coming out.
Dixie? Dixie, can you hear me? I want to talk to you.
You're just wasting your breath, my boy.
Doggone it, Dixie. Will you stop acting like a spoiled child and come out here?
I'm certainly not coming out. And if you're even half a gentleman, you'll pack up and clear out of here.
Now, your father telegraphed me to come out here and, well, he needed some help. And if you...
Fine lot of help you are. Unless you mean you want to help Delahanty.
Why, you ungrateful little vixen. Now, you either open that door or someone's going to have to buy you a new one.
You try breaking this door down and you're going to get a load of buckshot.
All right. Now, Cherokee, that excess beef of yours is good for something. Come on, help me bust this door down.
Only too glad to oblige, Counselor.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Two big, strong men, eh? Well, do you think you're big enough to swallow lead?
Now, you wouldn't dare pull that trigger. Your bluff is just like your temper, all on the surface. And for your information, I'm not leaving Rock Springs yet.
And for your information, I don't care what you do as long as you get out of my house.
Fair enough. That's a bargain. All right, come on, Cherokee. We got a bit of riding to do and fast. We did have a bit of riding to do. We rode back to town and made tracks for Delahanty's General Store, where we called on Mr. Delahanty himself in mighty short order.
Yeah, I've heard about you, Remington.
And I've heard about you, too, Delahanty.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't believe all I hear.
Sorry, but what I heard about you, I've got to believe.
A really smart man wouldn't.
You talk as if I came here to make trouble for you. I didn't, so I'm putting all my cards on the table. Oliver Baldwin sent for me. When I got here, he was dead. And in my humble opinion, that daughter of Baldwin's is a double-dyed, self-willed little fool.
Oh? Is she?
Now, after talking to the sheriff, I'm sure of it. Now, look. Baldwin was supposed to pay me $500 for coming here, and it looks as if I'm not going to get it. So I thought maybe I could get part of it by making a deal with you.
A deal, huh? Well, keep talking.
Well, the sheriff says there's no question in his mind that you bought and paid for 100 head of 2 Barres cattle. And since you're a merchant and not a cattleman, I'd like to make a deal to round up and brand that cattle for you.
Wish I could believe you, Remington.
Why shouldn't you believe me? I own a ranch of my own, and I'm telling you that rounding up and branding takes an expert.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, if O'Bannon and I could do the job for you and collect $100, well, we'll at least have made expenses and not leave Rock Springs total losers.
Good grief, man. What have you got to lose? Besides, you can ride along with us and make sure you're getting what you paid for.
That's right, at that. All right, boys, you can start the roundup and branding tomorrow morning. And Prod and I will be right on hand to watch you.
Dixie, won't you even give me a chance to explain?
Don't you think you've explained enough? You're going to do exactly what my father wanted you down here for. To help Delahanty take possession of 3,000 acres and 100 head of cattle he never paid for.
But, my dear lady, Chad's got a good reason for doing it. And if he'd only stopped to think at the time of the year it is, you'd get some Ideas why
If
we...
you'd only stop trying to alibi yourselves, maybe we'd all be a lot happier. Let me tell you both this much. I'm going to pay you back someday and show the world what a pair of double-dealing, low-down, backbiting snakes you two really are. Since that's all I have to say to you, you can get out of here now and not show your faces again till it's time for your roundup.
All right, Cherokee. Dab a loop on that yearling and haul it over here to the fire. We're all ready to brand.
Right you are, Chad.
Are you sure this brand design will be all right for you, Mr. Delahanty?
Sure, if you say so. It's easy to put on those steers.
Oh, it's very little trouble. And the design, a triangle cross, is unusual. You won't find it twice within 1,000 miles of here.
Chad, this adolescent bovine is not taking too kindly to the idea of branding. Now, who's going to hold and who's going to brand?
I'd better ear the calf down, Cherokee. You look almost worn out already.
The only reason I look worn out is I am worn out.
Did you ever see a branding before, Mr. Delahanty?
No, this is my first.
Chad, for mercy's sake, will you stop conversing and toss that calf? The iron is red hot.
Okay, Cherokee. And don't forget the instructions I gave you.
Yes, sir. Once over lightly.
Okay. All right, here we go. All right, Cherokee. Slap on that branding iron. Because once we get this one done, we still got 99 more head that are going to wear the triangle cross. Now, believe me, it was mighty tough work branding 100 steers. But well worth the money Delahanty was supposed to pay us. It was late and dark by the time we'd finished, so we arranged to have Delahanty come back the next morning to cut out his cattle and drive them over to his own acres. But just before Delahanty was due, Cherokee and I paid another call on Dixie Baldwin.
Are you crazy? Why should I go out to the corral while you gloat over delivering 100 head of stolen cattle to Delahanty?
Now, look, young lady. You're coming out to witness the delivery whether you want to or not. So make up your mind to that.
Who do you think you're talking to that way?
I know who I'm talking to. Miss Dixie Baldwin. And she's going out to make sure that Delahanty gets only the cattle wearing his own brand.
You can talk all you want to. I'm not going out to the corral.
Now, the heck you're not, young lady. Cherokee, grab her shoulders.
Delighted, my boy.
Now, we're carrying Miss Baldwin to the corral ourselves.
Here goes.
Put me down. No, you stop that. You put me down. No, you leave me alone.
Well, Mr. Delahanty, it's up to you to pick out the cattle wearing your Triangle Cross brand and drive them out of here.
Huh? Triangle Cross brand?
That's your brand, you know.
Why not one of these cattle are wearing a Triangle Cross?
But they're the same cattle you saw Chad and I brand for you yesterday.
What are you talking about?
Not your cattle. These have got to be your cattle. You left that so-called assistant of yours here to watch them overnight, didn't you?
We're not magicians, Mr. Delahanty.
I don't know what's going on. There must be some mistake.
Mistake? Oh, there can't possibly be. And what's more, you yourself gave Miss Baldwin a receipt for the 100 head of cattle right after the branding.
Yeah, but these aren't my cattle.
Well, I must admit the 100 head penned up in here are wearing the 2-Bar S brand. Maybe you moved your cattle during the night while we weren't around.
You think I'm crazy or something?
I'm sure I don't know. But since you admit these aren't your cattle here, well, you might just as well be on your way.
Why, you... Remington, I don't know how you did it, but you tricked me.
I did?
And let me tell you this much. You're not going to get away with it.
But maybe I have gotten away with it, Delahanty. It seems to me that you've already signed a receipt for the delivery of your so-called cattle.
Yeah? I'm taking the cattle in this corral anyhow. Pry!
Yeah, boss?
Start driving that 100 head out of here.
My good man, do you intimate that you're going to rustle Miss Baldwin's cattle?
I mean that you're both a couple of thieves. And I'm taking what's rightly mine.
Delahanty, you just made a couple of mistakes. The first mistake was calling me a thief. And the second was...
Chad, look out! Go get him, Counselor.
Try to steal cattle, will you?
Remington, you're nothing but a filthy crook and
that's one sentence you're not going to finish. When you wake up, we've got another sentence you can finish, which will run about 15 years.
All right, Sheriff, you can come out of those bushes now.
All right, come on, Sheriff. You saw Delahanty try to take 100 head of cattle that weren't wearing his brand. And I know that you know exactly what to do with cattle rustlers.
Chad, I'm not even going to apologize to you for all I said and did.
You sure don't have to, Dixie.
But will you please explain to me how you got away with that hocus pocus when I saw you brand the cattle with Delahanty's brand myself?
Miss, all we did was cold brand that stock.
Huh? Cold brand? Now, just what is a cold brand?
Well, Dixie, I tried to explain it to you yesterday, but you just wouldn't listen. However, a coal brand is a brand which only burns the hair off, doesn't touch the hide. And Delahanty, being an Easterner, didn't know that this time of the year, with the cattle shedding their hair, the burned hair fell out overnight, leaving only the 2-bar S to show through.
And the look on his face when he saw that 2-bar S.
Well, that 2-bar is a wonderful brand. Just imagine, 2 bars in place of 1.
What do you mean, Cherokee?
Well, Cherokee's kind of hinting that now that the job's all over and Delahanty's on his way to jail, he'd like a little liquid refreshment.
Oh, well, come on. I've got a bottle of something in the kitchen.
Oh, no, not that.
Oh, what's the matter, Cherokee? You turning down a drink?
Well, last night I got into the kitchen and brought the bottle out. Started to pour a drink in the parlor, but I very quickly gave it up. Too strong for me.
Too strong? You'll have to explain that one to me.
Well, when I poured some in the glass, a few drops of it fell on the maple table in the parlor.
Yes?
And that liquor was so strong, you know what? The bird's eye maple all turned bloodshot.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman to tell you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed, from the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for, teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy. I'm Chad Remington, and if you've ever heard of me, which you probably haven't, you've heard me referred to as a Cowtown lawyer. Well, I guess you might say I do practice law in Dos Rios, but even on the boisterous and brawling frontier, there's not enough law business to keep a man going. A part of my time, a good part, is spent raising cattle, and what trouble I don't get into for my law business, I certainly ear down with my cattle. Because it's still so fresh in my mind, let me tell you what happened this shipping season. I guess it all started the day I was out checking my stock and keeping my eye out for downed fences with my sidekick, the ex-medicine man, Cherokee O'Bannon.
Chad, my boy, I don't mind saying that these steers of yours look like you've been feeding them nothing but my genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil.
Now, wait a minute, Cherokee. They can't look that bad. Besides, my cows don't touch alcohol.
Don't touch alcohol? Then that must account for the expression dumb as an ox. By the way, you don't happen to have a wee drap on you, do you?
I certainly don't, and even if I did, Cherokee, isn't that someone over there riding through the junipers where we just cut out those heifers?
Junipers? Must be a man after my own heart. They flavor gin with juniper berries.
It is someone, Cherokee. Come on. We're going over and find out just who he is and what he's doing trespassing on my land.
By George, you were right, Chad. There is someone there looking over your cattle.
Hey, you! Suppose you just hold it. All right, easy there, boy. Slow now.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. See who it is? It's that packing house fellow who recently came to town. Deuce Zeideman.
Howdy, Remington. Who'd you think it was? A rustler?
If I had thought so, Zeideman, you wouldn't have lived long enough to ask that question.
And believe you me, the counselor's not fooling. Just what are you doing out there anyhow?
I was riding by, saw your cattle, and figuring you'd probably be selling to me pretty soon, thought I'd save myself a trip by checking them over now.
You represent that new packing house combine, don't you, Zeideman?
Yes, sir. I sure do. United Beef Syndicate. And I'm willing to pay you a mighty good price.
And how much would a mighty good price be?
Oh, let's say 7 cents.
7 cents?
What do you think these are? Range-fed longhorns? Now, these are Herefords, mister, and practically fed by hand.
I might up that a penny a pound.
Fat chance. Chad's always gotten 10 cents and up from Ed McComb.
Yeah, but Ed McComb's dead. You don't think his wife can stay in business at those prices, do you?
Mister, not only is Lizzie McCombs capable of running that packing house, but she's staying in business if I have anything to do with it.
Suit yourself, Remington. But don't come to me when you find out she's not able to pay those fancy prices you want. Because I'll have bought all the beef I need to last me a full season. Now, if I were you, I'd think it over. And fast. Real fast.
There was no question in my mind that Deuce Zeideman had given me a warning. I didn't like it. And most of all, I didn't like Deuce Zeideman. So Cherokee and I wasted no time getting into Dos Rios and paying a call on Lizzie McCombs to find out if Zeideman had been threatening her.
Why, that knot-headed lummox threatened me. He wouldn't dare, Chet. He wouldn't dare.
Well, I thought I'd ask, Lizzie. After all, now that Ed's dead, well, with that kind, you never know.
Well, Deuce Zeideman and the United Beef Syndicate ain't scaring me out of business, with her or not.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Lizzie. Because I thought the way Ed had been found shot so mysteriously, it just might have been Zeideman and his crowd.
You shouldn't say things like that, Cherokee. At the coroner's inquest, Deuce Zeideman had an airtight alibi.
Even if he didn't have an alibi, the McCombs Packing Company is still in business, and is going to stay in business. If Deuce Zeideman has got any different ideas, he's going to have a fight on his hands that the whole county won't forget.
Well, Deuce, I guess you were right.
What'd you find out, Pinto?
Plenty. Lizzie McCombs has bought more than a trainload of cattle, and she's getting ready to ship. Most of the cattle are down at the railroad yards now in the loading pens.
Got 'em all nicely rounded up for us, huh?
What do you mean?
I just had a hunch something like this was going to happen. So I had a little, heart-to-heart talk with one of her men. You know him, Pinto. That big red-faced fella. The one they call Braid.
Braid? Sure. Well, what's he going to do for us?
You get your boys rounded up and back over here for instructions. Once they do their job, Mr. Braid is taking care of the rest.
You getting the cattle loaded all right, Braid?
Doing all right, Mrs. McCombs. Won't be long before some lucky city folks will be licking their chops over some more prime McCombs beef.
Yeah. If nothing goes wrong.
Yeah? What could go wrong now?
Well, that new beef syndicate that Deuce Zeideman's got, I ain't too sure.
Well, you know what they say. Competition's good for business.
Yeah, maybe honest competition's good for business, Braid, but when you're dealing with a weasel, face, slick-talking...
Suffering Joe, man. What's that?
Why, them filthy sidewalkers shooting up the street like that. They're panicking our seers.
Look out, Mrs. McCombs. Come on, get out of here. Here come them local cattle. We'll all be trampled to death.
Well, although at that time there was no way of proving it, Deuce's little scheme to wreck Lizzie McCombs Packing Company and win a monopoly of the cattle business in our valley certainly was starting to bear fruit. It wasn't bad enough that the cattle had been stampeded all over Patty's half-acre, but Brother Zeideman still had plenty of aces left up his sleeve. The first ace, the black one, he wasn't long in playing.
Blast you, the lot of you. Why don't you men button up your lips and let me do the talking?
What's the use of talking, Mrs. McCombs? The boys are right. It's too bad, but working for you seems to be a sure way of ending up at the doctor's or at the undertaker's.
You nutheads! What about me? If y'all quit like you say you're going to do, where am I going to end up?
You're not so bad off. You can probably sell out to this syndicate of Zeidemans. But the way things have been going with us, 2 men killed in a stampede today and 3 others hurt. We know when we're well off, and we're staying that way. Come on, boys, let's get out of here.
A couple of times, Lizzie, but I guess you didn't. Hello, what's going on here?
Oh, Braid and the boys are quitting, Chad.
Why, you can't quit on Miss McCombs at a time like this?
Well, we are quitting.
What's she going to have to do? Go out and hire some men?
She sure will have to hire some men. If you're any sample.
I'm sample enough not to turn yellow like you all have done.
Yellow, huh? Well, does this look like I'm yellow? Come on, you galoot! Lend me a hand! Gang up on me, will you? Well, I'll...
Well, aren't you proud of yourselves?
7 of you jumping just 2 men.
Ah, you make me sick. Come on, boys. And if Remington and O'Bannon want some more when they come to, they can fight us. If they can see anything out of them closed eyes.
Will you quit worrying, Braid? If there's anybody to worry, it's me and Pinto.
You're sure right about that, Deuce. Because Remington ain't going to take this laying down.
What can Remington and O'Bannon do against a lot of us?
Well, one thing he can do is keep Lizzie McComb's backbone up so she'll fight to the nail.
What Remington needs is a good lesson. Something that'll teach him when he tries to cross us up, he's just playing with fire.
Playing with fire, huh? You know, that gives me an idea.
Yeah, it gives me an idea, too. I wonder if we're both thinking about the same thing.
I was thinking that a nice little fire, the right kind of fire, would put Lizzie McComb so far out of business, Remington or nobody else would be able to do her any good.
Say, that's an idea. And won't a fire burn that two-bit lawyer up?
It sure will burn him up. That's pretty funny. That's what you might call a hot one.
We'll return to the second act of South of Santa Fe, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
As a lawyer, I make it a practice to pretty well keep my temper under control. But as a rancher, well, I'm afraid that it blows and blows hard. Not only was I sore inside, but I was sore outside as the result of the beating I'd taken at the hands of Braid and his gang. Well, that night, patched up with court plaster and arnica, Cherokee and I were sitting in my law office, located above Cherokee's livery stable. I was fuming, and Cherokee was fuming, but for an entirely different reason.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. After the beating I took, it's unfair, inequitable, and downright picayune of you to make me sit here with you when I could be over at the Ace of Hearts, the Gold Nugget, or some other worthy tavern imbibing some relaxing fluids.
All right. Go ahead, Cherokee. If the drink means that much to you, I guess I can get along without you.
Oh, now there's no reason for you to be hasty, Chad. I'll stay here with you for a while if you think it'll do any good.
Who knows what'll do any good. Mr. Deuce Zeideman may be too much for me.
You don't honestly mean that, do you?
Well, I'll admit that Stampede engineer down at the railroad yards today wasn't quite as successful as he thought it was going to be. Lizzie said that they got back all but 37 head of the stampeded cattle.
Yes, but he did succeed in getting Lizzie's men to quit as a result of the stampede.
Cherokee, that varmint is about the crookedest crook I've ever seen. Imagine playing both ends against the middle. Tries to argue us ranchers into breaking our contracts with the McCombs Company at the same time that he's trying to wreck Lizzie and force her into his price-fixing syndicate. He's a rascal, all right, and a clever one.
Well, some folks have called me a rascal, Chad. But my whole trouble has been that the only thing I can't resist is temptation. I'll take drinking liquor. Chad, what are you staring at out the window?
Look, Cherokee, across the street. See those men heading for the McCombs Packing Company barns?
Well, I'll be reformed. couple of those fellows look familiar.
I'll say they're familiar, all right. They were in that gang that beat us up this afternoon.
What do you think they're doing, leaving their horses and heading for the stockyard holding pen?
I don't know, Cherokee, but we're sure going to find out.
Keep it quiet. I don't want to make any noise while I'm busting off this lock. Hey, that's it, Pinto. That does it. Come on, boys. Come on. And don't make too much noise with them kerosene cans. Yeah. Keep it quiet, boys. Keep it quiet. Where's the best place to start this fire, Braid? Right here, in the feed. Okay, dump that oil out and get it lit. Yeah, okay, Pinto. All right, now don't keep quiet, boys. Yeah, get it going there now. Yep.
As it turned out, Cherokee and I got there too late. Too late, that is, to stop the fire. But not too late to run those coyotes out of there with lead.
Come on, Chad. There they go.
Hold it, Cherokee. We've got to let them go and try to put out this fire. Go find some buckets while I try to dig up some blankets. We may be able to put this out before the whole place goes up in smoke.
This keeps up, Chad, I won't have any cattle, plant, or business left.
This syndicate of Zeideman's is a horrible thing. He'll eventually have a monopoly and force people to buy meat at his own prices.
You're sure right about that, Cherokee. In fact, I've been reading that there's some talk in Congress of legislating trusts like that out of business.
Oh, well, I ain't got no time to wait for Congress. You know, I think what I'm going to have to do is get hold of 50 or 60 cattle cars and ship every head of stock I own to Kansas City or Chicago and take what I can get for 'em.
Well, Lizzie, that's your business. But personally, I'd rather end up 6 feet under than knuckle down to a weasel like Deuce Zeideman.
And, Miss McCombs, the same goes for yours truly, Cherokee O'Bannon.
Well, since you can't arrest a bunch of men you can't locate, I had no way of tying up the gang who started the stampede and the fire with my friend Deuce. All Cherokee and I could do was wait. Just wait. Meanwhile, Lizzie McCombs sent a telegram requesting 60 cattle cars. And when the answer arrived, she came storming into my office.
Talk about monopolies. Read this telegram I just got back from the railroad.
Every available cattle car reserved for United Beef Syndicate for the next 60 days.
Yes.
United Beef Syndicate? Isn't that Zeideman's outfit?
You're dad blasted right, it's Zeideman's outfit. No, Chad, there's no two ways about it. He's got me licked.
Of course you're not licked. You don't have to ship your cattle. You can trail drive them to Abilene.
No, not on your tin type. I wouldn't drive a half mile. Life's too short for any more grief than I got now. Oh, Chad. I'm afraid I'm just...
Wait a minute. Hold it, Lizzie. Am I seeing things, or is that Deuce Zeideman coming over here?
It certainly is, Zeideman.
I wonder what he wants.
I hope I'm not butting in. But they told me over at her office that Mrs. McCombs was up here.
Well, you're in, Zeideman. What do you want?
Well, I just heard from the railroad that Mrs. McCombs needs some cattle cars for shipping.
That's right. What'd you do? Come over here to gloat?
Certainly not, ma'am. Since I won't be needing the cars I reserved for another week or two, I'll release them to you, if you'd like.
Oh, wait a minute. Deucey, are you serious?
He's up to something, Lizzie. Leopards don't change their spots, and polecats don't change their stripes.
Look, I came here to talk business with Mrs. McCombs.
All right, Sideman. How much do you want to charge me for the cars?
Charge you? Why, nothing. You just pay the railroad. All I'm interested in is putting an end to all the talk that's been going around about me trying to put you out of business.
It's talk that's going to backfire on you yet.
Oh,
Simon.
now that's enough, Chad. You just keep out of this. Luce, are you in earnest?
I'd be an awful fool to make you the offer if I wasn't on the level. I'd just be cutting my own throat.
If that's a suggestion, it's the best one I've heard today.
Doggone it, Chad. Enough's enough. I ask you to keep out of this, but you gotta keep running off at the mouth.
But, Lizzie, I was only...
There's some folks in town who say anything Chad Remington's ever mixed up in means trouble. The way you're talking now, I can see that they're right.
Do you mean that you're really going to accept this phony offer that Zeideman's made you about using his cattle cars?
I mean, I'm still running my own business. If I can get railroad cars, I certainly don't need your kind of help.
Deuce, I still don't get the idea of first tying up all the railroad cars and then turning around and letting the old lady use them. No, Pinto. I'm afraid you wouldn't get the idea. But we've pulled so much rough stuff on the McCombs Packing Company that everybody in town's suspicious.
Well, why shouldn't they be?
That's right. But now, with me lending her the cars to ship her beef in, there ain't nobody, not even a jury, who wouldn't say I'm the best friend she's got in the world. Sure. And the minute she ships the beef and the cars you're lending her, everything we spent a month doing is knocked right into a cocked hat. Do you think so? Well, wait till Lizzie McCombs takes off that hat and sees what's really inside of it. Just wait, Pinto. Just you wait.
Although I didn't know that Juice was laughing, I didn't sleep that night. And along about sunup, I rousted Cherokee out of his bed, made him saddle up 2 of his livery horses, and we went for a ride. I had to think. I had to think hard and mighty fast. And I guess you can say it was no accident that I tried to do my thinking riding close by the railroad right away.
Chad, I think you were strictly non-compos mentis if you try to butt into Lizzie McCombs' business any further.
I'd be loco if I didn't follow this hunch. There's got to be a reason why Juice let Lizzie borrow those cattle cars. And the only reason I can think of is to put her out of business once and for all.
But on the other hand, if you are wrong, the ranchers who have sold to her are going to take you apart. Remember, your luck is wearing mighty thin.
Not half as thin as the city folks will be if Zeideman gets control of the beef market.
I suppose you're right. But what are you going to do way out here in this ungodly hour of the morning?
That cattle train is coming now, Cherokee. It's got to stop for water right down there ahead of us.
So?
So you and I are waiting until the train stops, sneaking behind the coal car, breaking the coupling, and seeing if we can't let the cattle cars roll back down the hill toward town.
By the whiskers of my pet goat, what happens to us if the train crew catches us?
By the whiskers of your pet goat, if they catch us. Make tracks out of there, because that air won't be fit breathing. We'll choke to death on gun smoke. All right. Hold it right here. All right, Cherokee. Down off that horse and let's go. Cherokee, you cover me while I crawl behind that tender and break that coupling.
Okay, Chad. Good luck.
Hey, what's going on there?
Chad, come on!
If you don't want to get ventilated, stop right where you are. We're taking charge of these cattle.
Hey, cattle stealing!
Hey, Brownie! Get that engine started again! They can't get the cattle if we move them out of here!
Chad, stop them! They're getting back in the engine!
Let them go, Cherokee. If they want the engine, let them take it.
Chad, right in that engine. They'll be back here in a half an hour with a posse.
You mean if that engine gets any further, then... Deuce planned to have happen to the whole train. A derailment and accident which he wouldn't be held responsible for. All right, come on, Cherokee. I'll bet we'll find Deuce around here someplace watching to make sure the whole train was wrecked.
But what are we going to do with the cattle?
I'm not worried about the cattle now. What we've got to do is get our hands on the hogs.
I hope you're enjoying your morning constitutional, Deuce. You can't fall off the way Chad's got you tied to the saddle.
Why don't you shut up?
I guess you don't know Cherokee very well, do you, Deuce? He's one man who always keeps his mouth open, ready for any emergency.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And even though this is the time of the morning I'm generally getting home, I've got my mouth all set now for something slightly stronger than breakfast coffee.
And I think that Deuce here is the one who ought to buy you the drink.
Deuce should? Why do you say that, Chad?
Well, wasn't it his gang who closed both your eyes yesterday?
Yeah?
Well, then, since turnabout is fair play, he's the man who should buy your eye opener.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
If you've ever heard of me, and believe me, there's no reason why you should have, maybe you know that I'm Chad Remington, often referred to as a saddle-stop lawyer. Well, I guess Dos Rios, my hometown, is a saddle stop, because there's certainly no railroad within 50 miles of it. Just a few stagecoaches that pass through and most of the time a constant stream of cow ponies. As for being a lawyer, I guess I must plead guilty, Your Honor, because I make part of the living I do make from the practice of law. However, a small cattle ranch is one of my assets, and a few weeks ago, cited by Cherokee O'Bannon, the reformed medicine man who now owns our livery stable, I rode over to another town to buy some breeding stock. And what I'm going to tell you about now hit us like a cannon shot on the way back. We were about, 40 or 50 miles from Dos Rios, jogging along at a lively, sustained clip, and the O'Bannon was matching the rattle of the pony's hooves with the prattle pouring from his lips.
Tad, despite the fact that I own a livery stable, I must admit that I still have no true and lasting affection for horse flesh.
Oh?
Therefore, Counselor, I would esteem it a great favor if you would be good enough to stop for a bit of rest and relaxation overnight at some town between here and Dos Rios.
Or, to put it another way, Cherokee, you're saddle sore.
Sir, it's not my saddle that's sore. It's that portion of me, however, that comes in contact.
Whoa, that's quite enough. You don't have to draw me a physiological blueprint. And as a matter of fact, the same idea had struck me. I'd been thinking of stopping off in Maverick Town, at least for a good meal, and then deciding whether to go on to Dos Rios or not.
Well, a good meal would be more than welcome. Is there any place in a burg they would call Maverick Town where one could obtain a good meal?
One of the best places in the entire state, a little restaurant run by some Mexicans I know, Luis and Teresa Ibarra.
Well, that doesn't sound too appetizing, my boy. No, indeed.
But it is, Cherokee. They make the finest pollo con arroz and chili rellenos you've ever eaten. Of course, the food is hot.
Well, in that case, I'm all for it.
Well, you like hot food?
Indeed I do. Indeed I do. Hot food seems to give me a thirst.
Give you a thirst? Oh, Bannon, when the good Lord assembled you, he might have shortchanged you on scruples. But he certainly gave you a triple dose of thirst. All right, come on. Your tongue is starting to bulge now. Let's prod up these ponies and get into Maverick Town. And I'll introduce you to Luis and Teresa Ibarra mighty soon.
Senor Dallas, why do you all the time make trouble around my little restaurant?
I'll trouble you, you half-breed hash slinger, if you and that woman of yours don't go back where you come from.
We will not go back. We have just as much right to stay here as anybody else. We Americanos now.
The heck you are. We ain't got no room for foreigners like you within 20 miles of Maverick Town, you understand?
But, senor, me esposa and me, we're citizens just like anybody else.
Why waste time talking to them, Dallas? If they ain't going to leave, how about making them entertain us? Come on, let's make them dance.
Doggone it, that's a good idea, Blinky. All right, you two, let's see you dance. Come on.
No! You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You have no business picking on the Ibarras.
Well, you think you can stop us, Bobby? Or maybe you think because your uncle owns the bank, you're running Maverick Town.
Bobby, do not mix up with these hombres.
Come on, I want to see you two dance. Now, who done that? Who's the sidewinder that shot my gun out of my hand? Well, tear him apart.
Well, start tearing, mister. I'm right here, right in front of you.
I'm right behind you, Chad.
What business you got butting in?
Well, let's put it down as the business of any decent citizen. Because from the little I seen of you, I hardly think you qualify.
Well, you ain't gonna see much more of me because I'm gonna close your eyes. Look
out, Dallas, look out. Bring them around this way and I'll give it to them.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Now just hold it right where you are. All right, Chad, now's your chance.
Thanks, Cherokee, and here goes.
Now, you'd better get up and dust yourself off before I decide to do the dusting for you.
Come on, Blinky. We got other ways of handling Jaspers like them, too.
Gosh, mister, you sure gave Dallas what he had coming to him.
Oh, Senor Remington. Senor, when I saw you in the crowd, it made me very happy in my heart.
Well, it didn't make me very happy when I saw you, Luis. And what that he-devil was pulling on you.
Who are those two, anyhow?
Senors, you come inside. And while we fix you something to eat, We will tell you all about them.
Well, there wasn't much that either Luis or Teresa could tell us about the pair who had been picking on them, except that suddenly, for no apparent reason, someone was trying to make Maverick Town so uncomfortable for the Ibarras that they'd pick up and move. However, there was a reason we were to find out soon enough. And while Cherokee was washing down the hot food with glasses of red wine, had we been over at the cafe and dance hall across the street, we might have found out exactly what the reasons were.
Come on, Blinky. Lay off that bottle. Come on back into my office. I want to talk to you.
Sure, Dallas. Although it don't look like you're going to enjoy talking much with your lips split open.
Yeah? Well, before we get through, there's going to be a lot more than split lips around this town. Come on. Come on. Get that office door open.
All right, now take it easy, Dallas.
Well, I found out who that big Jasper was who butted in.
Yeah?
It's Chad Remington, that lawyer from over in Dos Rios. And if we let him hang around Maverick Town, we may miss the boat.
Boat? We may miss the train.
Never mind the jokes. But that railroad agent will be back in town Friday. And if we can't deliver that corner the Mexicans have got their restaurant on, along with the acreage behind it for the new freight yard, he'll probably try to do business with them direct himself.
Well, I don't see why Bascom don't pay the Mexicans something and just buy the place from him.
Bascom shell out his own dough? Why, that one's so tight every time anyone walks inside his bank, he locks the vault.
Yeah, that's a banker for you, all right. I guess he's got the first penny he ever made.
Well, we're getting a few of them pennies once we run them Ibarras out of town and Bascom takes over their property. But I got a hunch we're not going to get away with it unless we get Remington out of town, too.
Yeah? Well, how do you figure to do that? You know, from the little I seen of Remington, he's a plenty salty maverick.
He handles himself all right against one man. Do you think he can against 6?
Huh? 6? What do you mean?
I want you to get some of your boys and lay for Remington. And as far as anybody else is concerned, I want it to look like Remington picked a fight with you.
Ah, I get you. Well, don't worry, Dallas. If that's what you want, we'll give Remington the full treatment.
You better make sure you do. Because with Bascom ready to pay us $2,000 to get that Mexican's property for him, you may want to live long enough to collect your share.
Well, with the little Louis and Teresa told Cherokee and me, we decided we'd stay in Maverick Town, at least overnight, and maybe for a few days longer. It was pretty obvious that there was something wrong, some new and unexplained reason for the sudden resentment against the so-called foreigners, and we decided to find out what it was. Well, after the biggest and best meal we'd had in weeks, Cherokee and I left the little Mexican restaurant and started down the street towards the hotel. We hadn't walked very far when suddenly 5 men came out of no place, and before I realized it, the meanest looking of the bunch had managed it, so I bumped into him.
Hey, what's the matter? Ain't there room enough on the street for you? You have to walk all over my feet?
I wouldn't if you'd keep your feet where they belong.
Oh, one of them smart Jaspers, huh? Well, we'll show...
All 5 of you? Now, unless you're tired of living, keep your hands away from those guns.
Why, you... Come on, get 'em, boys. I got to show you.
They ganged up on us.
Keep those 2 tied up, Cherokee. This one's going for his gun.
Oh, look like you're breaking my arm. Let go.
All right. I'm going to give you a better chance than you gave us. I'm giving you 3 to clear off the street.
Come on.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad, have you ever been punched in the stomach after 3 portions of enchilada?
You know, it must have been the enchiladas that won the fight for us. The garlic on our breath did more damage than our fists. Besides, what they shook up inside of you was 3 bottles of vino.
Golly, mister. Every time I walk down the block, you seem to be having a fight with Dallas or some of his boys.
Then you know who those highbinders are, son?
I don't know them personal, but I know they all hang out at the Lady Luck Saloon. They're all friends of Dallas Vixen. He owns the saloon.
Have you any idea why this Dallas person should suddenly take a dislike to Louise and Tracy Ibarra and start making trouble for them?
Gosh, no. Long as I remember, everybody in Maverick Town is like Mr. and Mrs. Ibarra. This is something entirely new.
Well, son, there's only one way to try to get the answer, and that's by going directly to headquarters. What do you say, Cherokee? Let's go into the Lady Luck and see if we can find this Mr. Dallas Vixen.
Let me tell you something, Remington. You're barking up the wrong tree.
I wonder. There are some trees that folks around here might be tempted to use, unless you learn to behave yourself.
Yeah? Well, we got some pine trees around here, Remington. They cut down easy, and a couple of men can build a 6-foot box out of them awful fast.
Well, if they do chop down a pine tree, why not have them build 6 more pine boxes? Because you and your gunslicks might need them, too.
Well, if that's all you got to say, Remington, I'd be very much obliged if you'd be on your way. Having you around may give my place a bad name.
Any bad name this dive might have probably will be cleaned up before this week is over, Dallas. Right along with some of the characters in this town.
We'll return to the second act of Maverick Town, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, as you know by now, Cherokee wasn't welcome in Maverick Town. And certainly neither was I. Of course, we had no idea what the reasons were for the sudden animosity exhibited toward us. No more than we knew the real reason behind the attempts to railroad the Ibarras out of town. Notwithstanding the set-tos we'd had with Dallas and his men, this stiffened our backbones and increased our resolve to stay in Maverick Town until we had the matter settled, one way or the other. We found out later that not too long after the affair on the street in which Blinky and his friends ganged up on us, Mr. Bascom, the town banker, paid a call on Dallas Vixen, entering his office through a rear private door.
I imagine you men know what I'm doing over here.
Sure, Mr. Bascom. We were just talking about it.
Talk. I'm sick and tired of all this talk. I want action. And by thunder, I'm going to have it.
Well, doggone it, Mr. Bascom. Did this shiner I got and that cut on Dallas's lip look like you wasn't getting action?
The only thing I'm interested in is results.
And that's just what we're going to get you. Because I've just figured out that we've been playing this game the wrong way.
Oh, you have you?
Yeah, I have. Doing what you told us not only hasn't worked out, but now everybody in town knows we got some reason for wanting to run them Mexicans out of here.
Yeah, and they may be running us out of here before we know it.
Now, the way I got it figured, Bascom, we can get Luis and Teresa out of this town, take over their property, and none of us will have to lift a finger.
You're not even making sense, Dallas.
I sure am. Because what if the folks in Maverick Town got to thinking that this was no place for a couple of Mexicans? They'd run them out of here in fast order.
Yes, and who's going to give them such an idea?
All we got to do is call a meeting. You know how mobs are, just like sheep. Let somebody get up on a platform and tell them the Ibarras are foreigners and un-American. Don't worry, the mob will do the rest.
By Daniel, I think you're right. And the bigger the lies we tell, the easier it'll be to make them swallow them. As a matter of fact, as the banker in this town, I can probably get up on the platform and whip them up into such a frenzy that they'll run the Ibarras out of town tarred and feathered.
You bet you can. And by noon tomorrow, you'll be back laying $2,000 right here on my desk.
Folks, now, please. Please, folks, now, please, if you'll just let me finish. Now, all I'm saying is, what sort of town are we building? When foreigners can come in here, open businesses, be in daily contact with our wives and children, and then take our hard-earned money and send it back to the country where they came from. Now, I say, if we don't get rid of the undesirable foreign element, your ranches won't be worth a nickel.
All the ridiculous hogwash. Now, you remind me of a herd of spooky cows being stampeded. Now, what sort of a man is this banker of yours that he's trying to turn you against Luis and Teresa Ibarra? Because this is one country where every man has the chance to live, and to live decently, regardless of race, creed, or color. All right. You don't have to throw me out. I can get out of here soon enough if that's the way you feel. Come on, Cherokee. Let's get outside and into the fresh air. I can't wait to get the odor of this place out of my clothes.
Senor Remington, Luis and I, we have talked the whole thing over. We heard about the meeting.
See. We decide we're going to get out of Maverick Town before we cause shootings and trouble.
That's ridiculous. Now you're actually talking like a foreigner.
Cherokee's right. Good Americans don't run away from trouble.
Oh, senor. We like very much for stay in Maverick Town. This place our home, but, well...
They haven't run you out of town yet. And they're not going to if we can ever find out why Bascom, the banker, suddenly pops up spreading dissension and hatred.
I cannot say, senor. But anything this banker does always has some connection with money.
Why, just looking at that thin, hard mouth of his, it's made me feel like I wasn't looking at a man, but I was looking at a shark.
See. Except that the shark, you can catch him on a hook.
That's only half right, Luis. You can only catch a shark on a hook if you've got the right bait. And I'm willing to wager that by the time we get through, Bascom, Vixen, and their entire crew will be out of water and gasping like fish on dry land. Teresa seemed to have the only possible clue to the whole situation. Bascom wanted the Ibarras out of Maverick Town because of some reason that had something to do with money. There seemed to be no way of finding out what his reason was until I got about the wildest idea that ever entered my head. Remembering that we had met his nephew, Bobby, on the street, Cherokee and I took the advantage of the chance acquaintance to ride out to Bascom's house and see Bobby late that afternoon.
Gosh, I just don't see what you mean, I guess.
Bobby, we're trying to tell you that your uncle's in danger. He's locked up inside that vault.
Locked in the vault?
We've got every reason to think that he is, and that's why we came to see you. We thought if you had a set of keys that would let us into the bank and knew the combination of the vault, well, we might be able to get your uncle out of there before he suffocates.
Whoa. Uncle does keep some papers and things in a little desk in his bedroom.
And that's where the keys are, and the vault combination ought to be. Come on, Bobby. We just haven't got a second to waste.
Left 14.
Left to 14.
Right to 0.
Right to 0.
That should do her, Chad. Try the handle and see if she opens up.
Hurry, Mr. Remington, hurry. If my uncle's in there, he may have suffocated already.
All right, Bobby. Just stand aside till I swing this door back.
Mr. Remington, there's nobody in the vault.
No, Bobby, but I've got a hunch there is something in the vault that I'm looking for.
You mean you talked me into getting you the combination just so you could rob the bank?
The only thing I'm going to remove from the vault won't be something that's valuable to the bank. If it's here, the only value it will have will be to all of Maverick Town.
Wait, you're nothing but a big crook.
Cherokee, grab the youngster and hold him.
Now hold still, Sonny, because I certainly don't want to hurt you.
Get away from me.
I wonder if it could be in this drawer. Marked private correspondence.
Hurry Hurry it up, Chad. This youngster is worse than a wild catamount.
I'm doing my best, Cherokee, but there are so many papers in here that... Well... Yeah. It looks like all the risk we've taken aren't wasted. Here's a letter from the railroad saying that they're building a freight yard in Maverick Town and that they need the property the Ibarra's restaurant stands on for their freight depot.
I don't believe it. That mean my uncle's a crook.
You just be grateful it's your uncle and not your father.
Uh-oh. That looks like Bascom just pulling up outside in a buckboard.
But he'll come in. He'll catch us here.
Yeah, I suppose he will. But it's a little doubtful as to whether he's catching us or we're catching him.
I can slip out through that window over there, Chad, and do the rest of what you had in mind.
All right, Cherokee, I think you'd better. Now get going.
Now, you watch your step, Counselor. Although this is law business, you've broken the law, and you may be up to your neck in trouble.
Now, will you stop talking and get out of that window? Bascom's at the door now. Now, you get behind the vault door, Bobby. When your uncle finds me in here, there's apt to be trouble. Gun trouble. Come on in, Mr. Bascom.
What?
I've got a little business here I want to discuss with you, and I don't think you're going to enjoy it.
How'd you get in here?
Never mind how I got in, but let's discuss why I got in. And to save you worrying about it, I was anxious to get my hands on this letter.
Letter? Why, you unmistakable...
Bascom, you'd make another mistake clearing your holster.
You don't scare me one bit. Besides, I've got you dead to rights.
I'm warning you, Bascom, let your gun alone. You must be 20 years older than I am, and I'm trying to give you an even break.
The only break you're going to get is...
Go on, drop it.
No, let go of me.
I'll let you go right now.
Wow. You really let him have it. He won't wake up for... Mr. Remington, look. Here comes Dallas and his whole gang.
Well, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. I sent Cherokee to tell them that your uncle was absconding with the bank's money. All right, come on, Bascom. You'd better wake up. There's a reception committee coming to call on you.
What'd you say?
All right, come on, Bobby. You and I are going to hide behind the vault door and watch the whole show.
Well, I'll be blamed. So this big rumhound was telling the truth. Cleaning out the bank, was you, Bascom? All ready to make your getaway.
No.
Why don't you stop that lying? Guess we know what we can see.
Well, I'm telling you, I wasn't clearing out. I didn't open the vault door.
Oh, sure not. You're just trying to frame us into doing your dirty work, running them two poor Mexicans out of town, and all you want's to hog all the money. Well, we'll soon see about that.
Yes, Dallas, we'll see about that.
Who's that with?
Now, drop those guns.
Look out, Dallas. I got a beat on him.
Cherokee, lend me a hand. I'm going to shove them all into this vault and slam the door.
That's it, Chad. We've got them now. Well, I was glad to help you, Chad, but locking those crooks up inside that vault...
Well, until we get the town marshal and some deputies with handcuffs, can you think of any place better for a crooked banker and his gang to be locked up?
Senors, please. You let me give you a few more tacos and just maybe a little more chicken, no?
Oh, Teresa, as much as I love your food, no fooling. I'm up to here.
But, senor, after all you do to help Teresa and me make sale of land to railroad, you must have just a little more something. Maybe you, Bobby?
Oh, gosh, no thanks. I'm full.
And Luis, I've got to pass. But maybe Cherokee will oblige.
Amigos, I just couldn't hold any more food. However, if you just happen to have a glass of something to wash this down with...
Oh, si. Here, Senor Cherokee. A whole full bottle of very finest tequila.
Tequila?
See, what is wrong, senor? You do not like tequila?
Well, I'll tell you, my little pigeon. I once had a sip of that Mexican liquor, and the only thing I'd use it for now would be to give a slug of it to some woman I hated.
Give it to some woman you hated, Cherokee? Now, what would you do that for?
Why, Counselor, for a very obvious reason. Tequila, of course.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman to tell you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Hello there. I kind of feel that I know most of you folks by this time, but maybe there are some of you who don't remember me. So just for the record, my name's Chad Remington, and I sort of practice law in the little frontier town called Dos Rios. Now, practicing law on the frontier is a lot different from practicing law in a city. In fact, it's so different that I've ended up playing detective, troubleshooter, and in general, the cases I get seem to make me a target, just like a clay pigeon in a shooting gallery. What I'm thinking of right now is some trouble that was dragged to my doorstep and dropped there that concerned a stagecoach that, well, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. So let us start where the whole thing started. It was just past noon when I left Cherokee O'Bannon, the ex-medicine man who has reformed sufficiently to operate the Dos Rios livery stables. Well, I let the O'Bannon talk me into having lunch at the Greenback Cafe and Entertainment Palace. Now, believe me, if there's anything about the Greenback to recommend it, it isn't the food. It's something that Cherokee ferreted out in short order.
Chad, my boy, don't you find that sandwich a little, shall we say, dry?
I sure do, Cherokee. It tastes like it's been well sprinkled with alkali dust.
Then why don't you join me in something to wash it down? You did hear me, didn't you, Chad? Something to wash it down?
Cherokee, maybe you could palm that genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil of yours off on some unsuspecting folk, but I'll be doggone if I'm going to be conned into buying your drinks in the middle of the day.
Oh, not even one? I say not even one?
Now, look, you old reprobate. That nose of yours isn't the color of the painted desert because of... Say, this is funny. I wonder what Maud Jackson's doing coming into a place like this.
Maud Jackson in here? Why, this is just about the time of day when she should be checking out the mail and express that arrived on the 11 o'clock coach.
Apparently, she's looking for someone in here.
Yes, and apparently it's us. Or you.
Maud, were you looking for someone?
Chad, Wrangler but the livery stable said he thought you'd come in here for lunch.
Sit down, my dear lady, sit down. We were
Chad,
just...
something awful's happened. Here it is, almost 1 o'clock, and the 11 o'clock stagecoach hasn't arrived yet from Barranca Springs.
Why, the whole trip doesn't take much over an hour from Barranca Springs. And if the coach is 2 hours late, I'm afraid maybe something did happen. Where's Jim? Where's your husband?
Jim went over to Barranca yesterday to see Senator O'Connell. You know, the franchise for our stagecoach line's coming up for renewal.
Hey, Buck, I'm leaving $2 to take care of our check. All right, come on, Maud, Cherokee. If something is wrong, we can't waste any time finding out what it is.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad, where do you think you're going in all this rush?
Well, I'm going to get some horses out of that broken-down livery stable of yours and hightail it out over the road to Barranca Springs. We ought to find some sign of the coach.
Well, I hate to say this, Chad, but I have an awful feeling about it. Each time our franchise has come up for renewal before, we've never had any trouble, but... Well, this time Jim got a letter from... Oh, good heavens, Chad, look! Look down the street.
Holy mackerel. Here come the stagecoach horses, but the coach isn't in sight.
Oh, this is awful. With the children just getting out of school now, if those horses ever run loose... Oh,
Cherokee, you and Maud get back. All right, come on now, quick.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to do the only thing I can do. Wait till those horses come abreast of us, close my eyes, and jump. And I hope I land on the back of one of them and rein them in. Get back, Maud. Cherokee, pull Maud out of the way. And instead of just standing there, you might say a prayer. Here goes. Oh, there. Oh. All right, hold it now. Doggone it, I don't want to have to hurt your mouths. Oh, there. Oh.
Chad. Oh, thank God. Thank God Chad stopped the runaway team.
Even a professional detective couldn't have found anything from the harness of the runaway team that would have meant anything. Nothing was cut through or tampered with. And for an amateur detective like a Cowtown lawyer, it was as bad as having Niagara Falls suddenly vanish. Of course, what we didn't know at the time could have helped, because while we were leading a runaway coach team back to the stables, 2 hard-bitten men were down the street, eyes glued on us.
Blast it. I never thought that team would get back to town.
Well, what of it? They ain't going to find out anything from the team, Dick.
Yeah, guess not, Newt. But if Fannin ever finds out we slipped up...
Well, the thing I don't like about it is this Chad Remington getting mixed up in this. From all I hear, Remington is one tough nut.
Yeah, what about it? Even a tough nut's not too hard to crack once the shell's all shot full of holes.
Yeah, Dix. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Now, look, the thing for us to do is to go get us some fresh horses and then hightail it back to Barranca. Fannin will want to know how it went. And one thing I'm sure of, Dos Rios is one town I ain't going to be caught in.
Well, while Dix and his barrel-chested friend Newt were getting fresh horses, Maud, Cherokee, and I got horses of our own from O'Bannon's livery stable and started out, backtracking over the road the runaway team had come, staring futilely into the hot desert sun for some sign, some mark of the stagecoach itself. On the way, I took time to question Maud Jackson about everything that might be behind the whole mystery.
All I can guess, Chad, is what Jim said a few days ago. Something about he was afraid this other coaching company was out to get our franchise away from us.
Well, I don't think I'm unusually abstruse, but I don't see why a stagecoach that suddenly vanishes should have any effect on a franchise. Do you, Chad?
Cherokee, you see, if we don't deliver the express and the mail we carry on schedule every day, our franchise can be taken away from us.
What do you know about this other company, Maud?
Well, to tell you the truth, Chad, not too much. Only what Jim's told me.
And what's that?
Well, the man who owns the other company, name of Tin-Horse Fanning, hasn't got much of a reputation. Jim says Fannin was run out of Wyoming not too long ago.
Well, even with his bad reputation, unless Mr. Fanning has a reputation for being a magician, I don't see how he could make a stagecoach disappear. Certainly we haven't seen one wheel track in the 7 or 8 miles we've ridden so far.
Well, I hate to be hard-headed about this, Chad. What makes you insist the stagecoach was swallowed up? Maybe it never even left Barranca Springs.
Oh, now, nonsense. Something had happened to the other end, Jim or someone would have sent me a telegram.
Yes, I see what you mean. But this is ridiculous. Hasn't been raining, so there couldn't be a landslide. There's been no earthquake. Couldn't have fallen down a hole.
And yet the horses came in all by themselves. But we haven't seen a sign of the coach or a mark of its wheels all the way from town.
Well, I used to pull tricks standing on the tailboard of my medicine wagon, but I never made a stagecoach disappear.
No, the only thing you ever made disappear completely is no mystery. 2 pints of bourbon.
Well, a man needs to keep his...
Chad, look up ahead there. Doesn't that look like wheel tracks?
It certainly does, Maud. Come on, let's prod up these horses.
Get up there, you!
Hold it.
Chad, this just can't be.
It can't be, but it is. Here we are in the middle of a level plain, 10 miles wide. The wheel tracks at the stagecoach come right up to this point. Suddenly stop. And there isn't a sign of a footprint or any mark to show what happened to the stagecoach or where it went.
I wish I'd have brought one of those pint bottles with me. This is nerve-wracking.
I just don't know what to say. Stagecoach got here, and then... Well, it's impossible, Chad. It's like the earth had swallowed it up.
And still there isn't any sign of any human force having done it. Now, this is about the... Hello. Here come 2 riders. We'd better wave them down and ask them to pull off the road as they ride through. If there are any signs, their horses could trample them over. Hey, boys. Boys, hold it a minute, will you?
Hold there.
Well, what's the matter? What do you want?
Well, would you mind cutting off the road to your right for about a mile? You see, we're checking some wheel tracks.
Hey, what do you mean, cut off the road? It's public, ain't it?
Well, maybe this long-legged maverick reckons it ain't. Maybe he thinks he took the road over.
Mister, I don't relish that kind of talk. And especially I don't like being called a long-legged maverick.
Well, now, ain't that too bad? Cover him, Newt.
Right.
Now, are you gonna get out of the road and start letting us through, or are we gonna have to blast you?
I ask you politely and peaceably. But if you think you'd prefer it some other way, then that's up to you.
Watch it, Chad. That other gunslick's thrown down on you, dead center.
I don't think he's got enough salt to squeeze the trigger.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, you'll make just
Maud, Cherokee, slap his horse's flanks, quick!
Great day in the morning, Chad. You shot his gun right out of his hand.
And now you, I think you'd better mount up and start riding.
Mister, you'll get yours yet. And don't ever forget it.
Come on, Dick.
You'll be hearing more about this. Believe me, you will. Mr. Chad Remington, get up.
Gosh, Chad, he knew who you are. Knew your name and everything.
Yeah, so I heard. And if you ask me, he's probably right warning us. Knowing who I am can only mean one thing. Our troubles finding that missing stagecoach and busting up this whole crooked scheme haven't even started yet.
We'll return to the second act of The Coach That Arrived Missing, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
As I said earlier, I'm no detective. Never have been one, and after this experience, I never want to be one. When you come face to face with a set of facts to which there is absolutely no answer, my advice to you is the same advice I'd give to Cherokee. Go back to bed and sleep it off. But unfortunately, faced with the facts we were faced with, there was no bed to go back to. Right in the middle of nowhere, a stagecoach had arrived, stopped, and then without leaving a splinter or a footprint, simply vanished. Vanished into no place. And worst of it all was the fact that unless we found out how it had disappeared and why, Maud and Jim Jackson stood to lose the franchise the state had given them to operate their stagecoach line. Well, as those two gunslicks rode off, after giving us that somewhat cryptic warning, Maud, Cherokee, and I stood looking after them.
Chad, them two give me the goose pimples. I'm scared. I'm afraid now something might have happened to Jim.
Well, there's no sense in getting worked up over something that we don't even know about, Maud.
Of course, if I had a pint with me, we'd all be better off.
How? Will someone please tell me how a stagecoach could arrive right here, stop, and then disappear, leaving no trace behind it?
Well, maybe they pulled that old engine trick and dragged over the tracks they made after they stopped the stagecoach, Chad.
I thought of that too, Maud. But nobody dragged this over. You can see the little ridges in the sand that were blown in by the wind. They haven't been disturbed.
Well, I'm no oracle or sage, but I think the best thing we can do is get back on our horses and keep riding till we get to Barranca Springs.
But what about the coach?
We can keep looking for signs of it or something as we ride along. All right, come on.
Great jumping jellyfish. Oh!
What happened, Cherokee? What did you do?
Bag my big toe into this thing. This, lying here on the ground.
Well, what in the world is that?
Oh, this is a fine one. A thing like this here right in the middle of a virtual desert. You know what this is?
Well, I'll be a prohibitionist. Well, that's a monkey wrench, Chad, isn't it?
Well, why all the fuss over a monkey wrench that someone lost?
Because the someone who dropped this monkey wrench, Maud, was the gunslick whose horseshoe slapped. He was right here when his horse bucked, and this monkey wrench must have fallen out of his jeans.
Well, I still don't get it.
I tell you, it's the answer to what happened to the stagecoach.
The answer to what happened to the stagecoach? Chad, have you been drinking?
Oh, no, Maud. Far from it. But if I had, I'd sure prescribe it for everybody else. Now, look. This is the only way the stagecoach could have been made to appear to vanish. Now, I'm guessing at a lot of this, but I'll bet you right now that it's right.
You bet that what's right?
Whoever stopped that stagecoach did it from behind. Using one lariat or two, they roped them over the horses and forced the driver to stop.
Now, Chad, you can't make a stagecoach disappear with lariats.
Now, listen to this. Since there are no footprints here, one of the men who stopped the coach climbed up the rope hand over hand.
Yes?
Then they tied up the driver and, using the ropes, dragged the stagecoach backwards after turning the team loose.
Dragged them backwards?
Dragged it carefully right in its original tracks. Then, when they got it back, probably a mile or so from here, behind those rocks, they used this monkey wrench and some others, unfastened the nuts and bolts, and took the coach apart, piece by piece.
Piece by piece?
Well, that's the only thing that they could have done, Maud. And now that we've gotten this far, the only thing for us to do is to get on our horses and follow those two buzzards who just left here.
But why follow them?
Because it was one of them who dropped the monkey wrench. And if we're able to pick up their trail, I've got a hunch they can lead us right to Mr. Fanning or whoever it is who wants that stagecoach franchise. Come on.
Maud, are you all right? Can you keep up at this clip?
Don't worry about me. All I want is to overtake them two, get to Barranca Springs and see Jim.
Well, they can't be too far ahead. You can still see their trail up there leading into that grove of aspens. Just keep rolling.
You know, these aren't race horses, you know, Chad. These are livery stable horses. At the rate we're riding them, there won't be enough left of the...
Cherokee, are you all right?
I can't tell till I get a mirror. I have a feeling that shot came so close that hereafter I may be wearing a toupee. What in the world brought that on us, Chad?
I think those two Mavericks found out we were trailing them. They've gotten into the protection of those aspens, and they're determined to get us.
We'd better get out of here.
No, hold it. We've got to get through to Barranca Springs.
Oh, but we can't, Chad. If we start riding through them trees, they'll probably bury us in there.
Let me remind you, Counselor, of an old saying. Discretion is the better part of valor.
Now, look. You and Maud go off to the right, up through that draw and down over that saddleback. I'll stay here and cover you. If they show their heads trying to follow you, I've got them like clay pigeons.
But what's going to happen to you, Chad?
You just worry about yourselves. If you get through, and I'm lucky enough to join you, you meet me at the covered bridge that crosses Wolf Creek.
Now, you look here, Chad. We're not going to run off.
Now, that's enough, Maud. Now, you and Cherokee get going. I'm going to throw just enough lead into those aspen trees to make them keep their heads down.
Ours not the reason why. Ours just to... what's the use? Come on, Maud. Let's get riding.
Well, I guess it was the luck of the Irish, the typical O'Bannon luck. But the half-baked plan I had worked, and we all met at the covered bridge at Wolf Creek. Hardly had we gotten into Barranca Springs and tied off our horses, then who should we see coming down the street but our two friends, Newt and Dix. And fortunately, they didn't see us.
Oh, look at them wall-eyed varmints, Chad.
See them? They're heading through that alley next to the saddle shop.
And down that alley had better lead to someplace we want to find.
What's that, Chad? I don't see what you mean.
I mean, if Fanning or someone else actually did hire those two thugs to make it seem that you violated your franchise, then whoever is down that alley is the man they're going to see. And he's the man we want to see, too.
But how are we going to find out who it is, Chad?
By the simple process of becoming a couple of sleuths. You know what a sleuth is, don't you?
Why, naturally. Sleuth is a two-toed animal that hangs from a tree.
Oh, no. Cherokee, in your case, the sleuth not only is going to have two toes, but two heads.
Well, thank you very much, Counselor. That's the nicest. Huh? Are you intimating that I'm a two-headed freak, such as they have in museums? Pickle?
In that last word, you answered your own question, Cherokee. Maud, you go see if you can find your husband. Cherokee and I are taking off down that alley, and when we come back, if we do come back, I'm hoping to have your franchise signed, sealed, and delivered. I don't know about real detectives, but this Cowtown detective played a hunch, and played it right on the nose to win. Cherokee and I walked on eggs down that alley until we came face to face with a heavy barred door. A door which certainly was the end of any searching we were going to do. But what was behind that door, just outside our reach, was something we strained our ears to find out. While Cherokee bent a horseshoe nail into the form of a pick, I doubled up my lanky frame and did my best to get my ear to the keyhole.
Yell all you want, but there ain't no use in getting your back up at Newt and me, Fanning.
Yeah, that's the truth, Fanning. Dix and me did every last thing you told us to do.
Every last thing I told you to. Even to tangling with that tin-horn lawyer, Chad Remington.
But how did we know?
How do you two know anything? That's what I'd like to know. Huh. Letting those horses loose. That spoiled the whole idea.
Fanning, we did what we could with the horses. But I ain't seen a horse yet you can take apart with a monkey wrench and a screwdriver and make vanish like a stagecoach.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you both something. That franchise comes up for renewal tomorrow. And if you two smart Johns fixed it so that Jim Jackson's franchise is renewed, and I don't get it, not only ain't I paying you a red cent, but I'm personally going to beat your brains out with a... Who's that?
What? Just cover the pair we met on the road, Cherokee. I'll take care of Mr. Fanning.
Fanning? That's that lawyer from...
Shut up. How'd you get that door open?
I used to be a hotel detective. Say, that's very amusing. I mean, the idea
That's
of
enough,
being...
Cherokee. Fanning, we heard enough outside that door to put you and these two buzzards you hired behind bars for quite a spell.
You break into my office like a sneak thief and you threaten me with jail?
Mr. Fanning, I bow to your superior powers of description. But you're going to jail if I have to gun whip you from here to the nearest marshal's office. All right, keep watching
Dix,
them.
now's your chance.
Nice going, Cherokee.
Dix, come on. Don't stand there. Yeah, you better stand there.
All right, Cherokee, now I'll see if my end is as good.
Well, Counselor, maybe you called me two-headed. But I'm standing here open-mouthed in admiration and calling you two-fisted. Yes, sir, you certainly locked the stable door on Mr. Ten-Horse Fanning. And I think the federal gentleman will keep the door locked for the next half-century to come.
Jim, after all Chad did to catch Fanning and save us our franchise, I think in addition to his fee, we ought to give him a partnership in the business.
Well, I appreciate the offer, Maud, but I'm afraid it won't work. You see, Cherokee certainly did as much as I did, and, well, there's not enough business for 4 partners.
Well, that's much different from insulting me and saying I have 2 heads.
And what's wrong with 2 heads, Cherokee? They say that 2 heads are better than 1.
Why, so they do. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
And what's more, Cherokee, with 2 heads, you'd never have to get ahead of yourself.
Say, maybe having 2 heads would be a distinct advantage.
Maybe. Why, for a man with your affinity for sour mash whiskey, think of the help it would be to have 2 mouths.
Now that, Counselor, does it. I refuse to have 2 heads. Because if I fed both of these mouths drinking liquor, then I'd have 2 heads to worry about the morning after.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy. And to start this little get-together, let's first identify me by saying that I'm a frontier lawyer from a frontier town. A town called Dos Rios. My name? Chad Remington. Well, now that the preliminaries are taken care of, how about getting down to cases? Because I'd like to tell you a little of what's happened to me and a lot about what's happened out on the frontier. There's great wealth on the frontier. And I don't mean just mining wealth or oil or cattle. I mean the wealth of independence and security, if a man is hardy enough to tackle the job and drive it through. Just this alone has been enough to bring thousands upon thousands of people from everywhere and from all over, flocking to the frontier each time the government has thrown open a new parcel of land for settlement. And when the homesteaders come, well, they certainly come by the thousands. Just last month, I was riding in toward Dos Rios with Cherokee O'Bannon, the red-nosed ex-medicine man, and we were talking over the new acreage the government was readying to throw open to all comers.
Believe me, Chad, if I wasn't tied down to Dos Rios and that livery stable I foolishly bought, I'd be out on that starting line for a piece of land when they open up the Comanche Strip for homesteading next week.
And I sure wouldn't blame you, Cherokee. That's about the lushest rangeland within 2 states of here. Of course, that has its drawbacks, too.
Well, if there are any drawbacks to being lush, I ought to know. Some fellows think I'm the biggest lush within 4 states of here. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Well, I'm not going to argue that point with you. But I'm serious about what I said. Because there are a lot of the big ranchers who've been using those hundreds of miles of grass as open range. And they don't like the idea of homesteaders coming in and cutting it up into small farms. No, they don't like it one blessed bit.
You mean you think the big ranchers are going to make trouble, Chad?
I don't mean all of them, of course. There are a lot of them who have enough foresight to realize that the whole future of our little Western empire depends on settlement. Thousands of new families with hope and ambition, and the salt to stick it out.
Yeah, you're certainly right about that, Chad. Otherwise, this frontier of ours is always going to be an outpost of civilization.
I wish some of the larger ranchers like Mitt Cummings saw it as clearly as you do. In fact, there's been a rumor that Cummings went to Washington to see if he couldn't stop the government from opening the Comanche Strip.
What in the world for? Mitch Cummings has got so much now that he can afford to bathe in champagne 6 times a day. That is, if he's stupid and would bathe in it. What is a man like... Holy blue blazes, Chad, you hear that?
Not only do I hear it, but I see where it's coming from. You see there? About 5 cowpunchers chasing that fellow wearing a blue denim. All right, come on. Those odds are a little too unequal. Maybe we can lend a hand.
Blast you, Forsyth. Hold your horse still.
Hold him still yourself, Fagan. You spooked him yourself with those shots you threw at me.
Well, I'm not wasting any more lead on you. I'm stringing you up right here, you filthy rustler.
I never rustle none of your cattle, and you know that I never...
If you got so much extra breath, maybe you better use it for a last prayer.
Well, I reckon I gotta go sometime, so it don't make too much difference to me, Fagan. But I'd hate to be strung up.
Hey. Well, Fagan, what's going on here?
Well, what are you butting in for, Remington?
Remington?
Ralph Forsyth.
Doggone it, you sure arrived at the right time, Chad. And good old Cherokee. This varmint was about to string me up for some rustling that he imagines I did.
Yeah? Well, I didn't miss any cattle till you went to work for me. You're swinging just like any
Fagan,
other.
you know we don't like lynchings around Dos Rios. So why don't you just rattle up that Mustang and head on home? Well, Fagan, I'm not flapping my jaws just to hear myself talk.
You got no business coming in here and telling me what to do.
Chad, he's got his gun. Jump him.
I sure will.
Fagan, you're nothing but a double-dealing vulture. Go on, get up and clear out of here before I really lose my temper.
Remington, you'll hear about this. We got laws around here, you know. Nice steady, boy.
We sure have got laws, Fagan. And you'd better learn to stick to them.
Boy, if you two hadn't come along, my eyes would sure be bulging by this time.
It seems to me, Ralph, I heard you make that kind of speech once before.
Yeah. I guess I'm just one of them galoots who can't keep out of trouble.
So was I once. But somehow I learned. You rustle Fagan's cattle?
Oh, of course not. Oh, I ain't saying I haven't slaughtered a beef here and there when I was hungry.
Ralph, a fella who wants to work can generally make enough not to be hungry.
Oh, you get no place working for some other Jasper. You do the dirty jobs, and they end up with the bankrolls. What's the matter, Cherokee? What you staring at?
That shirt you're wearing. Never got a shirt like that from a mail order catalog.
Don't reckon I did.
I remember seeing a fellow wearing the same kind of a shirt once. He'd just gotten out of jail.
Well, if it was a shirt like this one, it must have been a New Mexico jail.
You got hungry down in New Mexico, is that it?
Good and hungry. But I'm not staying hungry no more, Chad, believe me.
Ralph, I've known you since you were ankle-high to a prairie dog. Since you don't like working for someone else, well, the government's throwing open the Comanche Strip for homesteading next week. Now, why don't you ride in and get yourself a section of your own land?
Me? A nester?
My boy, with 2 years' hard work, you'd have a nice little spread. With maybe 100 head of your own cattle. And you'd be working for yourself.
Man, I haven't got enough in my pocketbook to buy a tack hammer and 2 nails.
If you'll do it, Ralph, I'll stake you.
Oh, gosh, Chad, I can't have you lending me money again.
Well, what's money for? Come on, Ralph, let's shake on it.
Doggone you. I don't know what to say.
All you've got to say is yes. Come on, fella. I'll ride you into Dos Rios and put you up at the hotel.
I hate to say this to you, Chad, but take it from a man who knows. You're an unmitigated sucker. Giving Ralph Forsyth money. Why, he's no good. He's never been any good. He never will be.
Oh, Ralph's all right. He just needs the right chance.
He had his chance, and he took you for 100 simoleons, which, mark my words, you'll never get back.
You know, the trouble with you, Cherokee, is you don't understand human nature. And believe me, you never would have recognized that as a jail shirt if you hadn't been in that jail yourself.
Don't understand human nature, eh? Well, how do you think I was making a living selling genuine Cherokee and Den rattlesnake oil? But I'll tell you something, Chad. You just think you know a lot. Take it from yours truly, you've still got a lot to learn. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Well, as it turned out, I did have a lot to learn. Because almost at the same moment Cherokee was exposing my worst faults to me, something I didn't know about was taking place in one of Dos Rios' most notorious saloons.
Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Cummings. I can use that money. Any girl who has to work in a cafe can always use money. How do I know I'll be able to find the kind of man you need?
I'm not worrying about that, Linda. You're a smart girl.
Well, can't some of your cowboys do it? The men who work at your ranch, Mr. Cummings?
Too risky right now. A lot of people know why I went to Washington. But if you're worrying about a man, how about the one you've been watching ever since he came in? The one at the bar.
He looks real nice.
Nice, eh? Unless I miss my guess, the shirt that gent's wearing, he got in jail.
Oh, really? doesn't look like that kind.
Yeah, the reason you might want a man and the reason I want one are mighty different. He'll do for me. You get him. And after I'm through with him, if you still want him, well, I'll be paying you enough money to buy almost anything your little heart really wants.
I could use some of that right now.
Money? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Here's a couple of hundreds on account. Now go on, honey. I'll leave you alone. You get me that man.
Hey, what's that note you put up on the door of my office, Cherokee? Said you wanted to see me.
Indeed I do, Counselor. Indeed I do.
Now, don't tell me that because I gave Ralph Forsythe some money, you've decided you're going to work me for a few free drinks.
Well, it's not a bad idea, Chad, but that isn't what I want to see you about. Ralph Forsythe was around before looking for you.
Oh? Did he say if he's decided to make the run with the other settlers into Comanche Strip?
Yeah, he sure didn't. But he handed me this and asked me to give it to you. There.
$100. What's that for?
You're such a great judge of human nature. You ought to know. That's his answer to your suggestion that he settle down. Your money back.
But where did he get $100 to repay me?
Well, of course, I'm not supposed to be as smart as you are, but I can still put two and two together.
Meaning what?
Well, I happened to be in one of the, local business establishments this afternoon, and I saw Mitt Cummings in there talking to one of the girls. Does that give you any ideas?
Was Ralph in there at the same time?
I can't say for sure. I saw him come out of there later. In fact, he came right straight out of there and walked down here to the livery stable to hand me the money to give back to you.
Well, let me tell you something, Cherokee. If Mitt Cummings thinks he's going to use Ralph to help him keep those settlers out of the Comanche Strip, Mitt Cummings has bitten off more than he can chew, unless that low-down buzzard enjoys chewing lead.
We'll return to the second act of Western Empire, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Now, if anyone thinks I was overly bright, or even a little bit psychic in concluding that Mitt Cummings was buying the services of Ralph Forsythe to wage war on the stream of new settlers which would soon be coming in, they're wrong. Very wrong. Because knowing Ralph's weakness for attractive women, and his easy-come, easy-go philosophy added to my never-too-pleasant acquaintance with Cummings, it was no feat of mental gymnastics to figure out where Ralph had gotten the money, why he had gotten it, and what was going on. Knowing how Cherokee felt about Ralph, I decided, for a change, to leave him behind. But I did throw a saddle on my horse and start burning up the trails which lead from Dos Rios to Mitt Cummings' huge ranch. Easy now. Ho there, ho. Howdy, Cummings.
Well, Remington, lose your way?
Scarcely. I'm sure I've come to the right place.
Oh, then come on in.
Thanks, but I don't reckon I'll be here long.
Oh?
I wanted to talk to you about Ralph Forsythe.
Oh, Fagan tells me you saved Forsythe's neck. Not that it's worth much.
It is, though, Mitt. It's worth a lot to him, and it is to me.
That neck of Ralph's isn't worth much to anybody. Unless it might be down in New Mexico.
Whatever it was Ralph did down there, he's paid for. Right now, he stands a chance of making good if he's left alone.
Well, then, why don't you leave him alone?
Okay. I will if you will. Because I'm willing to give you a chance if you're interested in taking it.
You getting liberal or something?
Look, Mitt, I want to see the Comanche Strip settled. And right now, what I want most of all is to see Ralph living there.
You don't say.
If that's your answer, all right. But if I were you, I'd ask Ralph what it feels like to spend a few years in jail. So long, Cummings, and don't forget, I'll be seeing you again. All right, boy, get up.
Goodbye, Remington, and good riddance.
Linda, you ever realize how much all that champagne you drink costs?
What do you care about money, Ralph? Didn't I introduce you to Mitt Cummings?
Yeah, and I don't mind telling you that was the luckiest day of my life. First, Chad saved me from having my neck stretched, and then I walked in here and met you.
I wish I didn't know what a liar you are, Ralph.
Honey, when I'm talking about you, not only am I telling the truth, but I'm not even starting to lie. Uh-oh. Look who's just come in. Chad.
Of all the... I'll see you later, Ralph.
Linda, come on back here.
Let it go, Ralph. I'd rather talk to you alone.
You got the money, didn't you?
Yes, Cherokee gave it to me. Not that it's much, but, well, it seems to me you got it awful fast. Too fast.
Well, only suckers do things slow, the hard way.
Oh, I don't know. Spending time in a New Mexico jail sounds much more like doing things the hard way. Ralph, are you going to make the run into Comanche Strip next week?
Uh-uh. I like it here in Dos Rios.
Enough to stay here permanently?
Permanently, huh? And who's going to dig me this homestead?
It could be that girl who just left here. Mitt Cummings. Or who knows? Might turn out to be me.
I see. Well, you used to have a rep for being a pretty fair shot.
Well, I haven't gotten any worse.
You wouldn't be boasting now, would you?
Come on outside a few seconds, Ralph. Maybe I can convince you.
Okay. Oh, Chad, is this far enough outside?
Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, you see that chicken hawk flying just over that roof?
Oh, I see it good, Chad. Awful good. What?
That's nice shooting, Ralph. That hawk is dropping like a rock.
Yeah, look at it.
No, you look at it.
Well, not bad. That is, if you was aiming to blow that hawk's head off.
I was, Ralph. I was. Changed your mind yet about making the run into Comanche?
Not a bit of it. But I'll tell you where I am going. Back inside and spend my time with someone who's not interested in all this preaching.
By this time, I was fearful that Cherokee was right. Ralph looked like an incurable case. But not being Ralph, I wasn't prepared to give up that easily. The only concession I did make was to take Cherokee with me on the 40-odd mile ride over to the nearest cavalry post. And once we were there, I wasted no time or influence getting in to see the colonel.
Colonel, even though Remington may talk a little wild, his ideas generally make pretty good sense.
Well, that's all well and good, but what you gentlemen are asking me to do could turn out to be a complete disaster for the Army. It might even mean court-martial for me.
Colonel, I'm sure you want to give these incoming homesteaders and settlers every possible protection. And if I can help you round up the vultures who will be trying to stop them from reaching the Comanche Strip, well, wouldn't that be a feather in your cap?
Well, yes, Remington, but you're suggesting that I use almost all my troops to protect one wagon train. Now, what's going to happen should there be attacks made if they strike at wagons coming in on other trails?
Well, every trapper in the West has the same problem. But when you go out hunting catamounts, well, you try to make your bait so attractive that the cat will forget other lures and take yours. Colonel, if you'll do your part, I'll do mine. And if together we can't save the settlers, Well, we'd better give the Comanche Strip back to the Indians just as fast as we can.
Chad, I simply can't understand you. First, you try to help Ralph Forsythe, and then you turn around and enter into a conspiracy with the United States Army. Bound to land Ralph right back into jail.
He's not in jail yet. And with even half a... Shh, Cherokee, here comes Ralph now.
That you, Chad? What'd you want? Oh, hello, Cherokee.
Ralph, I'm going to make this short. And I hope sweet. And all I want in return is for you to get out of Dos Rios with a whole skin and some money in your jeans.
Well, I can't argue against that. Keep talking.
I know all about you and Mitt Cummings.
Yeah?
I know that he's paying you to get information on which way the settlers are coming in and to stop them.
But how in the world did you...
Why don't you keep quiet and let Chad finish?
Now, look. If I give you a piece of information that should be worth a lot of money to Cummings, will you take his money, pocket it, and clear out of the country?
What's the information?
Well, to save themselves from being attacked, more than 200 families of settlers have banded together into one big wagon train. They're leaving Las Cruces tonight and should get them into this part of the country about dawn.
More than 200 of them. Well, that certainly should be worth somebody's money.
Well?
Chad, I can't peg you at all telling me this. But someday you'll find out that I haven't forgotten everything you've done for me. Put her there, partner. I'll be seeing you. I hope.
Wow. 200 of them Nestor families all in one wagon train. That'll be like shooting fish in a rain barrel.
This isn't something I can do alone, Mitt. I'll need help and lots of it.
You'll get your help. Fagan and me and some of the other big ranchers will all be there to keep them dry farmers from ruining our country. Here, here's a couple of $100 for the information. Now get down to the bunkhouse and roust out my boys. Get them ready. We're gonna ride.
Hey, Colonel.
Yes, Remington? What is it?
You'd better stop your troop right here. From this mesa, we've got a view of the entire valley.
Huh?
Troop! Halt! Well, Colonel, there you are. There comes your wagon train right on schedule. And I defy anyone to tell that that isn't a real wagon train and that those tarpaulins are covering up 200 of your men armed with Gatling guns.
The wagon train's coming all right, but where are those ranchers you were so certain would attack it?
Don't you worry about Cummings and Fagan and the other open ranges. If I know my cattle ranchers, they'll put in an appearance any time now. Except you may not be able to see them for the gun smoke.
Look at them wagons. Forsythe, I don't know where you got your information, but it sure was right.
Yeah, I don't think we ought to wait any longer, Cummings.
Yeah, Fagan, they're just about on top of us now. All right, boys, get them saddle guns out.
And remember, unless it means you or the other Jasper, shoot over their heads. Try to spook the horses and scatter the wagons. All right, come on, let's go!
Spread out, boys. Start making an engine circle.
That's it. Now get them Winchesters working.
Them are army rifles. Scatter, boys, scatter. Get back to them sycamores.
Ed, look out! We're boxed in. Here comes a whole cavalry troop down the other hill. Get up there, boy. Up into them rocks.
Easy now. Hold it, fella. All right, rein up, Cherokee. We've lost him.
Rein up? That man we were chasing can't be 50 yards ahead, Chad. That fella in the blue shirt.
I don't think we'd ever catch him in these rocks.
Chad Remington, what's gotten through you?
Well, the cavalry rounded up Cummings and Fagan and most of their men. Now, what difference if one lone scared cowboy gets away? Come on, Cherokee. I want to be back tomorrow when the colonel shoots off the gun that'll open up the Comanche Strip and write Chapter 1 on a great page in Western history. Well, as I told you earlier, that all happened last month. Just the other day, Cherokee and I sort of happened to be passing through the Comanche country, and, well, we stopped for a bite to eat with a couple of friends, a couple of newlyweds.
Go on, fellas, eat some more. You'll go a long ways before you'll get cooking again like Linda.
There's lots more out in the kitchen.
I don't believe I can eat anymore. But I believe I might have a drop of something to wash down all this good food.
Now, wait a minute, Cherokee. It seems to me that Linda and Ralph have both kept our glasses well filled.
Well filled? That's the trouble. Who in the world wants his glass filled from a well?
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmar. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Howdy there. I'm Chad Remington, frontier lawyer. with my home and headquarters in the cow town known as Dos Rios. Now, believe me, I'm not complaining when I say this, but I don't want any of you to get the idea that being a lawyer on the frontier is just a business for a student of Blackstone, because it isn't. The frontier is raw and rough, hard and boisterous, and that all adds up to the fact that even a lawyer out in the wide open spaces gets more than his share of trouble. Of course, a man who keeps his eyes open, as well as his fists ready for action, often manages to pour oil on the troubled waters. And it's about this oil that I'm interested right now. You see, just a short while ago, there was a great deal of oil poured down in the Indian Territory. And it all started one afternoon when an oil promoter known as K.C. Kansas City Leonard and his half-breed Indian companion to Larry succeeded in closeting themselves with the chief of a small, peaceful tribe of Indians, Chief Blue Fox of the Cold Springs tribe. A bottle of mescal was handy on the table in the stuffy little office.
Now, all you gotta do, Chief, is make a mark on this piece of paper.
Huh? Chief no savvy, Mr. Leonard.
Well, give him another drink and explain it to him in Indian lingo then, Talari.
Luke maho nona, beso tekuna.
Tamich labotusa? What'd he say?
He say, what paper mean to his people?
Pour him another drink.
Hey, no, mezcal.
All right, Talari. Now, tell Blue Fox that this paper just gives me the exclusive rights to drill for oil on his reservation, and that it isn't going to interfere with his people at all.
No nasa, lusamana Leonard.
No, bewa.
Chief say he sign.
Now you're talking. Hey, Chief. Make your mark right here.
Me sona mescal. Him sign paper. Now him want more.
Kimono Mishima.
Oh, Chief, daughter, just come back from Indian school.
Have you been giving my father mescal to drink?
Why, we were just talking over a little business deal
And what was that paper you were so quick to hide?
Just a little business agreement me and the chief made.
I wish to see that paper.
Oh, yeah? Well, that happens to be a confidential business document. Just a little agreement giving me the right to drill on the Cold Springs reservation for oil.
Oh. When a man finds it necessary to ply another with liquor in order to enter into a contract, his motives certainly will take looking into. Manamatona. Very well. But this is certainly not the last you two are going to hear about this.
It wasn't the last Mr. K.C. Leonard heard about his little transaction because Chief Blue Fox's daughter, Matome, spent little time in getting a pony and riding from the reservation to my office in Dos Rios. Cherokee O'Bannon, the reformed medicine man who now owns the Dos Rios livery stable, was with me at the time, and we both listened to Matome's report with frank interest, but sinking feelings.
You mean there is nothing you can do legally to set aside this document?
Don't look at me, miss. You talk to the counselor here.
Matome, unless we could definitely prove that the agreement was signed under duress, I'm afraid there is nothing we can do.
But they gave my father mescal to drink. Did not know what he was doing.
Mescal? I'm afraid any court that would hold that a man whose stomach is strong enough to swallow mescal has got a head hard enough to know what he's doing. Frightful stuff, worse than water.
Matome, even though I doubt we can have the contract voided, I don't want you to feel that I'm not going to turn heaven and earth to help you. And if we can't take care of Mr. K.C. Leonard legally, maybe we can invent a few laws of our own. Your people have been defrauded too much by the whites already.
If all white men were like you, Mr. Remington, my people would have nothing to fear.
Because Chad Remington's like he is, the only person who has something to fear out of this is that oil promoter, K.C. Leonard.
Well, we're not going to get any place sitting around here spreading flattery. So what do you say we get our horses and ride back to Cold Springs? The town of Cold Springs itself sits on the edge of the Cold Springs Reservation, high up on the rim rock. It's not much of a town, to be sure, but big enough to be a hotbed of trouble. On arriving there, we found that Leonard had rented a shack to use as his office, and I decided to walk over and see him. because you never know if you're trying to trap a cougar or a skunk until you get close enough to see the stripes. I left Cherokee to watch the horses while I started down the dusty street on foot.
I certainly wish Chad had found a better place to tie off these horses than the hitch rack in front of the local tavern. Not only is my thirst getting stronger, but temptation grows by the minute. Wonder if I couldn't watch the horses over the bat-wing doors if I found a good place at the bar inside. Wouldn't take me very long, and well, perhaps it'd be better if I'd find someone to watch the horses for me. Here comes a fellow now. Pardon me, sir. May I have a word with you?
Were you calling me, mister?
No, I didn't call you mister. I called you sir. But I would like... Billy Blue Blazes if it isn't Wildcat Maxon.
Cherokee. Suffering Joe Cherokee. When did they let you out of jail?
It'll be impossible for me to answer that question, Wildcat, until I know which jail you have reference to. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Well, are you still peddling that rattlesnake oil?
My boy, you see before you a reformed man. I now own a livery stable and act as a bodyguard to a prominent lawyer. Tell me, what brings you down to a saddle stop like Cold Springs? Last time I heard of you, you were up in the Panhandle, someplace near Amarillo.
Well, Cherokee, you're apt to find Wildcat Maxon any place where there's oil. And a man with a paying job for a driller to get it.
You mean you're down here to drill oil, Wildcat?
Just arrived an hour ago. Gonna work for a real wildcatter. Promoter by the name of K.C. Leonard.
Leonard? Well, well, well. It's a small world after all. Tell me something. Do you know this Leonard? You know anything about him?
Do I? I could start right now telling you about K.C. and the tricks he's pulled, and I wouldn't get through till tomorrow morning.
Boy, don't start the story yet. When Chad Remington gets back from Leonard's office, I want you to tell everything that you know.
Well, I don't know, Cherokee. I just put my bedroll up at the hotel, and I should be getting down there myself to report for work.
Of course, I don't want to impose upon your time. But suppose we commemorate this reunion by repledging our ancient friendship with a bottle of something satisfying at the bar inside.
Well, now, I really shouldn't, but, but since this is a special occasion, Cherokee, and you're doing the inviting, just make mine bourbon with water on the side.
While Cherokee and Wildcat Maxon were picking up the threads and the whiskey glasses, my walk down the street brought me to the door of the little shack Leonard had rented. I tried the door, but it was locked, so there was nothing for me to do except knock.
Yes? You want something?
Yes, I'd like to see Mr. Leonard.
Boss, he busy. You come back later.
Well, since I've got no place else to go, do you mind if I come in and sit down and wait for him?
You go away. Come back later.
You're not very hospitable, are you?
Come on, you beat it. No got time.
Just a minute. I don't mind leaving, but I have no intention of being shoved out.
Me say get out. Now me put you out.
You local half-breed. Who do you think you are, anyhow?
Me show you fast.
Just for that, I am going inside and wait for Leonard.
Well, you're in, so speak a little piece and get it over with. What do you want?
Well, I take it you're Leonard.
You'll be taking a lot more if you don't quit strolling around. What's on your mind?
I'd like to see the paper that Chief Blue Fox signed here a few days ago.
Yeah? Well, exactly who are you?
Well, for the moment, let's just say I'm a friend of the Chief's.
And for the moment, let's just say that any paper the Chief signed between him and me is confidential.
Oh, so? And does that mean your contract won't bear scrutiny?
Mister, if you want to leave here under your own power, you better start going now.
You may think you're man enough to put me out, but I don't. From what I've heard about you, you're, well, I don't think that you're a man at all. And with apologies to the whole skunk family, I think you're nothing but a tricky little polecat.
Boy, a loudmouth maverick. Now you are getting out. Show you.
I didn't like your ugly face when I walked in here, but maybe this beauty treatment will change it. Now, I'm going to finish what I started to say, Leonard. The Indians out here have been taking a pretty raw deal from you and your kind. With the aid of an oily tongue and a few bottles of red-eye, you've gotten away with murder. But there's a penalty for that kind of murder, too, Leonard. And if you insist on going through with this drilling deal, you may find that you're the one being drilled. Because I've got my personal drilling equipment right here.
We'll return to the second act of Six Gun Lawyer, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, there was no question about it. I'd found out whether our friend K.C. Leonard was a catamount or a skunk, except that in his case, I suspected the stripe that ran down his back wasn't white, but yellow. After my little double reception in Leonard's office, I went down to see the Indian agent and then paid a call on the federal marshal.
Remington, I agree with you from the ground up, but a contract's a contract, and there's nothing we can do to break it. Leastwise, not that I can see.
But the fact that his daughter saw them filling up the old chief with mescal, doesn't that alter the facts in your eyes?
Sure don't. Blue Fox has been known to store away a good deal of red-eye in his time, and it never even affected him. Nope. As a lawyer, I guess you ought to see that despite the fact I think this K.C. Leonard is the lowest form of wildcat promoter, as it stands, my hands are tied.
As it stands?
Huh? What do you mean by that?
I mean, if, let's say Leonard didn't pay his bills, and his creditors had attachments issued. You would serve the attachments, wouldn't you, and close up Leonard?
Of course I would. Well, what makes you think he isn't going to pay his bills? From the way I hear it, they got real oil out where he's going to drill, and lots of it.
Well, to tell the truth, Marshal, I can't answer your question right now. All I wanted to do was first assure myself that you were on my side of the fence.
And you get something legal I can use to close up Leonard, Remington, and you can count on me 100%.
That's all I wanted to know, Marshal. But I hope to be seeing you again. Seeing you again real soon. I left the marshal's office and walked back to where I had left Cherokee with the horses. The horses were there, but Cherokee was no place in sight. It should have occurred to me that Cherokee would disappear through the nearest doorway, but it didn't. Not until I heard his robust laugh echoing behind me.
Doggone it, Cherokee, that's a good one. Say, did I ever tell you what happened to me with that little redhead down in El Paso?
No, but I'd sure like to.
You can all you like, Cherokee, but it's not going to save you this time. Now go on, get outside.
Hey, now, just a minute. Who do you think you are, anyhow? Giving cheap orders to a partner of mine. I got a good mind to bash this bottle right over.
Wait a minute there, Wildcat. Put that bottle down. This is my bosom companion, the attorney I was telling you about, Chad Remington.
Well, howdy, Remington. Well, now that I've lifted the bottle up, there's no sense in wasting it, so here goes, boys.
Fine company you keep, Cherokee.
Chad, this is one of the oldest friends I've got in the world, Wildcat Maxon. He's an oil driller, and you know what? He's just arrived in Cold Springs to go to work for K.C. Leonard.
K.C. Leonard? Well, that's the last straw. Now, come on, you and I are getting out of here. Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Counselor?
I want the truth now. Just how good a friend are you of Mr. Maxon's here, and vice versa?
Why, I've known old Bannon for 30 years. Fact is, he used to buy the oil from me that he mixed with alcohol and called his genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Our friendship predates my first encounter with the law.
Well, in that case, you are old friends. But there's one thing I want to know, Maxon. What sort of a man are you who would go to work for a jasper like Leonard?
Remington, I know Leonard's a no-good snake, but I'm a good oil rig man, and a job's a job. Why?
Would you be interested in doing a favor for your old friend Cherokee and also helping...
You name it, boy, and I'll do it. Fair enough?
That certainly is fair enough. And just for that, I'm going to break a long-standing rule and buy you both a drink. Well, I bought them the drink, all right, but only one. Wildcat Maxim left the bar a few moments later to go down to report to Leonard. And Cherokee and I rode out to see Blue Fox's daughter, Matomi.
Yes, of course I understand what you're saying, Mr. Remington. But is such a thing legal?
My dear Princess, it's so legal that you and Chad and I are untouchable.
But what about this Wildcat Maxim? Can't something happen to him?
To be perfectly honest, something could happen to Wildcat. But after even my short acquaintance with that gentleman, I doubt if anything will. In fact, about the only person anything's going to happen to is the gentleman with the mescal bottle, Casey Leonard. And what's going to happen to him is going to start happening mighty soon.
Well, Talar, I never thought this would happen.
Something go wrong, boss?
I'll say it did. Just got a message from Wildcat Maxon that the hit rocket snapped off the drill stem. This job's starting to cost money. Mackerel. What happened now, Wildcat?
Well, that bonehead you hired to take care of the donkey engine overloaded the boiler. She let go and blew the pump house to smithereens. It'll be weeks before you can get that repaired.
You no can blame me, boss. I just tell you what Wildcat tell me.
Now what happened?
Wildcat say he lose 6 pieces of pipe down well hole, and then lose fishing tool trying to pull it out.
The fishing tool gone? Well, if this doesn't ruin us, nothing will. I'm starting to believe this job's jinxed.
Well, Princess, cast your lovely brown eyes on that.
Leonard seems to have his well down quite deep.
It's deep, all right, but good old Casey is in a lot deeper. Well, here comes Wildcat Maxon.
Hello there, you old wildcatter, you.
Howdy, friends, and Miss... Say, just what does a fella call you? Miss Blue Fox or what?
No, Mr. Maxon. In Indian, my name is Matomi, which means the stream which always ripples white. But at college, the girls just shortened Matomi to Matty. So I guess that's my name.
Wildcat, what dire disaster has overtaken Mr. Leonard today?
Well, after the drill broke, we lost 6 lengths of pipe. And then the boiler blew sky high, and something real good's happened today. The credit manager of the tool company come out to get some money and blamed if Leonard didn't give him a check.
I don't see anything to laugh about in that, Mr. Maxon. If Leonard's still able to pay his bills.
Did I say he was able to pay his bills? I just said he gave the tool company a check, and that check's going to get him into a... Oh, here comes Casey now. Here it comes.
Look at that ugly face of his, will you? That man is boiling mad.
Well. Now this whole thing is starting to fit together. Now that I see the 4 out here, I know just how all these accidents happen.
Why, Mr. Leonard, if you think that the 4 of us have been conspiring against you, that's a gross understatement of the facts.
Why, you loudmouth little squaw, I got it.
Bingo! Give Mr. Remington a big, fat cigar.
Listen, Leonard, a lady's a lady no matter what color the pigment is in her skin.
Nothing but a bunch of crooks, that's what you are. I'm going to have the law on you.
Well, you won't have to waste much time because here comes the marshal and some of his men now.
Hey now, boys, hey now. Leonard, I got an attachment here to close up your place for non-payment of debts. My deputies have got orders to stop the work and see that nothing is tampered with or removed from the place.
My, now isn't that too bad after all the hard luck you've had?
Well, maybe you won the first round, but there's still a lot more coming up.
That's what you think, Leonard. But I've also got a warrant that's going to put you in the calaboose for the next 10 years for passing a bad check. So just so you don't miss your first lunch at the jailhouse, come on, we'd better get going.
You got a fat chance of taking me down.
You heard the marshal, Leonard. Now get going.
Thanks, Remington. I think he's convinced now. And by the way, we've already attached his office and taken charge of his records and papers and stuff.
Great, Marshal.
when we went through the papers, there was a contract there signed by Chief Blue Fox. I don't know how it happened, but somehow or other, that one little paper got too close to an oil lamp, and you know what happened?
Before we could stop it, that contract was burned up.
Well, with K.C. Leonard on his way to jail, the drilling stopped, and the contract with Blue Fox unfortunately burned up, we stopped long enough to take stock.
How soon do you think it will be, Mr. Remington, before my people will be able to complete the well and start getting an income from it?
Well, Counselor, why the glum look?
Because it just dawned on me that the well is now tied up for the benefit of Leonard's creditors.
Yes?
And nobody can touch the well until the creditors are paid off.
You mean to stand there with your jurisprudence hanging out like a bucolic Blackstone and admit that your legal trap wasn't airtight?
Oh, it was airtight, all right, but not for us. It's airtight for the creditors.
But how much money will be required to satisfy the creditors?
Well, that's something we've got to find out for the marshal. But I imagine from what Wildcat said, it's close to 10,000.
Then why not pay her... Huh? 10,000 simoleon?
Yeah, and that's a hatful of money in anybody's bank account.
My boy, this is a blow.
It certainly is a blow.
Being a man of unstable neurotic temperament myself, I'm starting to feel the need of some sort of stimulant. See you later.
Just a minute there, Cherokee.
Yes, Chad?
This is no time to start drowning your sorrows in the cup that runs over. All of us need clear heads on our shoulders.
What we need is something to stimulate our imaginations. Well, hello, Wildcat.
Well, all our scheming and doing for the last 2 weeks has been wasted.
Wasted? What do you mean wasted?
All the little things we did to the well were nothing compared to what happened when the marshal's deputies shut it down. A cable busted. The whole bloomin' drill outfit dropped down to the bottom of the well. It's sealed up now, tied in a drum.
Oh, good grief. Can anything more happen to us?
You mean that there's no way of fixing the well?
How can you fix it when you can't even get near it? They got 6 deputy marshals guarding the place.
Isn't there some way the tools could be gotten out of there?
With a charge of explosives, maybe. But with them deputies around, what chance you got?
Suppose we could get rid of the deputies for you.
But how could you do that?
I think that Cherokee, with the help of a few bottles of that stimulant he's so anxious to get at, might entertain the deputies long enough for Wildcat to get by the guards. And by glory, the more I think about it, the more I think that's the only way out. Come on, we've got some writing to do, and I mean right now. We lost no time getting back to the reservation and the oil well, and with the skill of a successful medicine man, and armed with 3 bottles we purchased in town, Cherokee had no trouble distracting the guards. While Maxon slipped in with his charge of explosives, Matome and I stood off in the mesquite watching, hardly able to draw our breaths. Then suddenly we heard the unmistakable sound of a horse racing toward us.
Mr. Remington, there's a horse coming.
There sure is a horse coming, and a man I'm not looking to see is riding it. The marshal.
Look, he spotted us and he's coming over.
Chad, I've ridden all around Patty's half-acre looking for you. Leonard's busted out of jail, swiped the gun, and swore he's coming out to get you.
Thanks, Marshal, but I don't think it's going to do him any good, because first off, he's got to find me.
Well, I found you. And just what are you two doing out here at the well after dark?
Well, you see, now look, Marshal, let's walk back here a ways, and I'll see if I can't explain it to you.
Now, just a minute, Remington. If you two are something... Down! Flatten out! That must be Leonard.
That last shot gave him away. Get back.
Look, Mr. Remington, there he goes. He's running toward the well.
Don't, Leonard, you fool. Keep away from that well.
Get back, Ted! There she blows!
Well, when Leonard started digging for oil out here on the reservation, I bet he never realized all he was doing was digging his own grave.
Chad, it beats me how all that machinery and dirt fell on Leonard and he still lived through it.
Well, one thing is certain. He won't break out of the federal penitentiary the way he broke out of the Cold Springs jail.
I found the whole experience mighty unnerving.
So did I.
And now that the Indians have got their oil well, I feel the need of steadying my nerves with something potent.
Oh, Cherokee, for the sake of your health, you've simply got to reform. Statistics prove that whiskey kills more men than bullets.
Of course, whiskey kills more men than bullets. Why, even a big bullet doesn't drink over a pint a year.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again, same time next week, for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
If you happen to like excitement and trouble and heartaches, well, there's nothing like being a Frontier Town lawyer like me, Chad Remington. Yep, if it isn't one thing, it's the next, and much of the time, it's all three. Excitement and trouble and heartaches all together. A pretty good example of what I mean occurred, just about a few weeks ago. About the time I thought that for a while, at least, my life was going to be peaceable. I've got my law offices, such as they are, up over the Dos Rios livery stable, which is owned by Cherokee O'Bannon, now that he's turned over a new leaf and stopped peddling his genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil. And to all intents and purposes, he's settled down. Well, things were quiet. It was just before supper, and Cherokee had wandered upstairs to try to talk me into eating with him at a place notorious for its bad food, but famous for its bottled goods.
Chad, you're a man of education. Haven't you ever heard about the Latin races, the French and the Italians?
Why, certainly, Cherokee. Not only have I heard of them, but I guess I know about as many Frenchmen and Italians as the next man. Why? What's all that got to do with eating supper in a dive?
Well, they're pretty fine people, the French and the Italians. They've learned that the worst thing that a man can do to his stomach is to eat food and wash it down with water. Fact of the matter is, you'll always find a bottle of something to...
Oh, so that's it, huh?
Well, I mean it. A little alcohol not only stimulates the digestive juices, but also relaxes a man. At the rate you've been going lately, I think there'd be nothing better for you
Hold it,
than...
Cherokee. Wouldn't you say that those two men who have just tied off outside were coming up here?
Where? Oh, yeah. In fact, they are coming up. Who are they? I've never seen them before.
Blamed if I know, but if there's a fee involved, those two gentlemen are just about to engage the services of a lawyer. Come on in.
You the lawyer who's got that shingle up outside? Chad Remington?
Yes, sir.
Well, my name's Kerr Remington, and this is a neighbor of mine, Vic Leach.
Howdy.
Mr. Kerr, Mr. Leach, shake hands with Cherokee O'Bannon.
How do you do, Mr. Bannon?
You busy, Remington? Got a few minutes to talk to us?
Well, I got all night if that's what it takes. Sit down, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you. Now, Leach and I come over from Sundown Valley way.
Oh, Sundown Valley, eh? Beautiful country over there.
It was until them dad-blamed turnip farmers come in with their government homesteads.
Oh, so?
Ever since they moved in, taking over half of the water holes and streams, us honest ranchers having a tough time trying to make a living.
They've obtained these homesteads with the water rights legally, haven't they?
Legally, my neck. We were there first, and that water belongs to us.
Our cattle's dying off like flies. What we got to do is get them homesteaders out of there.
That's why we come to see you.
Why come to see me about a thing like that?
What you gentlemen need isn't an attorney. Need a little common sense.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm afraid Cherokee's right. You see, even though I do practice law, I own a ranch, too. A ranch my father left me, where I was born.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
I don't know what that has to do with your particular problem, but I'm just mentioning it so that when I say what I'm going to say, you'll realize that I know what I'm talking about.
Will you quit beating around the bush?
All right. We've got a water shortage over here in Dos Rios, too, just like you have over in Sundown Valley. Except that we've learned enough to know that small folks who come in here aren't to blame. We're the ones at fault, the ranchers themselves.
Are you out of your head or something?
Far from it. Now, the whole trouble is that with the way the cattle market's been back east, all of us have been making money hand over fist. And as a result, we've overstocked our ranches to the point that there isn't enough grass or water to support that much stock.
Oh, I suppose there's something wrong in a man making a little money?
Not at all. Unless it's at the expense of someone else, Mr. Kerr. But that isn't answering your original question. As an attorney, and this advice is completely free, I'm forced to warn you that if you try to take the law into your own hands and attempt to get the homesteaders out, you'll be needing an attorney, all right. An attorney to defend you in court.
Yeah, if the Undertaker hasn't got you before that, starting a range war.
Well, you're a fine lot of help you are. We heard you was a smart lawyer.
Well, I'm sorry to have disillusioned you, but my brains don't run in that direction.
Yes. Well, don't go sending me no bill for this kind of advice. And if you happen to show up in Sundown Valley, all I can say is you better change your tune. Come on, Leach. This was sure a waste of time.
Now, there go the first two-legged polecats I've seen since the circus sideshow.
Cherokee, I'll go to supper at that place you've been ranting about if, after we're through, you'll throw saddles on two of your horses and go for a ride.
Go for a ride?
Yeah, and be sure to take a nightshirt and a toothbrush along, Cherokee, because we're going over to Sundown Valley before Messrs. Leach and Kerr stir up enough trouble to blanket that whole place in gun smoke. While Cherokee and I were on our way to Sundown, we later found out that Kerr and Leach were already back there and making their own plans. Plans that meant a range war if they ever got the thing rolling.
Now, the way I see it, Leach, is to do the whole thing on the QT. Now, if we start blowing things apart, well, Remington's right. We may end up in jail.
What do you mean, the QT?
Well, you know, not try any strong-arm stuff. Just threaten them filthy nesters. Make it uncomfortable for them. Scare them out.
Well, I don't know. Nesters I seen don't scare easy.
Oh, yeah? You know that woman lives down by the foot of White Oak Creek? What's her name?
You mean Violet Kennedy?
Yeah. She's got 5 springs on that place they homesteaded. And since her husband died, there's nobody but the old gal herself. And that kid she's got.
Yeah, how you going to run her out of there?
I don't know if you ever knew it or not, but before I moved into Sundown, I was born and brought up in the garter snake country up in the Dakotas.
Yeah?
Yeah. And something happened years ago up there that I don't think Violet Kennedy would want anybody to find out. And I think a little visit to her place will persuade Violet that she'd better do her blooming someplace else. Yeah, well, come on.
Now, doggone it, either get off my place or I'll blast y'all.
You're making a mistake, Mrs. Kennedy.
We'll see who's making a mistake. Now, are you going to get off of here?
Oh, sure, yes, we'll get off, but we're coming back. Coming back in 24 hours. And if you're still here, Mrs. Kennedy, you'll be the first woman a garter snake ever choked to death. Yeah, come on, Rach.
Them dirty, sniveling, backbiting vultures. Huh? When did you get home, Terry?
I put the cow in the barn and came in through the back door. Who are those men?
Why, they were just neighbors of ours, paying a little social visit, son.
Gosh, that's strange. The Rangers around here fight shy of our places. We'd had smallpox or something.
Terry, I've been thinking for a long time that now with your father dead, maybe you and me'd be better off if we moved out west someplace. Maybe California.
Ma.
This climate, it's too severe for a boy like you and an old lady like me.
But, Ma, I don't want to go to California, anyplace else. I want to stay here.
Well, my mind's made up. Since I always have believed in doing things when I've decided on them. Come on, Terry, we're packing up right now.
Of course, neither Cherokee nor I, by this time almost to Sundown Valley, knew what Kerr and Vic Leach had done, let alone did we know Violet Kennedy and her 11-year-old youngster. Nor as we jogged along across the trails which lead over the green rolling hills looking down into the valley below, did we suspect that we'd meet the Kennedys as soon as we did, and under such tragic circumstances.
Chad, I have no compunction in admitting that this long ride has stirred up a considerable thirst in my parched throat. Indeed it has. Indeed it has.
Well, Senor O'Bannon, there's a homesteader's cabin down below, and I can see a well out in the front yard.
A well? Bad enough having to bathe in that stuff, let alone pour aqueous liquids into one's delicate inside.
And if your insides are delicate, then so is a railroad locomotive. And if you're not thirsty enough to drink water... Hello, what's that down there? A wagon loaded with household goods.
Appears someone's moving out of Sundown Valley. They must be in an awful hurry to get wherever they're going. Look at that team run.
Yes, look at that team run. Cherokee, it's dimes to donuts. Those horses have got the bits in their teeth and they're running away.
Running away? Well, then come on. Let's get down there and see if we can't stop them before that wagon turns over.
Knock on it, Cherokee. If a wagon that size turns over, there's not going to be much left of anything or anybody. Had our horses been fresh, we might have had a chance of getting there fast, but after the long ride, it seemed hours before we actually started closing the distance between us. We raked those poor horses' flanks, and their hooves pounded on the sun-baked road like war-maddened Indians on their drums. Then, just as we were overtaking the wagon, it neared a sharp turn, and as the panicky team drove into the turn, the wagon suddenly upended.
Whoa there, whoa there!
What happened? What? Where are you hurt?
Excuse me, son. I'll look at your mother.
She's hurt? She's
Sure.
hurt bad.
She sure is, Chad. Leg's broken, just below the knee.
Ma.
Now, son, you'd be a lot more help if you got hold of yourself and tried to answer a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, the best thing for your mother is to get her into a bed as fast as we can. Did you live any place around here?
Not too far. About 6 miles back.
Good. And we'll make a squaw drag and haul her back there till we can get some professional help.
Oh, no. Can't go back. Can't.
Now, you'd better stay quiet, ma'am, and save what strength you have left.
Oh, no. Can't go back there.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but we've no choice. Unless you're taken indoors and cared for, you might lose that leg.
Ma. No!
Come on, Cherokee. We'll see what we can salvage out of what furniture isn't smashed to kindling, and after that, we'll get this lady back into Sundown Valley, whether she wants to go or not.
No, no, please. Please, please.
We'll return to the second act of Sundown Valley, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
As a frontier town lawyer, I've knocked around a bit. But I'd never really seen fear until I looked into Mrs. Kennedy's eyes as we carried her back into the house which had once been her home. We patched up a bed frame as best we could, and improvising a splint with some pieces of broken chair, we made her as comfortable as possible, leaving little Terry to watch over her while Cherokee and I rode back out to the spot where their possessions were scattered for hundreds of yards over the road.
Look here, Chad. Look at this. This humpback trunk. Smashed to smithereens and clothes and papers scattered every which way.
I wonder what anybody'd be saving an old newspaper for.
Maybe it's got a picture of her in it. She was married.
Yeah, there is a picture of her in it, all right.
See, I told you.
I guess you never heard of a woman called Violet Stevenson, did you?
Violet Stevenson. Violet Stevenson. Name has a familiar ring.
Well, years ago, back in the garter snake country of the Dakotas, Violet was quite a belle.
By George, I remember it now. Isn't she the one who got into a scrape with the sheriff and perforated him with a little handgun she carried in her pocketbook?
So the story goes, Cherokee. Violet Stevenson killed the sheriff, and because he had been a big wheel up there in politics, it stirred up quite a commotion.
But the woman we picked up here was Violet Stevenson. How did she ever escape hanging?
Well, best I can remember, nobody ever knew. The night before she was to be hanged, she disappeared from the jail.
And that's the poor woman we picked up. No wonder she looked so frightened.
I imagine she's spent most of her life since then being frightened. But since this happened almost 20 years ago, I don't know why that fear suddenly was all crystallized today.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why, too.
This may be throwing a wide loop, Cherokee. But did you notice that there seemed to be 5 little springs on her place?
Yes.
And if you remember, springs and water seemed to be the principal concern of those 2 so-called decent citizens who paid us that call yesterday, Kerr and Leach.
You don't think they found out and threatened her, do you?
Well, it seems to be the only thing that makes sense, doesn't it, Cherokee?
Yes, it does. But now I don't know what to do. It's all right helping a poor woman with a broken leg, but helping a fugitive from justice is something else again.
Well, if she is Violet Stevenson, and there seems to be little question about it from her resemblance to the picture, I think I'm going to take advantage of an old friendship and find out what can be done.
An old friendship?
Yes, if he's still alive, the judge over in this part of the country is an old-timer by the name of Amos Peabody. I've known him on and off ever since I was a boy. And since we have to go into Sundown to find a doctor, you and I are paying a call on the judge and finding out a few things, just as soon as we know that Mrs. Kennedy's going to have proper medical attention. Well, the doctor knew of Mrs. Kennedy and wasted no time packing his bag and heading out there. We weren't with him long, but while we were, someone else had gone to the judge's office and paid a call on him. Yep, you guessed it, Kerr and Leach.
Now, has that Kennedy woman got a right to stick a shotgun in my face and order me off her place, Judge?
If her homestead claim has been properly filed and all her assessment work done, the property is hers and she has a perfect right.
Well, I don't see no sense in the government giving land away to every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
The government isn't giving its land away. The government is the people, and the land is theirs already.
Now, look, let's not get into any complicated argument. Now, Judge, if Leach and me made it worth your while, couldn't you issue some kind of an order that...
Are you trying to bribe me?
Well, now... Nobody minds picking up a little easy money, and besides, that woman's got a pass.
Get out of my office, both of you.
There's a sizable reward.
I said get out.
Come on, Kerr. There are other ways of handling this.
I'm sorry to tell you, Mr. Remington, that Judge Peabody died last year. They sent me down here to take his place. Is there anything I can do for you?
Well, I'd known Judge Peabody all my life, and I wanted to get his opinion on a few questions.
Well, since the law is the law, I don't see why this eminently respectable jurist couldn't give you the same opinion, Chad.
Well, this is a hypothetical case, Judge. But suppose about 20 years ago a woman had committed a serious crime. And since then, she has lived a decent life, married, and has a son. And then someone finds out about her.
And threatens to expose her?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And if she'd moved to a different part of the country from where the crime had been committed, well, what do you think the judge who has the jurisdiction in the place she's now living might do?
Well, now, that might depend a good deal on the judge. If the man had slept badly the night before, it might go hard with her.
Well, I'm afraid in asking a hypothetical question, I was entitled to no more than a hypothetical answer. But actually, Judge, there is such a woman living here in Sundown, and, well, if I can, I'm anxious to help her.
Well, if I knew the woman and what the crime was and where it was committed...
All right. The crime, as I heard it, was murder. She shot and killed a sheriff up in the Garter Snake country in the Dakotas.
Do you mean to say that Violet Stevenson is living here in Sundown?
Uh-oh. Now we are in for it.
I haven't said who it is, Judge. But do you know Violet Stevenson?
Know her? Well, I was the deputy sheriff who arrested her. And I've been looking for her ever since she got out of jail.
I would have to go and open my big mouth.
Now, wait a minute. We haven't said this woman was Violet Stevenson.
Oh, no? Well, I've been carrying the original warrant that was issued for her arrest. And unless you two want to go to jail for contempt of court, you're taking me out to where she is. And after all these years, my search will be over.
Well, this is a fine mess, with that Kennedy woman back there living in that cabin again.
If that dad-blamed judge had a brain in his head,
He would have helped us.
But he didn't. Now, after boasting about how we got rid of her, we made a couple of fools ourselves.
Maybe we have.
Maybe.
Yes, I just remembered. That cabin she lives in is right at the foot of Devil's Slide. The kitchen window isn't 10 feet from the cliff.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's a dangerous place to build a cabin. I mean, there have been a lot of landslides down Devil's Slide. What if there should be a landslide again? That cabin would look like a busted matchbox.
Oh, what in tarnation makes you think there's going to be a landslide?
Oh, you're knot-headed idiot. Don't you see? With a little help from us up on top of Devil's Slide, 100,000 tons of dirt and boulders and hit that place just as if we aimed at it with a cannon.
Well, I don't know, Kerr.
Well, I do. So come on, Leach. We're getting out to Devil's Slide. And believe me, we ain't wasting no time.
Well, as we rode back toward Kennedy's shabby little cabin, I spent a lot of time feeling sorry for myself for having opened my big mouth. But had I known the facts, I wouldn't have wasted any sympathy on me. But I would have felt sorry for Violet, caught as she was between the judge with his warrant and Leach and Kerr with their landslide.
Yeah, you're just wasting your breath trying to argue with me, Remington. Even a man with half a brain ought to realize that after looking for Violet for almost 20 years, I'm not going to give up now. No, sir, I'm not.
Well, I certainly don't see anything to laugh at in this.
Well, you will. You will.
You know, I've always flattered myself on being a pretty good judge of men, but you certainly fooled me.
Well, young man, after 20 years, this is one day when nobody can insult me.
Well, if you're going to get any satisfaction out of slapping a warrant on a poor woman with a broken
Remington, that noise. What is it?
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. Hear that rumbling? Sounds like a landslide.
It is a landslide. Look, you can just see where it's starting up there about 4,000 feet up on the top of that cliff.
Chad, the way it's starting, it's going to hit that house. That's Mrs. Kennedy's cabin.
That's Violet's cabin? Get up there, you.
Of all the cold-blooded... What do you want to do, serve that warrant before she's killed?
Yeah, never you mind about me. Just get that horse running. Come on now, get up.
Cherokee Cherokee, come on. There's still a chance we may be able to get her out of that house.
Mr. Remington, quit! Help me get Mom out of here.
Get Terry out of here. Never mind me. I can't move.
Violet, we're going to get you out of here if it's the last thing we do. Now, come on, boys. Lend me a hand before the lot of us are killed.
All right, easy now. All right, up she goes.
Terry, you open that door and then run for it. All right, Chad. Let's get her out of here now.
Don't stop here. Come on. That landslide's almost on top of us.
I'll hold her, Judge.
Judge, who are you?
Never mind, Violet. I've got you now, and I'm never going to let you...
Yes, well, I think that'll be a lesson to the homesteaders around Sundown Valley.
Yeah, I wish that landslide hadn't kicked up so much dust. I couldn't see a thing.
Oh, yes. We're better than Mother Nature. When we start a landslide, it's really a
Yes, Mr. Kerr. When you start a landslide, it'll land you in prison. All right, come on in, Judge.
And you got any idea of making a run for it? You two filthy, sneaking, double-dealing, dirty, yellow-spined buzzards! There are 5 more of these in my gun, and they're all going plumb through you two. I guess they lost all their fight, Chad. Come on, let's haul them back to town so we don't hold up the wedding. Yes, sir. Violet, they pardoned you almost a day after I let you out of jail. Found out what really happened.
What really did happen, Judge?
Well, that confounded sheriff was jealous that Violet was soft on me. Got himself liquored up and tried to talk her into running away with him. Shot himself with his own gun in the brawl.
Oh, there you see, Cherokee, what happens to a man if he insists on drinking.
I don't know about Mr. O'Banner. Well, it's a good lesson to me, eh, Ma?
Yes, Terry. But I'm so happy right now that Jesse's found me again. I think I'll let you have a mouthful of champagne at the wedding.
Did you hear that, Chad? Champagne, the old bubbly.
Well, what's that to you? You can't drink the stuff at the wedding. It would ruin everything.
My drinking champagne would ruin the wedding?
Certainly. You know how it is with champagne. The bubbles get up your nose.
Deed I do. Deed I do.
Well, by the time the bubbles got up your red nose, the wedding champagne would all turn to sparkling burgundy.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.